Well, I'll be honest, guys. We've had a very, very, very interesting last couple of weeks here, and it does not seem like it's going to be immediately over. It's going to continue a little bit longer. But you know what? We have a lot of stuff to get into today, and I'm gonna be real. These past few weeks have been fucking insane, and I'm one thing I'm glad about is it's enjoyable to watch the trial, but I'm glad that I don't have to wake up at 7 in the morning today. Like, I am so fucking glad, and I say that, but I actually woke up at 6 today because I just woke up. I couldn't go back to bed, and so yeah, that pretty much happened, and so it actually made really no difference, and I just laid in bed for a while, and then finally I got up and I decided, you know what, fuck it, I might as well go live. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at here. Headset, I've used this headset for a while. This one's a little bit actually fucked up. I might get a new one soon. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen yet. I don't know, but what I do know is this. Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. And today, gentlemen, I feel it feels almost kind of weird. Because like I've done the trial thing on stream every single day, and like now we have like other stuff to do. It's like, wait a minute, like, so what did I do? Like, how did this work? Like, I just like what exactly was it? And so yeah, it feels kind of odd, man. It is. It's interesting. I'll say that. Gonna have a normal schedule. Yeah, it certainly feels that way. But there is a bunch of stuff that I haven't gotten a chance to talk about today, and or yesterday and throughout the week that I want to go through. A bunch of fucking drama, stupid shit, NFT stuff that's honestly fucking hilarious. I saw a bit of stuff about this. We got to watch that. On top of that, we got some videos to look at, and there's just a lot of stuff to do. And also, I want to talk about Elden Ring. Guys, we got the mod installed. And we have decided how we are going to make this game fair. And McConnell and I, what we're going to do is we are not going to level our characters. Or sorry, we're not going to level our characters' weapons. No weapon upgrades, period. So we're not going to do any weapon upgrades at all. And so I think that's going to make it to where like the content is even harder. And like, because the truth is, like, me and McConnell, we are really, really good at this game. And like, what I mean by that, that's like 90% me, 10% McConnell, right? I mean, let's be honest. But like, still, I mean, it's just, you know, whenever I'm there playing the game, right? It's just like, how can you possibly compete against this? How can you possibly, you know, fight against this? So yeah, we're not going to level up our weapons at all. So the content becomes harder and harder and harder. And we're going to see how far we can fucking get. Because my opinion is I think we can beat the entire fucking game. That's it. You should do the leveling weapons or trash without upgrades. Here's the thing. If the weapons get too weak and we struggle so much, then yeah, maybe we might do like 1 or 2 upgrades and we'll decide with the chat to see like what's fair, right? But we want to simulate an experience of it being very difficult, right? And challenging, not to the point where it's like super frustration and like one hit you're dead, etc., right? Because I think that kind of sucks to watch. But I think that you want to have it to where it's challenging, right? You can't even do a speed run. Well, we don't need to do the speed run. Yeah, will they live stream the verdict? So a lot of people have asked me about that too. I don't know. I am assuming that they will. So what I'm expecting is that I'm expecting that they'll probably come to a verdict. I don't know if it's going to be quickly or not, because I think there's just like so many theoreticals in the Johnny Depp, you know, like the fucking lawsuit. Like there's a lot of things that like it's not really certain like what's real and what's not real. And I understand, like, obviously there's a certain side that I have to this, and I think a lot of people have to this, but the truth is, like, really, nobody really knows what happened. Like, you know, these are things that happened behind closed doors, and so, like, are you gonna believe Johnny Depp, and he's got all these stories and all these people that believe him, or is Amber Heard really lying about all this stuff, right? Because it's kind of like a crazy... Like, it's really nuts. Like, if she's lying about, like, let's say, like, the broken bottle thing, right? And, like, him trying to put it in her and stuff, like, that is, like, bro, that's not, like, a oh, he hit me or something like that, and like actually really all he did was yell at her. No, bro, like that's some fucking savage, brutal shit, man. And yeah, that's some next level fucked up. Like, and honestly, like I don't even know how I'd respond whenever somebody would have accused me of something that fucking I don't even know, like, what even is the word for something like that? That perverse, that disgusting, that weird. It's just, ooh, I don't even know. Like, it's depraved. Yes, it's depraved. That's the word. Yeah, absolutely fucking depraved. And so this happens, and you know, I think that, like, for the jury, a lot of these people, what I hope doesn't happen is I hope that by making these statements, Amber Heard didn't start anchoring people's expectations around that. So, like, people kind of, instead of evaluating the fact of the matter, they kind of say, well, she said it was really bad, so maybe it was only kind of bad and it was kind of abusive, right? So I really hope that doesn't happen, because that's a popular sales technique, and it's also just a popular manipulation technique that happens very regularly. So, rumor has it, juries decided that they unanimously agreed that they can fix her. Listen, I'm pretty sure that, you know, you take some people from Twitch or Twitter or something like that, and you definitely would have had that happen. Now, I've seen a lot of people who are upset, etc., about, you know, I've kept up with this a lot because I keep getting tagged in it. It's not like I'm really keeping up with it on purpose even. It's that I'm getting tagged in these tweets and I see them. And there are these people that are tweeting out, they're angry that people are making content out of the trial, etc. I find that to be very funny. That they're mad about that, because again, I think that the only reason they're mad is because people are making content about it that they disagree with. Now, I don't think that there's any sort of like real authentic opinion on this, and I think that if other people were doing it that were being supportive, and the general you know, sentiment of the public was the other way around, I think they'd be glad. They'd be saying like, oh, thanks for shining light on this. I'm glad so many people are lending their voices to this, right? So I don't take any of that stuff seriously at all. I think that it's completely self-serving and completely biased. It doesn't matter to me at all. And to make content out of anything, as long as you aren't harassing anyone. Well, here's the fact is, like, see, like, can and can't are different than should and shouldn't. Because should and shouldn't doesn't exist for me. If it's funny, we're gonna do it. That's it. There's no like, oh, but what about, but oh, what, well, I don't know, but like, no, it doesn't matter. The should, oh, according to you? Well, guess what? I changed my mind. You know, I'm not going to do that. Another news outlet, let's talk about Johnny's evidence about her lying, so it is biased? Of course it's fucking biased. What do you think, man? Yeah, absolutely. But what about, yeah, there you fucking go, man. And what I don't get the whole thing happening is the, what's this here, audio tape, which in Mockcam is basically a confession. Well, yeah, of course it is. Listen, I think that, I mean, and this is like more certain than not. Like, you can't be 100% certain on almost anything, right? But I think that if I was going to flip a coin, what side would I expect it to fall on? That she was lying about a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, I do think so. I think that they should convict her for defamation, and, you know, I think that's what's fair. Based off everything that I've seen throughout the whole trial and everything like that, I think that's, I think that's what's fair. I think that's what's real. You know, because there's already, there is, like, fucking, like, guaranteed evidence. Like, in my mind, the moment that somebody introduces fabricated evidence into the trial, I assume they're lying. Because think about it like this. Why would you need to add fabricated and fake evidence to your story to create a certain degree of, you know, authenticity to it, unless you yourself believe that it's not authentic enough to begin with? You see what I'm saying? So in a way, it's a self-report. And I see this kind of stuff happening. TMZ leaks are pretty fucking damning. Well, there's a lot of things, right? And that's it. And proven under oath and fabricated evidence. Yeah, exactly. Like, and so the moment for me, it's like if you fabricated evidence, you made stuff up. I think that that's just because you're trying to make people believe something that's not real. And also, like, there's the same thing I said with news articles, is like the moment that I read a news article and one thing is stated that I know to be untrue, I immediately stop reading the article, because I assume that everything else that's there is also untrue. It's just that I don't have the tools to determine which ones and how it's untrue. That's generally what it is. It's also a federal crime to do that. Well, I think that, again, like, she's obviously insane, and if they try to convict her of perjury, she's just going to claim she had PTSD and remembered wrong, right? And she just doesn't know what's going on, and, like, basically some mental deficiency. And I think that, to be honest, that's probably fair. I mean, you look at the way that she acted and, like, you know, some of those, like, UK things, she acted like a complete unhinged psychopath. Like, you're absolutely right. So it's not even something that I entirely disagree with, you know? And it's just, I mean, again, I don't think she should be talking about that kind of stuff in general. Australia is still investigating perjury, I've ever heard, because the dogs she smuggled into the country. Yeah, I don't think that's really going to go anywhere. I don't really think that matters. I don't care about smuggling dogs into a country. It doesn't matter to me. It has no relevance. And she does have issues, needs help with that we can all agree on. True and real. It's exactly what she's going to do. I expect that as well. But review all evidence and make a win-loss list, compare the two, and come to a conclusion yourself as a jury. That would take way too long. Like, that would take literally fucking 20 hours of time. And also, like, I don't have every single little bit of evidence. And some of the things is, like, the way that I do things is that, again, I do make decisions based off of assumptions, right? But I also assume things based off of information and facts. So, like, for example, it's like kind of with the evidence, right? If this person fabricated evidence once, there's a good chance they fabricated evidence again. I pretty much don't trust any of their evidence unless it's corroborated by a doctor. None of it was. Okay, then it's out the window. Like, that's basically the way that's the way my brain works. And so I just don't want to, I don't want to empower a liar. You know, yeah, it's just, in my opinion, I think that's completely logical. But there are some people that don't agree with that, excuse me. And none of their photos are valid, in my opinion. Witness tier list one. If somebody wants to make one, I might do one in a day or two, okay? Amber Heard supporters are the same people being outraged over Ricky Gervais' new special. The thing is that and this is something that I really hope people need to understand, is that there is, in the larger scope of, like, human behavior, there is no sense of decency. There's only a sense of control and power. So every single time that somebody does something and then they do something that's completely counter to that. So, like, for example, you have people talking about, like, I saw this thing where Ethan Klein, Ethan from H3H3, said that somebody should bomb an NRA convention or an NRA event, right? And he said this on camera. I saw it happen. It happened, right? It's not like this is a meme. This isn't from somebody else. It's literally what he said. And so, and then you have the same people that hate canceling going out and trying to cancel him for that, which, by the way, saying somebody should call a bomb threat somewhere, I don't think that's good. I just want to make sure you guys know, I agree, that's a bad thing. But these are the same people that say nobody should get canceled for anything else. And you should never listen to those people or any people or even, Ethan or any of these guys and expect to have any degree of consistency in which the case that they can benefit from things being inconsistent can occur. That's literally it. Ethan fell off. Ethan is, let me see, H3H3. H3H3, how popular are they now? This has got 500,000 views. This is pretty fucking good. I mean, I would say this is good. Where's the, this one here, streamed 3 days ago? So wait a minute, where's the video? Does he not do videos anymore? This is up. He only does podcasts now. Oh, okay, give me a second. Shit, sorry, I got this dose there. Sorry, I have a problem with, allergies in the morning, and I don't want you guys to hear me coughing up like fucking shit, right? And so let's see, channels. Where's his main channel? Okay, so when's the last time he made it? Wow, so he hasn't made a YouTube video in over a year. That sounds like my official channel. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what made him want to swap over and do podcasts all the time. I'm actually kind of curious. And yeah, anyway, so allergic to mornings. Yeah, that's just about right. And 3.2 million. Well, I mean, I think he's doing great. Obviously, like, his videos are doing very well, etc. But it's less work, more money. I'll say one thing, right, is that I think that YouTube, it's a weird thing. Whenever I was doing YouTube, I thought streaming was less work. And now that I'm streaming, I think YouTube is less work. So it's like, maybe actually it's just a situation of the grass is always greener on the other side. And like, I think anybody can fucking agree that a stream like the streamer awards, like the Cutie Cinderella streamer awards, or like the YouTube equivalent of that, which is like the Mark Rober fucking investigating the Indian scam call centers, right? These are both like super high tiers of content, and like both of them should be viewed pretty much as an equal. I think so. I also think that like you do have YouTube videos that have more work put into them, and then you have also YouTube videos that have less work put into them. And it's same with streams. You have some some streams that have a lot of work put into them, and like, you know, Germa's Dollhouse or something like that. And then you have other streams that have less work put into them, like Zach Rar. You know, that guy's a fucking loser, doesn't even fucking use a cam, just sits there and plays a video game, doesn't even read the chat half the time, and whenever he does, he's complaining about somebody and banning them, right? This is clearly not a very high effort and high energy situation, right? And yeah, that's the way I look at it. So yes, I do think that it's very obvious that you know, this kind of stuff happens. But anyway, like going back to what I was saying, is that these these people like H3H3 and like, you should never expect for people to have consistency, because you will never get it. You will never get it, and you should only expect people to work in their best interest. You should expect somebody who has spent, like, you know, years being against something. The moment that they can make money for it, the moment that they can use it against somebody else, they will immediately do that in a second, without even a question, and they'll be so self-righteous about it. They're opportunists. Everybody is. We're programmed for that. How the fuck do you think we got through millions of years? Do you think we got through millions of years by having principles? No, we got through millions of years of competitive fucking evolution. You know, beating out the competition. So quit fucking thinking that this is gonna be some sort of, oh, but then they said, it doesn't matter, bruh. It doesn't fucking matter. And that's all the way it goes. Just because you would doesn't mean a good person would. All right, that's fine. And again, if you want to believe that, that's okay. And I encourage you, believe as much as you want to believe. But the truth is that I believe what I believe, and I'll tell you one thing, I'm never disappointed. So yeah, that's generally the way I look at a good person, by the way. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot of people that believe that, but yeah, as I said before, I think that you should expect people to act in self-interest and only in self-interest. That's it. And watching you, much I fluently transition from Twitch to YouTube, I have your cam burned to my peripheral vision. Oh my fucking god, man. Let's see here. Millions of years of evolution, from Paleolithic man to diabetic house husband. Okay, listen, man, are you really gonna shit on the stay-at-home dads? Like, I feel like being a stay-at-home dad, where, like, you know, your wife, like, has a really great sales job, she's, like, the executive at a company, and, like, maybe you do, like, a little bit of, like, freelance design work, but, like, that's not really something you do. Most of the time, you just stay home and hang out with the kids, and, like, what does hanging out with the kids mean? Well, it means teaching the kids how to play, Final Fantasy VII, teaching the kids how to, you know, play basketball in the front yard. Like, wow. Bro, that sounds so bad. That sounds really, really fucking good, bro. Like, that's the life. Yeah, imagine if that was the case, man. Yeah, that's a fucking dream. And, yeah, that's not some cuck shit. That's some Giga Chad shit. That would be so lucky if that was the case, man. I'm a stay-at-home dad. Tell my kids how to play Fortnite. Yeah, you're goddamn right. There you go, man. And what is she on stay-at-home dads? Is a quote from Wrathman. Oh, no, I'm just joking. Yeah, I didn't really expect that's what you meant, but yeah, sure. Let's look at a few of these posts here. Obviously, we've got a lot of other stuff to get through today as well. And so we'll go ahead and look at it. Here's a 10% discount. You're so sweet. Here's a free game. Hello, police. Oh, yeah, this is a sexual harassment meme. I've seen this before. Yeah. Why is it that people don't like Epic Games? Besides, it's not Steam. Besides that, like, I know that. Besides the fact that it's not Steam. China bad? Cause what's this here? Runs like shit. I don't think that's a problem. It doesn't run like shit for me. I think it runs just fine. Launchers complete donkey balls. Seems fine to me. I use it. Yeah, fuck Epic Games. They try to get games online. On their launcher. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, let me see what they say. Name better software like Steam. They prefer to spend on free games. Yeah, I think having very unintrusive software, like, for example, you know what I really don't like about Epic Games is the fact that whenever I have Epic Games on, they give me little pop-ups right here. I think this should not be, like, I never want a pop-up. All I have, it's not even an Epic Games launcher. This is a Fortnite activator. I don't care about your other games. They don't matter to me. I just want to play Fortnite. That's the only game. I don't want to hear about a crazy sale. I don't want to do anything like that. Games exclusivity. Yeah, I think that's another factor too, for sure. Source, remember for spyware? Yeah, I mean, this seems like probably not true, or somebody would have brought up the an article for it. Seeing 150 games on EGS, I haven't paid a dime for. I mean, here's the thing, is I don't really care too much about the Epic Games launcher. It's not that big of a deal, but I will say that the moment that anything has a pop-up for me at all, I am immediately annoyed. It doesn't matter if it's Blizzard. It doesn't matter if it's WinZip reminding me that my free trial is over. It doesn't matter if it's Epic Games trying to give me a free game. It doesn't matter if it's somebody showing up to my house trying to get me to talk to them about Jesus. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Leave me the fuck alone. And that's the way I look at, yes, WinZip. I don't want to WinRAR, whatever the fuck it is, okay? I have no idea. And let's go back over here, read this. AGS exclusive. If a game is EGS exclusive that's not released on PC for me, I just don't really, like, I don't care if it's an EGS exclusive or not. Like, if the game's good. 40% of Epic is owned by China. That should be enough for people to stay away. I mean, this is, I find this to be like, what do you mean? Like, what do you think the odds are that this person is wearing clothes at the exact same moment that they type this up that says made in China? You know, it's just, it seems so weird to me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what about, like, Walmart, like, these other places, too? Yeah, 100% fucking chance. I hate this shit. It's so obnoxious to me. Chibu comes in with the save. Okay, what's this? Okay, just a minute. Bro, this song is a... that is... Dude, that song is so good. Holy shit, I love that song. Give me a minute. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think I should be good now, at least. God fucking damn. ABBA was legendary? Dude, I don't know what that song... Like, yeah, somebody linked me that song on Twitter or something. I gotta add that to my playlist, man. Yeah, I've never heard that song. Yeah, please tweet me that song. I want to see it. That is so fucking good, man. I've literally never seen that song before. I have no idea what it is. All right, we've got another one here. And what's this? Dan Polmeyer, voice actor for Duschenschmerz, made a TikTok using Smeagol's podcast. Okay. Big Cap, thanks to the 5 good subs. I appreciate that.
I cannot even tell you how many people have asked me to do this, because apparently this guy from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial reminds a lot of people of this guy. So here you go.
I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness.
Let's start with the easy question then.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay, sorry about that. Having trouble getting into this side.
You need to just answer the question.
Okay. I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
It does fit just a little too well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It absolutely fucking does. That's funny as fuck, man. I love it. To be honest, if it didn't tell you ahead of time that, like, oh, this is what it is, it's like this, like, meme or whatever, I wouldn't have even known this. I straight up would not have even known this at all. This is amazing, dude. I love it. Xmod comp. Oh, yeah. Yes, patch 9.2 comes out this coming week. And I think this coming week, we will have the first cross-faction of Transmog Comp. I'm actually quite excited to read this on Spotify. Thank you very much. I'll have to look at it later. And yeah, I'll look at it after my stream. And author had prophetic visions of current events and shared subtle hints. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, that's good. All right, what's this?
There once was a girl who made a turd on the bed, and her name was Amber Heard. She made stuff up to bring Johnny down, so up to court they go.
Oh my God.
Soon may the verdict come that Amber's lying out her bum. We'll drink a mega pints of rum when Johnny's free to go. If it
This fits really well. Wow.
Cuts off his finger and bashed his head on the door, and yet
Holy
she still
shit.
said she couldn't hurt him so.
This is great.
Soon may the verdict come that Amber's lying out her bum. We'll drink a mega pints of rum when Johnny's free to go. Objection, hearsay all day long. Amber's lawyers can find no wrong. Johnny hits the drink and a massive bong, but did he hit her though? No. Soon may the verdict come that Amber's lying out her bum. We'll drink a mega.
This is the song that I played the other day at the beginning of my my intro. The original.
Told a very sad story of how her dog stepped on a bee.
My dog stepped on a bee?
Objection, hearsay.
Soon
What's her face? Yeah, holy shit. This slaps? Yeah, I think this is really good. Oh my God. This reminds me of fucking Lost Ark. Oh my God. Jesus. Every time I hear that, I think about failing a honing attempt. It's bad.
I know that it might not make sense, but it shows domestic violence is not an exclusive offense committed just by blokes. So
true.
Soon may the verdict come that Amber's lying out her bum. We'll drink a mega pint of rum.
Oh my God. I've never seen any of these. This is really good. What's the original called? It's called Wellerman, I believe.
To no surprise, it has
I'll show
always
you.
been the lawyers making dough, so
Yeah, true.
the verdicts come.
Yeah, this one right here. Wellerman Sea Shanty. Yeah, this is a song. Okay, yeah, there we fucking go. Yeah, -6 mil. There you fucking go. This is actually really good. I'm impressed. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I couldn't fucking do this. I'm not much of a singer at all. I've never wanted to. Yeah, that was so good. Yeah, that was incredible. Like, what the fuck? Wow. Okay, what's this? Mystery solved. The fuck? The fuck? Like, what do you even say to that? Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, why? What is this? Like, again? Okay. Yeah, this is her. She's outright. She's acting. That's good. I like that. Yeah, that's funny. She's faking literacy. Well, I'm sure she could probably read and write, but still, she's copying Johnny Depp. You think so? I mean, that's what people are saying with her outfits each day at the beginning of the trial. Yeah, Elaine's forever. I feel bad for this woman, right? It's like I do and I don't. Because, like, let's be honest. They used some pretty dirty tricks to make Johnny Depp look bad. They absolutely did. I feel bad for her, but at the same time, it's like, if you take on a client like that, it's like you knew what you were getting into, you knew what this was gonna be, and you did it. That's the way it goes. It's the same thing I say, like, you know, like, let's say you're a garbage man, and you know, like, this is relevant here, right? Let's say you're a garbage man and you've got to wake up at 3:30 in the fucking morning because you've got to be at work at 5. And so this happens, and you go through all of this stuff and you open up a garbage can, and there's like there's like 5 dead raccoons in the garbage can. And so actually one of them's alive, and it jumps out and it crawls on you and it scratches your shoulder and it runs away. It's like, I can feel bad for the garbage man for having to deal with that. I can empathize, like, wow, that sucks, bro. You're gonna have to deal with this, and like, now this is just like, you know, this is gonna waste your whole fucking day. Managers are gonna get pissed off at you, etc., right? It's bad. But at the same time, you're a garbage man, and that's the kind of stuff that garbage men have to deal with. You know what I mean? Somebody gonna have to do it. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Elaine was on the UK case. She clearly knows what she's doing. Yeah, there you fucking go. And give an honest review of a human being. Oh, I don't know. I'm curious how you know someone, how you think someone like her becomes so unhinged. How does somebody like her become so unhinged? Let me watch this last one, and then I'll talk about it a little bit, okay? How does this happen? I don't feel sorry for lawyers. I think you can empathize with a person in a situation that is really upsetting for them, right? It's kind of the same thing I said with people that get addicted to like gambling and stuff like this. Like, wow, this is what happens and you shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, I do feel bad for you, and it sucks. Like, it absolutely does. It sucks. But, you know, you played yourself. Here we go.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
The bird? Oh my god. Oh my god. The bag of weed? Holy shit, what's the quality of it? And the bee? Holy fuck. Yeah, I guess that's kind of funny. To be fair, this is something that you watch once, and if you watch it twice, you realize that it actually made literally zero fucking sense. Like, these were things that she brought up that had nothing to do with, like, people that showed up to help Johnny out. Literally had no fucking sense. This was just a list of all the different memes that people had from the trial that they just put together and strung together. That's literally it. Not funny. Yeah, it's just... It is what it is. So how does somebody, how does a person like this, how does this happen? I think it's a combination of things. I think that it's a combination of, you know, genetics. I mean, like, there are some people, the truth is that they're born fucking crazy. And you can help some of them, absolutely. But there are people that have predispositions to being fucking nuts. And that's just the way it goes. I mean, people have disorders, and sometimes it's a result of, like, you know, let's say, I mean, like, her parents were, like, abusive whenever she was a kid. Obviously, like, especially people that, a lot of the people that act this way, I've noticed, are very attractive. And let's be honest, Amber is very attractive. And I think that she especially was whenever she was younger. I mean, we can, you know, it is what it is. And so a lot of people forgive bad behavior like that because she's very attractive. And so it's like, oh, she's crazy, but she's hot, so it's okay. You see kind of what I'm saying? She's 36. I'm talking about like growing up, being like 18, 21, 25. As you're getting older, and like as people treat you the same way, like they will allow you to be more crazy and do things they wouldn't allow somebody else to do, right? Guys would be more willing to put up with that because she's more attractive. That's just, yeah, it's the hot crazy scale. It's unironically the hot crazy scale. And so I think that happens too. And then you also, you know, you get a certain level of success and it builds your ego up. And then like you kind of have like these different things, like these personality disorders, this like weird home life situation, you know, like people treating you differently because of how you look, etc. And you have like all three of these things happening and like kind of building off of each other. And I think that's kind of how these kinds of disorders and how these people get, I guess you could say, created. That's what it was. And Pineapple Express, she was cute. Yeah, of course, right? And everyone says it's okay. Well, it's not about it being okay. All I'm saying is that you have to understand where somebody is coming from, like what's going on in their head, and you have to understand like why they do certain things. And this is my assumption on it, right? It's what one of our high school classmates said, and it came out and said she did guys this way back then too. Yeah, I mean, what a surprise. But guys would still line up to date her because she was really hot. And so they just put up with this shit because they're like, yeah, you know, maybe she'll attack me or whatever, but like, you know, it doesn't hurt that much, and I still get to bang her later on, so it's okay. Yeah, I can fix her. It's okay. And there's also guys that, and this is just the truth. They're like, yes, she's crazy, but I also think she's really hot, and I think she's hot more than I think that she's crazy. It's just that simple. Yeah, it's like, I'm willing to put up with this because of how hot she is. That's exactly it. Yeah, and that's the truth. And you want to go and you want to say, oh no, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Yes, it fucking is. 100%. Exactly. The hot is worth the crazy. Yes, big mistake. But that's the thing, is whenever you're a younger guy, you don't know that yet. You don't know that. You're not sure. It's like, oh, I could do something about this. I could solve this. I could do it, right? And then, you know, because you're like 17, you're 18, you're 16, you're like, yeah, it's going to be fine. And you're going to learn today, man. You're going to fucking learn today. And that's it. Yeah, you figure it out and you learn it. And that's all there is to it. You heard about a lawyer allegedly crying in a restroom. Feel kind of bad for her now whenever I think about it. Listen, the woman represented her in the UK case. She knew what she was getting herself into. She knew what the evidence was. She went into the situation. Yes, I feel bad for her in a way, right? On a human level, I do feel bad for her to go through this. But logically, you get what you fucking deserve. That's the truth. Yep, you get what you fucking deserve. And that's all it comes down to. Isn't she committed to her now, though? I don't know if she's committed to, like, every single future legal thing in the general. No, I don't know about that at all. I have no idea. And, but sorry, way more better-looking, beautiful woman. No, the thing is that, but there are guys that, like, here's the truth, right? Like, let's say you're kind of, you know, you're kind of a loser, and it's like a lot of the hot girls that aren't crazy don't want to deal with you, right? Because they can pick somebody who's not a loser, and you go with some girl that's crazy, right? I mean, that's just what happens. I mean, I understand. Here's the truth, right? Is that I think a lot of people get mad at me because I just say things. I say I will say the quiet part with exclamation points. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth, is guys get stuck with girls like her. They think that they can't do any better. And because of that, they go and they put up with this shit. Am I right? I've seen this happen. We've seen this happen. You know it, I know it, everybody fucking knows it. You red pill people don't like it. It's not a red pill, it's just looking at what it is. I think that people spend so much time trying to protect their illusions and their fantasies that it's just so exhausting. I hate it. And yeah, it's just crazy, man. Does any crazy religious girls because she was hot? Obviously, bro. Fucking obviously. And so let's look back over here. And how crazy is Pink Sparkles? Well, she dated me. And let's see here. New album about to drop. Wow, that's really good. Holy fuck. Holy shit. What game is this? This isn't Final Fantasy, is it? What the fuck is this? Kenshi. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That's such a weird fucking, like, weird game that just actually have those. Is an absolutely goated game. It's that good. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I've never even heard of this at all. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, Tyler won. Exactly, yeah. Best 226 raid composition I've ever seen. What's this? Okay, it's not loading. That's what it is. Okay, Vasquez. Oh, main tank, raid leader, DPS. DPS carry, buying a carry. I think that yeah, the carry buyer at the bottom is, you know, that's, I think, the best part. Yeah, it's just buy a carry. I love how this guy, the anti-wizard, the wizard destroyer, I love how absolutely fucking insane he looks. In this picture, like, this guy looks like an absolute unhinged fucking psycho. Like, he's gonna go and fucking do this court case on the way home. He's gonna return some videotapes. This dude is fucking, like, look at those eyes. Those are crazy eyes. Yeah, he's the main tank. It's like you see this guy come up to the stand and you're like, oh no. You know, what's gonna happen now? Yeah, it's too much, man. And let's see here. It's like Patrick Bateman. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And imagine going to school, being named Chew. We got bullied. Chew? No, probably not. I don't think so at all. I think there's like there's CHU, which is like I've heard like people with that last name that are Asian before. I don't think Chew is that bad. Like, you have, I feel like it last names, like, you'd have to have, like, I mean, maybe, like, if you had something like your first name was like Richard and your last name was like Biggums, so it's like Dick Biggums. But yeah, sure, I could see how that would, you know, people would make fun of you for, yeah, Rottenborn. Yeah, exactly. How do you really make fun? How do you even think that he's in a bad situation, right? Or, yeah, Chew is bad, but Rottenborn isn't? That's awful. Bro, Rottenborn is straight up a character out of a Tim Burton film. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, absolutely it is. It's not even close. Yeah, people make fun of anything. Oh, absolutely they did. I mean, I got made fun of in school sometimes. I didn't, like, I don't want to turn this into like a thing, okay? Like, I didn't really get made fun of a lot in school because, you know, I just didn't let that happen, right? But, I mean, obviously this is just what happens in school. Is like everybody gets goofed on every once in a while, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about bullied. I'm not talking about getting pushed down or being ostracized from the class or anything like that. I just mean goofed on. And like, I've been goofed on before. Yeah, sure. And like, a lot of times the people that goof on you are like maybe your friends, or at least people that you're like, you know, halfway like friends, halfway you say, fuck this guy, right? It's like kind of like a weird thing, right? Those are the people that like you really have that clown on you. Yeah, class. It's not like a bad thing, right? It can be. I definitely agree. It can be. But like, people make fun of me for like my shoes and shit like this, because like I would always wear, where do I have my shoes here? I would always wear shoes like this. These have always been the shoes that I like to wear. Very simple, very, very easy, clean shoes. And like in the 90s, these shoes were not popular. This shit only got popular in like 2005, whenever like skating and stuff like that got really popular. And then I started wearing Vans. I wore Vans for like all of high school. And those are also Vans too. And now I just wear it. Still not. Yeah, I like them. I think they're great. And show feet next. Yeah, sure. And dripped out the wazoo. Yeah, now I just wear moccasins, and that's pretty much about it. And I'll do that, or I'll wear some kind of like nicer shoes if I have to go out somewhere that's, you know, important. Besides that, rather than just wearing house shoes. Petition for Asmongold to hold the transmog amount off with all the winners of previous competitions, give them a prize too. I feel like they are balloons on the ceiling, where they are all really, really high up there, but the higher one is really subjective. So I think that if you took all of the winners of a transmog competition, you couldn't really say this one is fundamentally better than another one, because they're both incredibly good, and it comes down to taste. I think that's all it comes down to. Yeah, it just comes down to taste. And TMZ guy on Twitter, what's this here? Litigious. Well, I do. Probably, yeah. I would fucking say so. Litigious. Yeah, that's whenever he's talking about TMZ and being worried about getting sued. Yeah, man, he really isn't at. Oh, because he's using Google Trends. He really is an Asmon viewer. Yep, there you fucking go, man. And yeah, there you fucking go. 50 Minutes Fame versus getting potentially sued by TMZ. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's probably unlikely. And let's see here. Amber, get the fuck up. It's time for school. What is this?
Amber, get the fuck up. 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 Amber, get the fuck up.
The best part is, like, then afterwards, she immediately went to get that bitch out of here or something like that. And, like, everybody, I feel like that was probably the best part. That was my favorite. That actually made me like her. Straight up, that made me like her. That she just went up there for the closing. This is the closing argument. And she starts doing voices and fucking It was just so fucking funny. And like, you could see whenever she was doing this stuff, Johnny was up there, he was looking, and I think that he was impressed. He was like, holy shit, she's really going for it, isn't she? Wow. He's probably thinking to himself, she's a better actor than Amber is. That's his, yeah, she went off. Exactly. I fucking loved it, man. It was great. Yeah, I'm gonna hire her next time. Exactly. Try fingers, but oh god, man. I'll tell you something, George R.R. Martin, let me tell you something. That guy knows how to write a book. You know what I'm saying? He knows how to write a book. He knows exactly the words to use, man. I'm so glad they brought him in on this project. Oh my god. I can't wait to see this guy and this video on the next video that Andrew brings out for Channel 5. I feel like this is exactly the kind of person that Andrew would interview on Channel 5. It's like we see the meme now, and we see the fucking video of Andrew being there 2 months later. I actually have a video I'm gonna watch about him today. Oh my god. I've been to a few of these. I feel like you have to be like on Molly or something to like really have the experience of like going to a rave like this. I feel like, yeah, I've been to a few. Yeah, I've been to... No, I haven't been to a few. I've been to two. I've been to two of these and that's it. And yeah, it's just like whenever I'm there and like, because I don't do drugs or anything like that, I'm not really... Like, I love EDM. Like, I absolutely love EDM, and I was so happy whenever, like, in, like, 2008, 2009, like, it started getting really popular in the US, and like, ever since then, we've had so much more electronic music, and it's fucking awesome, right? I'm so happy, and, yeah, I'm a huge fan. EDM, no, like, the thing is, like, what you call EDM, I called trance. What you called EDM, I called house music or shit like that. You know, like progressive house or some shit. Like, I'm talking about like Tiesto, Elements of Life, Armin van Buuren, State of Trance. Like, everything now is just categorized under EDM. But back in the day, there was like a bunch of different fucking things. And it was so good, man. I used to love that. Yeah, drum and bass. You got things like Pendulum, right? Deadmau5. Yeah, another stuff. Yeah, Benny Benassi. Yeah, that was... Yeah, Satisfaction. Holy fuck. That was like some fucking 2003 shit. Wow, I haven't thought about that for years. Oh my god. Yeah, I was there last night. Yeah, I have some friends that are actually went out to there was like some Las Vegas music festival or something like that. Yeah, I was really into that. So you would think that I'd like going to those, but like, nah, it's not really my thing all that much. It's not that big of a deal for me. Did you hear the news? Amber Heard's lawyer was found corrupt. Yeah, I did see that. I talked about that before. Here we go. This is too much. I'm sorry. That's just, it's just, this is too much. Like, making a song out of it, it's just, yeah, it's just way too fucking much. I can't do it. Amber on the stand, Amber in the audio. Yeah. I think that's pretty fucking accurate. Yeah, there you fucking go. Quite the people. Tell the world Johnny you're a victim too. Okay. I just want him to leave me alone. That's, I think, what the funniest thing is, right? Is that the fact that she thought that that wasn't gonna happen, man. Yeah, holy fucking shit. I'm glad. What's this? Rooming the wasp nest in style. What the hell is this? Wow. So, like, what do you use? Like an M80? Bro, that's... That's a good shot, bro. Like, oh my god. Seems like it, yeah. Explosive? Yeah, this is America, bro. This is America, brother. Hell yeah. You goddamn right. It's really stupid. What's stupid about that? Is it stupid? How's it stupid? It's fucking funny. Yeah, what the hell? This is fucking funny. I love how it just blew that shit apart, man. Oh my God. It could have taken off the roof? No, it couldn't. That's metal roof. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's metal roofing. I'm like 90% sure. There's no way M80 is going to blow that off. The most that it would do is like loosen a nail. Like, I feel like that's it. Yeah, the most it would do is loosen a fucking nail. That's sheet metal. Yeah. There's no shot it's going to break through that. M80s do a lot, but they stopped selling them where I'm at, so I wasn't able to buy them. My dad told me about them, and I was like, man, I should buy some of these and sell them at school. But I went to the fireworks stand, and they never fucking sold that shit. And let's see this. Explosive expert? Not exactly, okay? Vampire Survivors IRL weapon. Scalagram? Oh my God, the throwing cross is real? Yeah, I bet it is. And let's see here. Project Grunt? Didn't I see this? Oh, it's new. No, this is a new one. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I will definitely watch that. Give me a minute. Okay, and then, yeah, as I said, this guy is obviously fucking... Bro, look at him. He looks like a fucking psycho, man. Like, look at this guy. Yeah, he's ready. And Unhinged, yeah, this guy is ready to fucking unleash, man. Oh my God. Yeah, let's see here. If I finish my... Oh, this is the guy that did that video that we watched. Remember that? So this is his cosplay of being a dwarf. I think that's really good. Holy shit. Oh, so he uses this right here in the box to cover his legs, so it looks like he's shorter. That's really clever. I like that. God damn. Yeah, nice. And let's see the rest of these here, okay? Does Austin have this mount? Asmon have this mount? Keep Austin weird. Oh, yeah, he's chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. Like, there's nothing, nothing. What street is this here? Congress? I'm trying to think where this is. I know this street. Obviously, it's like one of the main streets in Austin. But, like, yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. And, yeah, it's probably a little bit closer to downtown, I would assume. And, yeah, it's in front of the Capitol. Maybe it is. Asmon's audience during the trial. Yeah, there's a lot of people that watched the trial. It was fucking crazy. I should believe all women. Isn't Johnny's lawyer calling her bullshit a woman? Yeah, I always wondered about that. And I think, all right, let's look at this this other thing here. I wanted to show this. So yesterday, Mizkif told us a little bit of a story, and this has been an ongoing thing that's been talked about a lot. And straight up, watch this fucking shit. It is so funny, man. Take a look. Here we go.
If you like Aiden Ross so much and you watched him, did you ever gamble on stake?
This is him talking to some kid.
He said, yeah.
My man.
And he said, and all my friends do as well.
Damn. Big money. That's a creator code.
And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, we've all tried it before. And I start telling him, like, dude, you're never going to win money. He's like, yeah, we've all tried it before.
They've all tried it?
I start telling him, like, dude, you're never going to win money. And he kept asking me, he's like, yeah, is the money that they have real? Is it real money? And I'm like, for some of them it is, for some of them it isn't. But I obviously told him, I was like, dude, do not fucking gamble. And his mom had no fucking idea.
The thing is, I think Mizkif was at Lifetime, and like, if your parents can afford a Lifetime membership for a gem, they can certainly afford to lose some money on stake, let's be honest. But the truth is, it's still pretty fucking funny to see this happen, right? Yeah, it's so fucking bad. Well, no, it's that this is like, what do you think they're gonna do? Of course the kids are gonna gamble. Why would the kids not gamble? Because think about it like this. If you have $100 that grandma gave you, you can turn that $100 into $1,000. All you have to do is get lucky. And so you put the money into the machine, and then you lose the money. Yeah, it's pretty simple, right? I mean, I don't know. I think that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the way it goes. Yeah, steal mom's credit card. Understand how minors can register and gamble? You just can't in EU? What the fuck? Well, you don't have to. Let me see if I can show you guys this, okay? Where is it? Speedrun... stake, sign up. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, this is him watching it, but like, actually, I want to see. Yeah, you can register but not withdraw. Where's the original video? Yeah, who made the original video? Is there a way I can find the original one? That's XQC reacting to it. But, like, where's the fucking original one? I'm trying to figure this out. 11-year-old fans of Asmongold don't gamble? No, they're not, because they're not 11 years old. On Reddit, somebody's gonna have to link it to me. It's an r/XQC. Just watch the react. Okay, fine, I'll just watch the react. Okay. He's signing up. And the username is I'm only 12. Welcome back, I'm only 12. And then there we go. First name. Second name. 12.
No safeguards.
Yeah. There it is. Residential address.
Want you. And then you get the money in how?
Uh-huh. Yep. Isn't it illegal for Drake to stream slots since he's in America? Drake's rich. It doesn't count.
Okay. So even though it says 18 plus everywhere in the title, I'm sure that you told not to do it just because you can make an account.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, XQC's rich? Bro. XQC's rich. Drake is fucking rich. That's Drake. Man, you gotta understand that's fucking Drake. Like, let's be honest, man. Follow the Ackman Watcher? Yeah, hell yeah, I watch the Ackman, absolutely. Yeah, he's mega rich. Exactly. Don't look on subreddits. Yeah. Anyway, it's not a surprise that kids are gonna sign up and want to join Stake and, you know, make some money. Because the thing is, kids like this, they want to go in and they want to make some money, right? And they see somebody, they watch a clip, they see a clip of some guy winning a bunch of money, and guess what? Well, they could do that too. All they have to do is get lucky. All they have to do is have something good happen, right? And so, yeah, why wouldn't they try to gamble? Why wouldn't they try to do that? Absolutely, it's guaranteed money. Yeah, it makes sense. So, as I said before, I also wanted to say I read this here, and streamers don't influence their young audiences. Kids definitely listen whenever you say don't gamble. A huge amounts of money is using money from the company because your audience is making them so much fucking money. Again, I don't know when LSF is going to let this go. Because the truth is that it doesn't matter how many highly voted Reddit posts. Oh, here it is. Get it twisted. Gamble. Please start gambling. Gambling is an investment and an investment only. You will profit. You will win. You will do all of that. You understand? You will become a billionaire and you will rebuild your fucking life. Oh my God. I love it, man. This is amazing. And nothing's gonna happen. Drama streamers are busy calling out other streamers instead of being calling out Twitch for allowing this. You know what fucking annoyed me about this? You know what fucking annoyed me about this shit? Is that I said this exact thing and people got mad at me for it. I said this exact fucking thing and they were mad at me. And that's what it was. You remember that? Yeah, I said that so fucking close, man. And I don't think that, listen, here's what my opinion is about the stake stuff and everything. I know this is a consistent conversation, is that it doesn't matter how many Reddit posts you make about it. It just doesn't matter. Like, nobody cares. Like, think about like how many Reddit posts are made about terrible practices in like different companies, and the companies keep doing the bad stuff. It's not going to make any difference. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to give people this ability to develop like a sense of moral consistency or anything like that. It's just not going to do a fucking thing. Nestle, Blizzard, yeah, they just don't give a fuck. It doesn't make a difference. But what does make a difference is if the rules change. So unless the rules change, nobody's going to stop gambling. Yeah, it's a benefit for Twitch too. Except before the gambling stuff, the government's responsible for allowing this. Everyone else is just following the rules. Yeah, that's just about right. I think Twitch could change the rules. Twitch could, theoretically, and this is the truth, Twitch could say no more gambling. And they could remove the slots category today. And they could say, if you stream slots, you're getting permabanned. And that's it. That's literally it. They could change that, and you don't need a government decision for this. They don't need anything, right? Yeah, slippery slope. You could make that argument, sure, but I'm not telling you that like this is what they should do. I'm saying this is what's possible. Like, yeah, this is what's possible. They could do this if they wanted to. And to be honest with you, that would get rid of the gambling. I mean, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would absolutely get rid of the gambling. And do you even want more censorship and stuff like that on Twitch? I love that I can search almost anything on YouTube. It depends, right? I think there's some positives and some negatives to it. To be honest, I am tired of trying to fight for causes and trying to, because people do this with me a lot, is like they will take something that I say and then they will try to turn me into some standard bearer for whatever they believe that I should be, the fucking promoter of or anything like this. I don't want to fucking make like a big statement about this. I don't want to be somebody's fucking messiah or martyr. I'm just talking about this. That's it. I'm tired of it. It's so exhausting to have people put you in that position all the time, man. It's annoying. It's a pyramid scheme on top of the pyramid. Yeah, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Twitch moving to channel point gambling. Twitch has more important things to worry about, like making sure empowered women can show their cleavage on stream. I don't think Twitch gives a fuck about either one of those, to be honest with you. I think that Twitch, this is what my assumption of the way Twitch looks at this. If nobody's complaining, then we don't care. That's all there is to it. And if nobody is getting mad or bad about this, like if advertisers aren't complaining, if nobody's getting upset, then it has literally nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter one way or another. They give streamers millions. How much they donate to Twitch? Yeah, I mean, who knows? I have no idea. They did. They remember. Do you not remember the WOM, the women fiasco? Oh, with the X instead of women. But like, that's not really a Twitch initiative that really matters, is it? I mean, they made a tweet where they said women and they put the X instead of an E. Like, I mean, I wouldn't really say that's necessarily like Twitch really making a big decision or like a big, like a big change to the platform. It's just a tweet, man. Like, who cares? Yeah, I thought it was fucking stupid. Everybody thought it was fucking stupid, and they came back and they apologized for it because it was fucking stupid. But at the same time, it's not really the same thing as actually changing, the way the website actually works fundamentally. Now, people remember that? There's a lot of dumb things that Twitch has done. It's not that hard to do, okay? People getting upset because of boobas, and nobody complains about people losing their life savings because of naivete. Well, I agree. Okay, I agree. I think that people get mad about stupid shit all the time, but that's just the way things go. Let me scroll down and make sure that I miss a few more of these. I don't miss a few more of these. Let's see. Every time Mr. Smeagol, I saw this before. And let's see this. Only in America? What's this?
Take a ride with Jack, a 13-year-old boy from Virginia, who just got his braces off and usually spends Saturday morning playing basketball with his friends.
Okay.
But he's also a young actor. And today, we hired him to help us make a point. We asked him to take a drive around town.
Okay.
With his mother, of course, since he's not nearly old enough to drive a car.
Says who? Man, me and Cody and Lowell, we were driving around at 12. 13? You already had a year of experience. What do you mean by that, bruh?
We pass shops where he isn't old enough to work the register.
Yeah?
Then we stop at the convenience store to see Jack try to buy beer. The cashier can't believe he even tried.
Literally, he looks like he's 12.
At the next store, Jack tries to buy cigarettes, with no luck.
I'm so sorry I can't sell you a cigarette.
Later, he strikes out trying to buy Racy magazine.
You have to be 18 or older.
All right, okay, thank you.
And then lottery tickets.
Can I get a couple scratch-offs?
How old are you? You got your ID?
13.
You what?
I'm 13.
You can't get no scratch off, babe.
Okay.
Aww.
All right, thank you.
It's laughable to everyone here.
That's too
That
bad.
we'd ever expose a 13-year-old to the dangers of a lottery ticket. But then we arrive here, at the gun show.
Is that the
shoot? Pretty good for you.
I'll take it.
Within minutes, the 13-year-old easily and legally bought a .22 caliber rifle from a private seller. And walked away with it.
There it is, boys. Hell yeah, brother. Hell fucking yeah, brother. That's crazy. And the thing is, like, that is fucking nuts. Like, let's be honest. Like, that's fucking nuts. And yeah, I can't believe this. I saw that there was this. I've got to find this. I put it on like my likes. I'll pull this up and talk about it a little bit here. And well, let's see. There's a few more of these. And then, oh yeah, some lady wrote an article that was negative about something. I was going to look at that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We found it. Let me go back over. We've got to get one more of these. And I'm not sure if this is the clip or the other one is. I'll find it in a second. Okay, there we go. All right, so we've got two individuals here, and this is about the shooting that recently happened. It's fake as fuck. Oh, so you think that the video that they did was fake? By the way, that's illegal. Federal law says you need a background check. Okay, so where's the accountability? You understand? Like, there's no real accountability for doing it. Like, yeah, I mean, I like whether you think that it is or it's not, let's assume that you need a background check. If you can just sell it to somebody like that and there's no checks and balances, people are just going to sell it to kids anyway because it's cheaper and you make money. Yeah, why would they not want to sell it? Because they're trying to make money with the guns. It makes sense, yeah. No check at private gun shows. Chatter's wrong. I have no idea. But I think that even if it does happen, it doesn't matter. All right, here we go. Let's watch. This is a senator here from Texas, actually. His name is Lion Ted. Let's see what Lion Ted's got to say here.
Tragedies like the events of this week are a mirror, forcing us to ask hard questions, demanding that we see where our culture is failing. Looking at broken families, absent fathers, declining church attendance, social media bullying, violent online content, desensitizing the act of murder in video games.
There it is.
Chronic isolation. Prescription drug and opioid abuse and their collective effects on the psyche of young Americans.
You see, like, that's true. He's right about this. Why not just add in better protections for buying guns? Like, why do you not just add in that one? Because if he had added that one in, everybody would be like, yeah, that's actually true. Great. You know, like, this is good to see. And it's so weird to me to see this. Anything but. Yeah, it's like the floor is, you know, creating any regulation. It's just nuts, man. Because the NRA is paying him. As I said, if it was up to me, I would make it to where taking any money from a political activist group like this and then just taking any money from them, period, not even being able to prove that it was acted upon. But if you simply take money from them, you are charged with treason. Whether it's lobbyists, a political activism, you know, a private group like the NRA or whatever, I would charge you with fucking treason or sedition. That's right. And I would do it immediately. It would, like, I'm amazed that people aren't out rioting in the streets asking for that right now. It's embarrassing, honestly. But I'm not doing it because you're not doing it. And you're not doing it because he's not doing it. And he's not doing it because I'm not doing it. And so that's kind of how they get you, right? So, like, let's go back and let's listen to what they say. Let's listen to this again, and we'll actually think about, like, how much of this is true and how much people like this, I think, just serve to divide people. Let's look at this. Treason has the highest penalty? It does, doesn't it?
Tragedies like the events of this week are a mirror, forcing us to ask hard questions.
So let's go back and look at it.
That we see where our culture is failing.
I mean, he's not completely wrong, right? I mean, obviously, culture does play a factor. Absolutely plays a factor. You'd be a fool to say otherwise. Saying that culture doesn't play a factor is the same, in my opinion, as saying that having better protections for, like, kids getting guns doesn't play a factor. You know, like, they're both as completely fucking ridiculous.
Looking at broken families.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of the people that are these shooters, they come from families that are not, they don't have, both parents, and there's a bunch of like problems in their household. This part is true. Absolutely.
Absent fathers.
Of course. I mean, that goes into broken families. I think it's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Declining church attendance, social...
I think that the declining church attendance part is stupid, but obviously what he's really saying is a moral decay, right? Is that there is no sense of like overarching morals that are governing principles in which society exists under. That's effectively what he's saying. And that, I think you could make an argument, sure, right? Yeah, sure. Obviously, like having more like moral relativism and things like that, where people don't care as much about things and there's no sense of morality in the culture. I think, yeah, that makes sense. It would make sense that would lead to more violence and things like that.
Media
lack of community,
bullying.
yeah. And also, like church, another factor here is church is a very strong community for a lot of people and a place where people find belonging. And the way that people like this can sometimes be like de-radicalized or talked off a cliff by, let's say, a preacher or rabbi or somebody like that. Sure.
Violent online content.
Wait, let me go back a little bit more.
Social media bullying.
Social media bullying. I agree with this. I think social media bullying is absolutely bad. And I think that, yeah, there probably would be kids that would maybe want to bring a gun to school or something like that based off of stuff like that happens. Like, and this is this is the kind of stuff. And I'm the reason I'm getting to this is that I want to show like how divisive these people are for literally no reason. That's all bullying? Yes. No. I'm not saying that like social media bullying is like the reason why, and like real bullying wasn't. No, I think both of them are bad. Yeah, all bullying. Yeah, 100%.
Violent online content. Desensitize.
Violent online content. Like World Star, for example, or something like that. Do you think that causes people to be violent? Do you think that causes people to be aggressive, like Live Leak? Like, for example, like watching an ISIS execution. Does watching an ISIS execution make you want to execute somebody? Probably not. Like, I don't really feel like there's much of a correlation here. I don't think so at all.
The act of murder in video games.
I don't think this is true. I don't think that normalizing murder in video games is the case. I think that there are a lot of things that people do in video games that they wouldn't do in real life. And I think for some people, that's a reason why they play video games, is it's a way for them to express themselves. This has been proven to be untrue by like a bunch of different people, in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, it's like, look, I think they even have a chart for it, right? So let's look at this here. Video game revenue, violent gun deaths per 10,000, 100,000 people. So this is clearly not, this is not the reason. Like, and this is the best thing about it. You know what's so great about this? Is it's a graph. And it's a graph, and it just fucking proves it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, it just simply fucking proves it, man. I love it. It's so great, man. And reading a book about murder doesn't mean promote killing. How is a video game not the same? I think that it's because Ted Cruz is like 60 years old. And who do you think is at the NRA convention? Other people that are 60 years old. That's it. Those are the people that's what they're doing. And so those people don't understand video games. You know, they watch The Big Bang Theory and they laugh whenever they make a stupid joke because they're like, that's like my son. He does all that computer stuff. I don't know how that stuff works anyway, you know? Like, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, let's continue. It's just like, it's evidently false.
Chronic isolation.
True. I think so. I think that a lot of the people that commit violence like this, many of them are chronically isolated. This is something that's actually true, for fucking sure. Yeah, it's not like this is. And what I'm saying about this is that, let me let him finish.
Prescription drug and opioid abuse and their
Has there ever been a bigger truth? I mean, really, has there ever been a bigger true? Abso-fucking-lutely, this is a factor. And especially about the prescription drug abuse. Yeah, 100%. And what's this here? A nice pause face? Yeah, sure. And absolutely prescription drugs play a factor. They fuck people up. 100%, man. And I'm not sure I understood the isolation part. Hard to study chronologically isolated people. The counter to that, though. But with the shooters, in relation to school shootings, my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, I'd have to research every single one of them, is that many of the people that committed shootings like this were on some sort of like prescription drugs that were used in one way or another to regulate their emotions or their mental state. Yeah, I think that there were a number of them that were like that. Yeah, SSRIs, yeah. It's fake information. Outcasts are more likely to radicalize. Yeah, I think so for sure. And they literally aren't. Let's see here. All are on antidepressants. Anything but guns is the issue. Uvalde wasn't a targeted school shooting. He was already fleeing police. I'm not sure. Then they vote against bills to help with all the issues. Kids take Adderall all over the world. Yeah, I think so. And Vox article took in suicide with guns as gun deaths. Well, I mean, yeah, I find that to be disingenuous as well. And, right, so it's the med fault, not the underlying mental illness? No. And this is, I think that this is what the problem is, right? Is with people like Ted Cruz and also like, and I want to show one more of these, and then I also want to show the Ethan clip, and then we're going to talk about kind of what I think the problem is with this in general, okay? Is that, like, let's say you disagree with me on the prescription drugs and, like, the, like prescription drug abuse and things like this, which I do think is a problem. I don't know how many people have had this. I remember this was a big conversation like maybe 5 or 10 years ago. I don't remember clearly what exactly was happening. So this is not a hill that I want to die on because I don't really remember it that well. But I think that there are some points that he brought up in here that are true, right? I would say so. Yes, they're true. And let's look at this. So here's another one.
Had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now. And I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay, we know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard, and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there. We're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out.
Cyber gaming, that's right.
Had money in the bank.
And you can't abuse SSRIs. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I do think that drug abuse is obviously a problem, and people that get isolated from culture can sometimes do that. I think it's simple. Like, these are obviously issues and obviously bad things. All points you brought up also happening in every other country. It doesn't have mass shootings every day. I'm not really sure about every single issue, etc. But, like, let me go back and I'm going to bring up another clip, and we're going to talk about that one too. And you see what I'm saying? For a large portion of firearm violence, the country committed by Democrat strongholds. And this is kind of what the problem is with the whole conversation. And I've got one more to go with. Let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it here? I'm looking to find... where's the video about fucking the Ethan video? I'm trying to see it. I don't know where it is. God fucking damn it. Okay, I want to find like a very simple video. Okay, all right, here we go. So this is another video here, and let's look at this.
So there was a big protest outside the NRA meeting, which was good. Do we have any insight into what they're actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas?
Yeah.
Someone should bomb that building. Mm-hmm. So there was a big protest outside that. Someone should bomb that building.
Yeah, so all of these are not helpful. These are, like, all of these things are not helpful. And it's insane to me that we have had the entire public discourse about every single important issue being hijacked by this.
Bomb that building.
And this.
Violent online content. Sensitizing the act of murder in video games.
This is nuts. Can't make a joke now? I don't know. I feel like that's not a joke that you should make. Yeah, like, let's assume that Ethan was joking. Let's assume that he was joking, and we'll give him the complete benefit of the doubt. I still don't think you should make that joke. I don't think so. I don't think that you should even make a joke. This is my opinion on these things, is I don't even think that you should joke around about inciting violence. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think, yeah, inciting any type of violence or anything like that, you should not make any joke about inciting violence. Hurricane, listen, unless you're watching fucking Jesse Ventura, hurricanes are not created by people. So that's a completely different fucking thing. Now here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you something, all right? See, you made a stupid comparison and you tried to do a gotcha. You're going to get banned for that. I'm sorry to say. That was a stupid thing to say, and you should not say that. I hate idiots that say stuff like that, thinking they're smart. That's an immediate permaban just for having a stupid opinion and trying to do like a little gotcha, like a hurricane. This is not what I'm saying. It had nothing to do with what I'm saying. Yeah, anybody that does that with a moron, yeah, I don't tolerate morons. Anybody that makes a... The one thing I hate about more than stupid people are stupid people that think that they're fucking smart. It's the most annoying and obnoxious thing. And which take on Forrest, it's not about him, right? All I'm really trying to say is this, right? Is that whenever you look at these kinds of people and you see the entire discourse around this as being completely, you support a Depp's joke about murdering and fucking corpses, but bombing joke is too far? Yes, it's completely different because one is being expressed to the public and the other one is being expressed in private. If Ethan had a text message that was found that he said that, I would be completely okay with it. I would not really care. Now, I'm not going to ban you for that because that one is, I can see how this would kind of, like, if you lack nuance, it's hard to, like, I could see that happen. People don't get out argue against opinions. They try and flank your opinion on a related topic that paints you badly. Yeah, because they don't know what to say. How is that different? Care to elaborate? Because it does not create actionable words that people can use on a large scale. So, like, what I mean by that is that there are people who are going to perceive this in a way that is legitimate. Does that make sense? So, like, for example, whenever you say something to an audience, it's much different than if you say something to a friend. Because you already have an established relationship, a rapport with that person. They understand what the joke is, or maybe they don't. But either way, and like, let's say that person goes on a fucking rampage, and they do a bunch of really bad stuff. And then they find the logs, and you said this to them, well then, yeah, maybe you would be liable for that, absolutely. But I think saying something to an audience of thousands of people is completely different than saying something to an audience of, a private conversation. Like, I do think that, like, in a very, very, like, almost absolute way, private conversations are immune to, like, any sort of, like, private conversations and, like, things like this are immune to any sort of criticism like this, but public comics like this are not. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, private words of Depp gone public eventually. Yeah, exactly. And you're watching out of context. Ethan said to bomb it with love, immediately said it was a joke and apologized after. Helps to know what you're arguing about. So he said bomb it with love. Let me see. Let's see. Where's the video? Yeah, let's see. Let's see for ourselves. Yeah, let's see. Where is it? Is this the that's not it, is it? What's the shirt he's wearing? Looks like it's like a tie-dye shirt. What's this here? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Just a homepage for Twitter. I don't think that's it. Where is it? He removed that part of the video? Oh shit. Ethan bomb. I'm just gonna say this. I'll filter it for this week. Let's see if I can find a larger clip.
So there was a big protest outside the NRA meeting.
How long is this?
So there was a big protest
I don't know how this
outside
works.
the NRA meeting. Good. Do we have any insight into what they're actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas?
Yeah.
Someone should bomb that building. So there was a big...
Yeah, so they cut it immediately after. So, like, I don't really know what happened. That's the problem. Like I want to know, but scroll down. Sure. Where can I find the video about it? Last podcast. Retracted only because he got called out by his producer, saying it's already bad enough. YouTube Shorts are the dumbest thing I've done. Poor choice of words, saying it's a joke after doesn't excuse it all. It's some serious shit. I think that if you immediately say it's a joke afterwards, it's still bad and you shouldn't say stuff like that. But I do think that's different. I'm not saying it's like the third one. Okay, it's just this one here. Is it this one right here? I just want to double check. Next one? That's the fourth one, though. That's the fourth one. It's just a joke, bro. Yeah, I have no idea. Shorts video or shorts in there. Yeah, I feel like sentence came to an end and he concluded. It's a shitty dark joke. Okay, fourth, fifth. Okay. All right, let's actually watch this one. And if this isn't it, we're just not going to go any farther.
All right, so I made a really big...
Someone should bomb that building.
Yeah, so don't do that, okay? Do not check Twitter before you...
This is nothing. Yeah, this is nothing. I literally, who cares? I think it's a big deal. I actually think this is a big deal, and it's not about Ethan saying it. That's not what the big deal is. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it was like, I mean, best case scenario, it was just stupid to say. Like, under Keemstar video 136. Yeah, what is this here? Mass shootings only happen in the U.S. I'm not about that right now. Check John. I swear to fucking God, if I have to use Keemstar as a source, are you fucking kidding me? Am I about to use Keemstar as a source? Does he actually have the information? No fucking way. No fucking way he actually has it. Does he really have the full clip and the full context? Like, does he actually have it, or is it going to get cut again? I want you guys to tell me right now. Yeah, well, let me see this. What's the rest of this? Oh, fuck. No, ban that kid? Okay, alright. Yeah, it's never... I have a streamable link for 30 seconds. Can anybody link it to me on Twitter, maybe? And that way I can find it. Okay, there we go. Somebody actually did link it to me. Let's find it right here. Here we go.
Texas. Someone should bomb that building.
Thank God.
Okay,
don't.
I'll roll that back.
Roll that back immediately.
Everything but violence.
Just rewind time.
Let me...
We cut back.
I got a little carried away there.
Oh, I don't know.
The building. All right, I take that back. Thank you. I took it a little.
No.
I got a little passionate there. Let's roll it back.
How do we go back in time?
Rewind time. Yeah, let's protest that building. Let's bomb.
There's no shot. Like, he obviously meant it. He obviously meant it. Like, yeah, he obviously fucking meant it. Because he says, I'll take that back. He didn't say that was a joke. He says, it'll take that back. Yeah, I got a little bit carried away. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, man. He made a joke, like, bomb it with love. Where's with love? Yeah, I didn't hear that at all. Yeah, what is this here? Let me see and double check here. Okay. Roll with context. Sounds like a joke to me, bro. So you guys think that it's a joke. Okay.
With emotional protest.
A love bomb.
In Minecraft.
It's so obviously disingenuous. This is so obviously disingenuous. It's very obvious that he actually meant to say bomb it. He clearly said that, and that's why he added in a video game as well. This is something that people say all the time as like a get out of jail free card. People have done this before. Like it's disingenuous to say that that's what he entirely meant. He clearly meant to bomb the building. That's what he said, and then he walked it back and he said not to. Like obviously he did everything he should have done afterwards, but it's not probably the right thing to say. The point is they don't actually want people to actually die. Wait a second. I doubt it's a joke. You're way overthinking it. You're overreacting a bit. I mean, you're being, what's this here? It's just like, you're being obvious, you were obviously disingenuous. You literally made a statement in a manner that could be rash, but then corrected it. Okay, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's good, yeah. And I'm glad that he did that, absolutely. All I'm saying, like, yeah, am I getting gaslighted here? I'm confused. I mean, listen. Here's what my opinion is. I'm going to make it very, very clear, all right? Because some people are getting in their feelings about this. I like Ethan. I've talked to Ethan before. He should not have said this. This is a bad thing to say. I don't think he meant it as a joke. I don't think so. Because of what he said afterwards. He said, oh, I'll walk that back. I got too carried away. He didn't say it was a joke. He said he'd walk that back. I'm not going to get gaslighted into saying, oh, it's a joke or whatever. No, that's clearly not what he said. That's not what he implied. That had nothing to do with it. His tone of voice did not indicate that. There is nothing at all that indicated that it was a joke. In any facility at all, period. And the only time he walked it back is after he talked to the producer that said not to do that. And because here's the truth, is that he probably actually thinks this, but he realized that he shouldn't have said it, which is true. He should not have said that. And then he walked it back. He's like, wait a minute, that's too far. I went too far. I shouldn't have said that. Which is like, okay, all right, that's fine. But what my point is here, and but he took the statement back. It doesn't matter what he thinks. I feel so fucking stupid. They're gaslight God. So what you're saying, they're going to argue contrary? Yeah, give me a second. Let me see. I'll put it on sub mode because it's just people are just popping off about this. It's just crazy. Like, am I wrong about this, guys? Like, I feel like this is just. Yeah, does anybody actually have like real actual argument about why this is wrong? Like, I don't think that I'm wrong at all. Yeah, I don't think that I am like beyond a shadow of a doubt confident about this. But I will listen to what somebody said, right? He spoke too rashly and took it back. Big deal. That's fair. That's fair. You can say that. Sure. I think that's fair. I said something in a moment of passion, realized it was horrible in context, walked it back, but his animosity towards those people was genuine. I don't think he really wanted them to die. I think saying something extremely emotional in the moment wasn't meant to be a joke, though. That's the fairest. You know what? That's the fairest way to say it. I agree with you. And I think that, yeah, I think that's actually the fairest way to say it. And what's this here? Bro, it's not that deep. Yeah, it is. I think it is. Because I think in a world where people are constantly gaslighted and told that what's directly in front of them isn't there, they can't see what's in plain sight, that you can see this and hear this with your own eyes and your own ears, and you're supposed to pretend like it's something else and accept the reality of another person. I think that's ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely fucking not, man. And it's hard to take moral high ground with comments like that, even in a moment of anger. He also told people to go to Ted Cruz's house with guns. I don't know about that. That's too much. And it is because you're talking about taking human lives. Yeah, it's a bit much. Johnny Depp's dark humor. How can so many people be so stupid? How can you be so stupid? I don't understand. It's just so shocking to me. How can they compare those? Yeah, it's disturbing. It is genuinely disturbing to see this happen. Wow. And subsection needs some spur cleaning. Yeah, people are stupid. The more you realize, the better. Yeah, listen. No matter you get passionate or not, he still says he's a public figure. Yeah, I mean, here's what my point is with all of this, right? Is that, and I think that our conversation here shows a bit of evidence for it. And words have meaning. Someone could have took that seriously. I like Ethan, but laughing it off sucks. Yeah, exactly. I think that what the problem is this, is that you have people, and this is what we are guilty of that right now. And I want to, and that's the point that I'm making with like all of these different posts, the Ted Cruz post, the Ethan post, this clown, all of this stuff, right? Is that all of the time, everything what people are doing is they are focusing on the most extreme and the most pronounced and the worst things possible. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is retraction the statement and let it immediately slip? Yeah, I think that, like, in context, all right, here's the verdict, okay? I think that he meant it. He walked it back. It's still really bad, but he did everything right afterwards to pretty much negate it. I think that's the verdict. I think he did mean it. I think he walked it back and he did as much as he could have done afterwards. Yeah, I think that's as fair as you can say. Yeah, that's totally fair. Holding a streamer and actor to the same standard as an elected official. It's not about that. It has nothing to do with like whether it's an official or not. It's like what people are talking about. And what I'm saying is that like extreme opinions like this and like Ted Cruz, etc., right? This kind of nutso stuff. This is the stuff that dominates the conversation at the expense of things like actual conversations about what type of like rules do people really want to see and what type of things would actually solve this problem. And you take somebody like Ted Cruz who can say 7 things, 5 of them are right, 1 of them's dumb, 1 of them's really dumb, and then people only focus on the dumb one, and nobody ever finds a point of similarity. People never work together, and it's all about finding out and owning somebody like Ethan, right? And that's why I wanted to talk about it, right? It's like, obviously this is bad to say, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. This is what the conversation is about. It's not about whether, you know, the guns are a bad thing or not. It's not about whether, you know, how to get like better mental health for people that are crazy and on the line or over the line even. No, it's about fucking some stupid comment like this, which it was fucking stupid to say that. It seems like he meant it, but again, he walked it back. It is what it is, right? It's not as bad as I thought it was. And I think also, like, how bad is it? How many views does this video have? How many views does this video have? It's got 1 million views, right? And this video has 24,000 views. You're wrong. Check his latest tweet. He's not sorry. I didn't expect him to be sorry. I expected him to walk back the statement and not actually stand behind it. I think that he believes it. I never said that I didn't think he believed it. Yeah. Netflix around Johnny Depp movies and suggest movie 5 days for me. Even Netflix is jumping on a bandwagon. I don't know. That's why you can't joke like that. I'll tell you one thing. Like, there are a lot of jokes that I don't say on my stream because of this, right? I try to kind of tone it down and stay away from that stuff. Greg Abbott cut mental health services by $211 million. What's your point? Was trying to be provocative and provide shock value for his audience. I don't think he actually meant it. It's just being radical for clicks. Well, regardless of what that is, I think that what happens is that comments like this are the comments that take this is what people are talking about, right? Entertainment trending. Ethan Klein is trending. Not background checks. Background checks is not trending. It's Ethan Klein that's trending because he said something and everybody's up in a frenzy to determine whether he meant it or not. Now, yeah, obviously I have my opinion about it, sure, and that's what I think, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what Ethan says or what he doesn't say, or what Ted Cruz says or what he doesn't say. What matters is that people in mass are unable to even talk about issues because they're so fixated on trying to own each other, right? Trying to fucking come up, oh, what if he said this or he said that? It's just so fucking annoying for me to read this stuff, man. It's a normal thing for oh my God. Listen, I gotta be honest. Absolutely no nuance, just more gotchas. Yeah, it's very clearly. Senator with actual legislative power, doesn't matter what the fuck, Asmon? Of course Ted Cruz doesn't matter. Of course it makes no fucking difference. What's he gonna do? Like, you've got to have a bunch of other people doing it. And also, people elect Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz has no real power. The people have the power. They can vote him out. And the thing is, they're not going to vote him out because they're too fixated on, like, these little dumb things to actually look at the things that they did wrong. Yeah, exactly. Don't think you're wrong. He may have gotten demonstrative, said something bad and backpedaled. No, it's real, though. It's Republicans against background checks. I mean, call a spade a spade. I think this is what the issue is, right? Is that with things like the shooting, etc., you have the two issues, and you have these extreme positions. It's either you arm elementary school teachers, or you take away all of the guns. Those are the two positions that you can have. You either take away all of the guns, or you give the kindergarten teacher an AR-15. That's it. And I'm tired of this. I'm just fucking tired of it, man. Am I the only person? I see this every fucking day. And it's these nutballs that are controlling the conversation, going to these extreme fucking lengths, and then everybody takes the fucking bait, which to be fair, we did too, and then the original video gets 1 million views. Luckily, somebody was able to correct me and give me more information, and we looked at what the context was. It does make it a lot different, although it's still bad, but look at the difference. Look at the amount of people that got fed not necessarily misinformation, but misleading information, 1 million. And look at the amount of people that got fed and listened to the actual fucking context of the statement, 24,000. That's a fucking problem. That is a huge fucking problem, man. And then if you go on YouTube and you try to find any videos about this, a lot of them cut right after he says this. Why are they cutting right after he says this? It's very simple. It's because that creates the biggest... Fugati, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. To be fair, Keemstar put the whole clip on Drama Alert. Isn't that a fucking shame? Keemstar is the only person here that had enough journalistic integrity to actually provide the context. I can't fucking believe it. But all of these people are circulating around these clips and things like this, and they're not talking about the ideas. They're not talking about the problems with guns. They're taking videos, and I think a video, in my opinion, a video like this is really fucking like this really fucking, I'm trying to think of like the way to say it. This really goes to show. Like, look at this. It's right there. Yeah, it's right fucking there. Gaslighting? Whoa, did I just say something offensive? Exactly. Got chats full of brain deads. I want to say that also, issue is dogma and tribalism. I hate it all. Yeah, difference between the original video and the added context video. That he walked back the statement and he said he didn't mean it. That's clearly what the context is, obviously. That video is fake or illegal. Okay, let me ask you a question. So, in the case of things like a private gun show or a private gun sale or something like that, whenever there's like a very high chance of something illegal occurring, and there's a financial benefit for that illegal thing to occur, maybe the problem is with the thing. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is so like, let's assume that we are going to assume that it's illegal, okay? Because I think that I can even argue that it's still bad even if it's illegal. Because what happens here is that you create what have I always said about profit incentives? Is that if you give somebody a way to make money off of something, they will do it whether it's illegal or not. Whether that's writing stupid things off their taxes, whether that's speeding a little bit over the speed limit, or whether that's selling a gun to a 13-year-old at a gun show where there's no sort of real transaction and there's no accountability for it. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's only illegal if you get caught. Exactly. And so these people have a vested financial interest in doing something illegal. They can do something illegal and make money from it. Do you see my point? They're supposed to fill out forms at the gun show, but some people don't because of cash. Isn't that convenient? Yeah, isn't that fucking convenient? His parents with him? His parent was with him in all the other cases whenever they wouldn't sell him alcohol too. So how does that make any sense? And this is kind of what the problem is here, is that a lot of people try to... A lot of people, like, do you guys want me to, like, because I can look up and figure this out, whether it's actually illegal or not. Because, you know what this reminds me of a lot? Is Lost Ark. Do you remember back whenever we first started playing Lost Ark, and I'm like, you know, how do you get your boat? And I get 7 different answers. And nobody knows how to get the boat, really. Like, nobody has any fucking idea. But everybody is so sure about their idea for getting the boat. Or like, oh, you have to hold down Alt to separate these. So it's like, well, it doesn't work that way. Yes, it does. Try it, try it, try it. You have to try it. Chat spamming, try it. And then I tried it, doesn't work. Yeah, it's just nuts, man. You have this culture of debating everything mixed with the culture of not accepting defeat. You can see how this is a recipe for misunderstanding and miscommunication. No one wants to concede a thought. They would rather dig in than concede and work out a resolution. That's, I think, what the fundamental problem is. Like, I would love to talk to Ted Cruz. I would. And just ask him, like, why, like, how many video games have you played? Like, can I tweet at Ted Cruz? Can I DM him? No, I can't DM Ted Cruz. That's probably not going to happen. And Tetris, he plays WoW. Ted Cruz on Allcraft. Yeah, I wish I could. That would be great. Ted Cruz would 100% sit down with you if you're big enough. Maybe. Gun laws are different in each state, so all these people could be right technically. You can't talk to people like Ted Cruz. You talk to their talking points. Well, I would want people to, in my opinion, if I had to ask Ted Cruz anything, I would ask him this. Please defend not having, more extensive background checks and, more type of information like waiting periods for guns without using the words Democrats or the left. Do that. And you know what? I will actually take it a little bit more seriously because I think that the entire thing about it is completely reactionary. That's all it is. It's like, yeah, it's completely reactionary. And you just say Second Amendment. Has nothing to do with it. That's nothing to do with it. There's always been rules for that. Yeah, he's your government. You can contact him and he'll listen to you. He'll just say Second Amendment. I mean, there's clearly got to be nuance with it, right? I mean, there's obviously nuance with it because you can't have a 50 caliber machine gun. So there's obviously nuance to the Second Amendment, or you'd be able to have any gun you want. So you can't just say, oh, Second Amendment, that's it, because that's not what it is. I can do that. Background checks, it's great gun registry. I don't trust the government to have that information. Sure. I know there's a lot of people that think that way. But all I'm really trying to get at is that the entire conversation is being dominated by people that are extreme radicals, and nobody is actually talking about any sort of real thinking about this. They're not talking about the issue itself. They're trying to polarize each other onto these opposite issues. I think that's what the issue is. And then also, and I read these comments a lot in chat, and this is something that I see a lot, is that people talk about this stuff, and it's not really about, they don't realize that they're not really on a different side of other people with this stuff. And they're so polarized and like hyped up with media and shit that they never get the opportunity to just sit down and think for themselves. That's it. Wait, you're in Texas? Can you show us sending letter to representatives? I don't know if that would really do anything, man. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't think so. If your kid didn't get affected, it doesn't matter. I think there's a way a lot of people think that way. Yeah, sure. You can actually have a 50 caliber machine gun. You just have to pay a fee. Well, you also, not only do you have to pay a fee, but you also have to be, like, they have to let you do that, is what I'm saying, right? And so, like, if they can let you do something, that's clearly not an amendment. Yeah, like, you don't have to, like, have like, a fucking a fee or something like that. You don't have to pay or get an approval to be able to speak about something, for example. Let me read this here. Americans saying guns being taken away as extreme is a problem. This is something I've always supported. I think you should be able to own a handgun for self-defense at home. I think so, and I'm not saying you should be able to have a fucking automatic machine gun or something like that, but I think you should be able to own a handgun for self-defense at home. And if somebody disagrees with me on that, that's fine. Or a shotgun or something like that, yeah. Like, I'm not talking about like a military grade, AK-47, but I'm talking about just a handgun for self-defense at home. I think that realistically, police cannot always protect you. You can't always protect yourself unless you have a gun. It's called the Great Equalizer for a reason. And I think there's a lot of people that can't defend themselves, whether they're disabled, women, smaller in stature, or whether they get invaded by like 3 people and not just one. It's unrealistic to expect somebody to do that, and I don't want to take people's ability to protect themselves away from them. So yes, that's what my opinion is on having guns. Everything outside of that, though, I think is kind of open for debate. Yeah, I think so. And I think that most people probably think that way. Uvalde, biggest cowards? Yeah, for sure. And military grades farce. 99% of civilian firearms are better. Agreed? Yeah, for sure. I can't imagine a world where my daughter couldn't defend herself. Yeah, I just, that's what my perspective is. And legalize booby trapping your home. Oh, have like a bomb at the door. That's a good idea. And Lamal, you get robbed by a gun, you die. You get robbed by unarmed. Even if you're weaker, you don't die. So the only time that people die is if they get robbed with a gun. They can't be killed by anything without a gun. People get the shit beat out of them all the time. That's like you have a knife. There's like plenty of stuff too. Yeah, I mean the rest of the world disagrees. Yeah, like again, it's just I don't know. I just think it's so crazy to me, man. It is. Why not just use a stun gun or some shit? I think that also the truth is, like, if you break into somebody's house and they shoot you, I think you forfeited your life. The moment that you invade another person's home, you have, in my mind, forfeited your life. And I don't care if they kill you. I don't care. I don't care why you're doing it. I don't care what the reason is for it. I don't care like, oh, we never did anything else wrong before that. I don't care if you're younger. I don't care if you're 16. If they shoot you, you're breaking into somebody's house. You knew that shit was wrong. That's too fucking bad. And that's just the honest truth. Don't fucking break into people's houses. You're not gonna have that problem if you don't break into people's houses. Only in Texas though? Yeah, and you're goddamn right. And so, yeah, rest of the world is good police force, so people don't need guns to defend themselves. I don't really know about that. I feel like a lot of people, like, there's crime all over the world. I mean, I don't necessarily know that. I think also, like, a big problem is that people view America as a first world country. This is not really true. Parts of America, and a good amount of America, is a first world country. But many of the places, especially the places where there's a lot of crime, these are not first world country areas. This is horrible. Like, yeah, these places are shitholes, man. Yeah, it's like, I remember, where was it? I think it was like Trevor Noah on his first day on the Daily Show went and he showed some pictures of like terrible places because people thought they were in Africa. And it turned out that it was actually like in, you know, San Francisco or someplace in California or Detroit or something like that. Yeah, it's very, very common. Remember that? Yeah. I mean, I believe the Glink latest video, what's this here? Shows that? Yeah, I think so. Personally, you can't have all guns here without guns being legal. Why do you think Gun Chaser as its name? I have no idea. But like what I'm trying to get at here is this. It's that whenever you talk about America being a first world country and comparing it to first world countries, I find that to be disingenuous because America has such a massive discrepancy and disparity between different cultures and like different places in the country. Like the way it is in Detroit is a lot different than the way it is in San Francisco, which is different than Portland, which is different than Miami, which is different than like Mississippi. And some of these places, yeah, it's highly stratified. And I think that a lot of the gun violence occurs in those lower stratospheres. Absolutely. And what first and third world countries realized how we allied during Cold War. It's on a star rating. That's nice. Is that a very good technical argument that nobody cares about? Yeah, it makes no difference. I don't care about your technical argument. I care about what the general understanding of the meaning is. Does that make sense? The amount of irrational individuals in chat is unreal. Well, it's because people can't think about things without getting emotional about them. Like, for example, if I was wrong about one of these things, like people said I was wrong about like the drugs, like people being on drugs, I'm like, well, I'll have to research it and find it out for myself. Like, I don't know this. I remember reading this. I remember hearing this. But like, what do I remember? Like, really? How many of these people actually were there? I'd have to look into it and see. People don't really care because they just get emotional about things. Like, in my opinion, I've always said this, and this is a 20 Kids Guide. Why wouldn't people be emotional? There are people that die every day constantly. Like, people get killed all the time. It happens every single fucking day, man. You have to think beyond that. You have to think logically. You have to make good decisions. You can't use your emotions to make decisions. That's not the way it works. Yeah, every second. Yeah, that's the way it goes. It's just suddenly a bit numb more times than it happens recently. Yeah, exactly. Like, and this is this has always been my opinion on things, is that I do truly believe that emotional thinking is weaker and a lower grade of thinking than logical thinking. I think that if people think with their emotions and they don't think logically and rationally, I think this is a lower form of thinking that I, to be honest with you, don't take seriously at all. I have no respect for it. I don't like listening to it. I don't want to hear it, and I don't care. That's all there is to it. So whenever I hear an argument and it seems like it's an emotional argument, I just immediately stop thinking that way. We've been making good decisions. Could be murdered. It only happens here. It's not emotional. It's logic. How have we been making good decisions? Well, would we be having this conversation if we were making good decisions? Yeah. Why would we be having this? Why would I be talking about this on my stream? Like, just by the nature of this conversation implies that there's no good decisions. Yeah, it's just crazy. Logic is the only thing that we have whenever we're hit emotionally. I agree with you. Yeah, exactly. It's emotional and common sense at the same time. Well, I think there is a certain amount of common sense, but I think most common sense is logical. I feel like the people die every day line downplays the weight of the event and the discourse around it. It only downplays the weight of the event and the discourse around it if you're trying to intentionally misinterpret what I'm saying as if I don't care that kids got killed in a school shooting. Is that really what you think? That I don't think this is a big deal? Obviously, it's a big deal. And if somebody legitimately thinks that about me, then I'm not going to try to convince them otherwise, because this person has clearly already made up their mind. This is an illogical conclusion. It is not something that I've ever fucking said. It has nothing to do with what I said. So by the nature of me trying to address the argument that I somehow don't care about kids getting killed in a school shooting, I grant some degree of brevity and levity to that argument by considering it worthy enough to be debated upon. It's not even worthy enough to be debated upon because it's fucking ridiculous. Of course I didn't mean that. There's no way I meant that. Obviously not. So I'm not even going to try to argue otherwise. If you think that, you're fucking crazy. That's it. And let's see here. And you see the shit about the cop killed in the Buffalo shooting. You just fucking invented a truck that starts runs on water. Please YouTube it. That sounds like a conspiracy. I don't want to deal with that. Just because people die every day doesn't mean you should overlook the problems presented. I never said that. Yeah, I never said that. How would you be able to defend people having handguns while being emotional all the time? It seems to me like a necessary force multiplier. People are already killing themselves normally. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think that people do have a right to defend themselves. That's about why. And I don't think it's something that's, it's not a black and white issue. Any sort of, like, let me give you a very simple answer, right? A very simple, like, thought experiment, okay? How many people die every year from auto accidents? But let's see, like, I don't know, probably like 100,000, a couple 100,000, somewhere around there, right? Like, yeah, a lot. 5 people? Yeah, a lot of people die. If you took the speed limit in every single place in the entire country and you lowered it by 5 miles an hour, I can almost guarantee you that that would lower the amount of deaths from driving. Like, I can guarantee you that. Like 100 fucking %. Look at 250K? Yeah. Absolutely not. No. So you think that people driving faster? No, it wouldn't. It probably would increase it. So let me get this straight. People in chat. Oh my god. Of course it would. Yeah, of fucking course it would. Because there's the lethal force. If less people are driving, oh my god. Faster equals safe. Like oh my god, I love this. I love this. What are the arguments? Chat, deaths, not accidents? Probably both. Yeah, and anyway, so what I'm saying is, like, obviously, any rational, reasonable person would come to the conclusion that if you lowered the speed limits by 10 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour, everywhere, the overall deaths from automobile accidents would probably go down. This is just what it would be. And, I think that to a certain degree, you have to understand that, like, by giving people the ability to do certain things, like drive their own cars, etc., and this will be an issue in the future, right? I think this will be, that being able to drive your own car will be, I think in like 30 or 40 years, this will be an issue that will be voted upon. Does an individual have the right to drive their own car in an automated society? And I don't really know what's going to happen then. I have no idea. You can't know. But I do think that it will be a conversation point. Let's see here. Look at the... look up accidents and death occurred by road accidents in Germany versus USA. So because Germany has, so does Germany not have any speed limits anywhere? So Germany has like no speed limits. They do. Oh, so they do. Oh, well, I thought that. Not on the highway, on some highways. So some roads don't. So because some roads don't have speed limits, what's the population of people that live in Germany versus the United States? Like, it's just so stupid. It's so absolutely fucking stupid. 80 million. Yeah, the U.S. has like 3 times as many, 4 times as many people that live there. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Literally only on one highway the chat is coping. Yeah, it's just nuts, man. Oh my god. As when they're proportional statistics, I'd have to look and see for myself. They have no limit on highways. Italy's the same. Yeah, listen. I'm not going to accept the rationale that driving faster and not having speed limits is going to decrease the deaths of people driving. Like, I'm sorry. This is just, like, you're not going to fucking gaslight me into thinking this. This is not going to happen. This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. So, yeah, it's just fucking stupid. And, listen, why not? Pepega, why not? Why not? Yeah. And, let me see here. Most accidents happen in cities anyway. You're right. That's actually true. I think you're right. And only in certain places, the Autobahn doesn't have speed limits. I've lived in Germany for 3 years. They're intentionally lying to prove a point. Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm not taking it seriously. And anyway, I do hope that, you know, people like this and like comments like this and stuff like this is more or less like universally just like pushed away and gotten rid of. And at the same time, I hope that people talk about like more issues that I think people can have common ground with. Because I think that a lot of people would have common ground on issues like the gun thing, right? Like if there was like a defined way that people understood this right here. Look at this. We'll look at it again.
13.
You what?
I'm 13.
You can't get no scratch on me.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It's laughable to everyone here. The idea that we'd ever expose a 13-year-old to the dangers of a lottery ticket. But then we arrive here at the gun show.
It should shoot pretty good for you.
I'll take it.
Within minutes, the 13-year-old easily and legally bought a .22 caliber rifle from a private
Yolanda, thanks for
seller
10 subs. Appreciate it.
and walked
Thank
away
you very
with
much. Ain't that crazy, boys? Ain't that fucking crazy? Wow. And edited and dishonest. Hell yeah, brother. You're right. It's fake. That's fake. Fake, bro. Here's the problem with it, right? Is that all of these guys that go to these gun shows, they're there to sell guns. Like, this is their job. This is what they do for a living. So they make money whenever they sell a gun. So because they make money whenever they sell a gun, it's in their best interest to ignore rules because it makes them money to ignore the rules. Right? I mean, that's the way things go. And the more unregulated something is, the more rules people ignore. It's just that simple. Exactly. And so, like, whenever you create a situation, right? Whenever you create a situation in which people can be dishonest and profit off of it, you're going to have people that are dishonest and profit off of it. It's that simple. The video doesn't really work because if he went to a boot sale and someone was selling cigarettes, it's likely he'd be able to buy them underage too. Buying cigarettes underage, I think that's a fair comparison, but I don't think this is the same as like buying something out of like a, this isn't the same as like buying a, buying weed in a back alley. I don't find this to be comparable because this is done in plain sight. It's advertised to the public in many cases. I've been to these. Like my dad and I have been to shows like this before. I've seen them. I've been here myself. And you can't shoot cigarettes. Well, I mean, I think that cigarettes do damage people. They kill people, and they also kill people around them with secondhand smoke. Absolutely. Can you kill 19 kids with a cigarette? No, you can kill millions, and that's why they outlawed flavored cigarettes. Listen, I understand that you try to use these like little smart, oh fucking whatever. I am. Like you're not gonna get me with one of these. Just stop trying. It's annoying. Yeah, chat's to them. Yeah, I know, man. Can't compare them. What the fuck, Asmon? Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Like, it's just so, it's so surprising. The Art Social Culture saying cigarettes are good for you. Also, cigarettes and guns are a stupid thing to compare. There used to be. You don't Oh my god. How quickly people forget. And how much they don't know. Like, this is... Man. Oh, wow. Losing its Sunlock? No, it's just, it's very surprising because, like, I guess a lot of people just don't know this stuff. Yeah, like, cigarettes were, like, super fucking popular. Like, everybody popular smoked cigarettes. Like, everybody cool smoked cigarettes. Like, back at whenever boomers were zoomers, cigarettes were cool. And they were not just cool, they were what you did. Like, everybody cool smoked. Like, that's just what they do. Doctors recommended them. Yeah. Let me see if I can get... is there a video I can find a doctor recommending cigarettes? Doctor... Let me see if I can find one. One of the old, Here we go. Guys, keep it in mind.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'd find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him. Time out for many men of medicine usually means just long enough to enjoy a cigarette. And because they know what a pleasure it is to smoke a mild, good-tasting cigarette, they're particular about the brand they choose. In a repeated national survey, doctors in all branches of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country were asked,
"This is on television.
What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" Once again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why not change to Camels for the next 30 days and see what a difference it makes in your smoking enjoyment? See how Camels agree with your throat. See how mild and good tasting a cigarette can be.
There you go. So, you got doctors smoking cigarettes right there in the office. That's what I said, with your throat, yeah. And that's what is propaganda, you can hear it. Yeah, cigarette ads to pregnant women, yeah. So to say that, like, oh no, that's not how it was, bro, we got the tapes. We got the motherfucking tapes, man. And that's what it is. Big Tobacco was the NRA of those times. They just paid everyone off. Not only did they pay everyone off, but they paid for studies showing that that cigarettes weren't causing these kinds of things. Cigarettes going to get power to bullied, unparented piece of shit, kill 20 people in a day. Why are you not... Like, is it impossible for people to grasp anything more than a direct comparison? This is an abstract analogy. This is not a direct comparison. But why is it so hard? I don't think that I'm being unreasonable here. The cigarette examples actually prove how harder legislation is possible and how culture can change. Exactly. Yes, and that's my point that I'm making. And it's just crazy, man. Why are you so pro-gun? I'm not pro-gun. I'm not. Like, that's not what I said. I don't think that being pro-gun, having a handgun to defend yourself in your own home is being pro-gun. Whenever I think of somebody who's pro-gun, these are people who want to have, like, fucking machine guns and shit. Yeah, I don't think so at all. And let's see here. Is people arguing with you, Smoke? I know, man. And listen, I've said before that a lot of people can get mad about this kind of stuff and, like, try to twist what I'm saying into, like, different ways, etc. It doesn't, the fact you spend so much time arguing it's World Tech Strangers, really what's crazier, stream used to have gaming content. Yeah, and the stream was not as entertaining back then. Like, I like talking about this kind of stuff, and it actually, like, it doesn't really bother me whenever people disagree with me about this stuff, because I just think they're stupid. It doesn't emotionally affect me because I don't take their opinions seriously. That's honestly, that's really the truth. Like, I read it and I'm like, this is fucking stupid. I can't believe somebody believes this. You know, that's about it. Yeah, so it doesn't bother me or drain me or stress me out at all. Yeah, I agree. Everyone, impact one person buying cigarettes has less potential for harm than with guns. It makes the comparison stronger. Why should guns be allowed for purchase for kids whenever we ban a less dangerous product? All I'm saying is that both of these things are very bad, and one of them was legislated against, and they had, you know, like, good restrictions on it. And I think that really the point is with, like, videos like this one here, is that there is probably an element of truth to what everybody is saying. But there's only one actual reality. And in my opinion, I think that you can't look at the actual reality unless you can understand the way that people behave. And if you can't understand the way people behave, you're always going to misjudge future situations because you're basing it off of an idea that's not real. So, for example, whenever I say that whenever you create a situation that it is financially lucrative to misrepresent things, even if they are illegal, the chances of getting arrested are super low or getting in trouble are super low, then I say that because of that, people will skirt around or ignore or find loopholes in the rules to make money. I think that this is just common sense. And every time that you create a situation like that, you will have the exact same result. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, do you see kind of what I'm saying here? Is it like, yes, you will get the same result. It doesn't matter if it's like, and this is what happened with smoking weed, for example. It is like, it was very hard to catch people for smoking weed. It was very hard to like stop people smoking weed. People liked smoking weed, etc. People could make money off of it. And the government eventually just gave up. They just gave up trying to stop people from smoking weed. And that's all there is to it. And whoever keeps saying you have to be 21 to own a gun, don't know that you don't. I don't think that you have to be 21 at all. And it always comes down to the government being corrupt. I'll show you on, what's this here? People like to do heroin and cocaine too. Yeah, but like weed is a lot easier to make than heroin or cocaine. Like as far as I know, like I don't know how to make heroin. I'm pretty sure it's much easier to grow and make weed than it is heroin. Yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, not really. I don't know. Yeah, let's look up how to make heroin, guys. I'll go downstairs and we'll turn on some baking soda. We'll make some crack rocks and we'll see how hard it is to do. Right? I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we might as well just try that out. I feel like more long-term answer is actually funding schools instead of other countries and getting them security. Yeah, I think so too. I agree with that. Absolutely. And turn on your VPN before Googling that. Yeah, there you go. What's your most extreme political opinion? My most extreme political opinion? Probably universal basic income. I think that's probably my most extreme. Yeah, I think that's probably the most extreme out of everything. Yeah. I'm not really sure. I find that to be an extremely extreme opinion. And also any politician that was found to take any money from a prison industry or any sort of a private prison and that then guaranteed that then guaranteed a minimum amount of inmates, I think that they should be retroactively tried for holding slaves. Yep, that's a pretty extreme one, right? Base, that's right. You send a fucking example. Yeah, who does that? Look it up. Yeah, look it fucking up. Yeah, that's not extreme. It's not that extreme in my opinion. That is extremely extreme. That is very, very fucking extreme. How'd you feel about private influence of government through campaign contributions? Same thing. Yep, same thing. Speaking of a UBI, the Venus Project by Jack Frecco. No, I haven't seen that at all. And anyway, all I'm really trying to get at here is that I hope that like my point, I think that we got derailed a lot with like what I'm really trying to say with this stuff. But here's what my point is. My point is whenever you have a tragedy like the school shooting or something like that, you have a situation where everybody is only talking about and getting involved with the most extreme opinions that are out there. The craziest, most reactive, most fucking off-the-wall, nutball bullshit. Whether it's Ted Cruz saying it's because of video games, or Ethan saying he's going to bomb the NRA conference, or somebody should bomb the NRA conference, excuse me, and then taking it back right afterwards, which, you know, to his credit, he did do that. These are not the majority of people. These are the extreme 5% of the population. And unfortunately, all of the dialogue and everything surrounding any of these issues is dictated by this extreme, disconnected 5% of the audience. And nobody else is thinking about common sense solutions. It's crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. And that was the point that I was trying to get at with all of this. Does that make sense now? Guns and easy ammo, easier to buy back in the day. Listen, I don't purport to know what the solution to this kind of a problem is. And if you want my honest opinion, I don't think that there is like one solution. I think it's like 5 things you have to do at the same time. That's about it. I'll read some comments and then I want to move on and talk about there's this fucking I can't even say it. Oh my god, I can't even say it. This like NFT fucking thing. Like it's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I've gotta get into that. All right, let me look at the rest of this stuff. I hate that people don't talk about people who kill and still have guns, but regulate a little, Jesus. Exactly, because conversation is dictated by the extreme tailor and polar ends. And yeah, let's read a few of these comments. Yeah, the NFT drama. I know, bro. It's gonna be lit. We're gonna look at it in just a minute, okay? And let's see here. And universal basic income, but how do you plan to enact that? It would be supported by taxes. U.S. debt's already monstrous. Not to mention, if it was a thing, people wouldn't work, just live off it, make less taxes available. It's not feasible. Yeah, I mean, we can get into that, but I think it's a like, you bring up good points, and I'd have to really sit down and like have that thing in front of me and like actually address every point, because you're not wrong about anything you're saying. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let's see here. I'll read a few comments from the chat, and then we'll move on. As I said, why does it work in other countries though? Universal basic income or the gun stuff? I mean, I think there's a million different reasons. I mean, like other countries are very different than the U.S. in a lot of ways. And what are your thoughts on the rise of China as a competitor in World War III? I don't think I don't think we're gonna have a World War III. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I know there's a lot of people that want it, and they think it's a good thing. They're the people that work at, what's it called? Blackwater, and people that are military stuff. And yeah, of course they want that. Of course they want World War III. But it's not going to happen. Too much to lose? Yeah. If there's a World War III, everybody on the planet's going to die with like radioactive, like fucking residue. And it won't really matter, right? Everybody will just be dead. So there you go. So don't worry about it too much. It's just, it's probably a bad thing. That's why I think that a lot of people understand that, right? There was like this whole concept of MAD, mutually assured destruction, which was during the Cold War. And it pretty much said that, like, if the U.S. and Russia actually got into a war, everybody would die in both countries. Like, that's it. And let's see the rest of this. Don't be anxious, you're dying. Yeah, it's just not gonna, it's not gonna be a thing. As a social worker, the hardest part of me is seeing everybody care and then forget about the issue 1 week from now. Trauma lasts longer than the media news cycle. Well, that's because a lot of people care, but they care in an abstract sense. Like, they see something bad happen, and I don't think this is, like, really a bad thing. I think this is just how the human mind works. It's like, you don't really know a lot of the people that got shot, at the school, right? You don't know them, and so, like, you can move past that because you're not emotionally connected to the same way, and then you just move on to the next bad thing that happened. And also another thing is, like, you just go from one bad thing to another thing. Yeah, proximity to the trauma, exactly. And I think also you have people that make statements about this stuff. Like, usually I don't really talk about this kind of stuff unless I actually have something to say about it, because I think that there are people that are like, social media influencers and stuff like this. And like every single time an event like this happens, they make a tweet about like how bad it is, etc. I don't really do this all the time. Sometimes I do, but I only really add in something that I actually like, something that's actionable, right? For example, like how I said that they shouldn't use the person's name or their face. Like, I honestly think that mass shootings would go down, especially the school shootings with like crazy fucking manifesto weirdos. I think that kind of stuff would go down a lot if you didn't show their name or face and you never read their manifesto or talked about it at all, and it was completely confidential. I think they would go down. Yeah, you can't say their name, don't show their face, don't do anything. Research confirms that. Please link it to me. I'll look at it myself. And it's fucked if you believe in afterlife, 100%. Is it fucked if you believe in the afterlife with 100% conviction? You don't feel bad for the people who died? I don't want to talk about that. That's weird. Let's see here. And civil war will start by being against street crime, by vigilante justice, spread to being against minorities. That's when it becomes Escape from New York 2030. Okay, man. All right. Well, just keep building your bunker in the backyard, man. You'll be okay by the time it happens. Yeah, hopefully you'll have it finished by then. You build like your whole fallout shelter, your bunker, right? The whole thing. I know I'm spamming, but you can look at how effective Australian gun control laws are. I think that you can immediately rule out making the U.S. a comparator to Australia because Australia has no bordering countries. So I think it's much harder to make that argument with Australia versus the U.S. Yeah, it's the truth. There's no bordering countries to Australia. And there's nothing you can do at this point. Pandora's box is wide open. Yeah. And also, like, I think that here's what my, like, long-term scale question mark. What about Canada? Can do it with Canada, though? Yeah, you can do it with Canada. I think Canada would be a better example than Australia. You're right about that. Yeah, I mean, Australia is a really big island. Okay, so yeah, of course that's going to be different than a country that borders like Mexico. Right? That's where like a lot of drugs come from Mexico, etc. like that too. Of course. It's common sense. And yeah. Anyway, so what I'm really trying to get at is this. I forgot what I was going to say. What was I saying? What was I talking about before this? That just completely fucking distracted me. I actually thought I had something really important to say, and I'm trying to scroll up to see if anything can remind me, but I completely fucking forgot. Yeah, I literally fucking forgot about this whole thing. Oh my god, I'm pissed, man. NFT shit? No, there's something else beyond that. Oh, wow. Lost Ark being pay to win. Oh, that's a good one, too. Yeah, for sure. And let's see if I can find the rest of this stuff. The U.S. gun, the manifesto. Oh, yeah, the school shooters. Yeah. And so I think that would definitely make a pretty big impact on, like, lowering that kind of stuff. Absolutely. Now, it would be a guarantee? No, I don't think so. But here's why I don't really focus a lot on, like, the, like, trying to remove all guns. Is that I think in the future it will be impossible to do that. And the reason why I think that it will be impossible to do that is because the technology and the ability to create guns through 3D printing and things like this will become more and more prevalent, and more people will have direct access to manufacturing in that way. Yeah, it already is. Well, it will become more like that. So I don't think that you can just take all the guns away and then this is going to be a permanent solution, because I think people will be able to 3D print them. And I'll show you guys. Let's see. 3D printed gun. So take a look at this. I 3D printed a Glock to see how far homemade guns have come. And so maybe we can watch this. This is all of these videos are very, very long, but you can clearly see how this is going to happen. You can already 3D print guns. Yeah, there you go. So this kind of stuff will continue to happen. And so I think that if you remove guns and you remove stuff like that, I don't think that's a complete solution, because people will still be able to access them with no other interaction from any other person. Is this TOS? I don't think so. I mean, fuck it. If this is TOS, fuck Twitch. There's no way. They're single use, one shot? No, they're not. 3D printed AR goes full semi-auto. Yep, no, they're not. All right, next. Yep, any more? Thoughts on restriction on ammo? Why could they not restrict ammo? You can make gunpowder quite easily. How far away are people from being able to 3D print a bullet versus a gun? Watch the full video. Yeah, and also, like, keep this in mind. So, yes, they are. You need special other parts made. The firing mechanism is from a real gun. Okay. All right, let me say this. Let's assume everything you said is true. I'm not going to argue with it. This is a video of a 3D gun from 3 years ago. This is a video of a 3D gun from 5 days ago. How good were the 3D guns 5 years ago? How good were they 10 years ago? They were shit. And so they've continued to get better. And are we all supposed to believe that that's just going to stop? Is that it? So this is just simply going to stop? The logic is flawed. Right now you can make a bomb in 2 hours, but it's frowned upon, so not many people do it. No, it's because of the information, and looking up the information is harder to do. Yeah, you can make, of course you can make a bomb. Absolutely. But I think that having to make a bomb, it's very dangerous to make a bomb too. It's extremely dangerous. You're not informed at all on the subject, just making speculations as arguments. All right. I'll take a couple of these, then we got to move on to the NFT thing. Bishops, what am I not informed about? Bishop, what am I not informed about? Because I want to read what am I not informed about? What do I not understand about this topic? Yes, what do I not understand? Yeah, let's see here. Speak up. Yeah, no, I'm actually curious. What part of it do I not get? Let's see. Said nothing wrong? I know that. Let's see what he says. We got a lot of people in chat. It might be hard for me to see his name. Yep, come on. What do I not understand? We're waiting to see. Yeah, we're waiting to see. Hassan viewer? I agree with Hassan on a lot of things. Hassan and I probably agree on a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't hate Hassan. I like Hassan. 3D printed guns need metal parts. I said it. 3D printed guns need metal parts. Uh-huh. Okay, now what? Yep, they cost $15K. How much did a computer cost in 1970? 40. There were computers in 1970, my mom, so like my grandfather was like a pilot in World War II, and he flew airplanes as a cartographer after World War II. And he taught my mom how to fly, and like my mom could straight up have flown an airplane. And because of that, she went around, you know, like whenever computers came out, she went to different places to find, you know, a computer that could digitally, or not digitally at that point, you know, be able to calculate different types of mapping for cartography. And because of that, my mom was on the cutting edge of computers, even in the 70s. And computers that you guys see, like I could go right now, it would take me like 10 minutes and I don't want to because like my closet's like fucking, it's a mess. But I actually have an old Osborne computer that has like the tiny little fucking screen on it. And that was like the third computer that she had. And whenever she flew around the country for her dad, my grandfather, trying to find a computer in the 70s. And they were in the tens of thousands of dollars. So your argument that because the technology is expensive at the current moment, that it makes it hard to access is just simply not a very good argument based on the context of every single type of technology that's ever existed in history. Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, so well, I'll make up a story. No, it's not true. Exactly. 3D printing was expensive as fuck even 7 years ago. Now you can buy a $200 kit. Yeah, sure. Are we talking too much speculation about the future, boys? It's not speculation, man. If you got multiple points on a graph, you can direct where a line is going to go. And that's it. It's not heard of the internet. And what's this here? Multi-material 3D printers will eventually be in homes? Exactly, it will be. Yep, that's exactly right. Guns aren't that complicated? No, they're not. I think that, like, what's the gun that only has, like, 3 moving parts? My dad's, like, an expert in guns. He knows a lot about fucking guns. He can, like, he can literally probably make a gun. And so, yeah, an Uzi? Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, there's only 3 moving parts. And what's this here? Slingshot? No, that's not the right one. And watch the third gun video. Is this an argument for or against enriching plutonium in your garage? His takes are so far off the map, I don't even know where we are. I actually don't think this is far off the map at all. Am I crazy? Because I don't think I'm crazy. Well, I am crazy, but like, I'm not crazy about this. I don't think I'm wrong. I think this is what's going to happen. I do. I think in the future, all homes will have a 3D printer. And in the same way that you can jailbreak, because, all right, so what are the arguments against this? Check Twitter? Okay, sure, I'll check Twitter. Give me a minute. Let's see what people are saying. And I know there's people that want to get their 2 cents in here and let me know what's going on. And all right, let's see if I can figure this here. Oh yeah, no, these are like studies and stuff like this. I'm not going to look all that stuff up right now. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to look all the studies up. I'll look it up later on. I'm not sure about timeline. Eventually, this is obviously going to happen. Yeah. Even if you can't print your own metal parts at home, you can easily commission them without regulations online. Exactly. And I feel like nobody can see what's obviously going to happen. And it's happening every year. And people just get more and more blind to it. I'm so shocked about this. This is why I can't stop talking about it. I can't stop thinking about this. It's nuts, man. How about gunpowder? You only need 3 fucking things for gunpowder. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And like, I think 2 of them are very easily accessible. People are willfully ignoring ignorance that contradicts their opinion because they think it's bad for gun legislation. Drones will be a bigger issue. Drones will be a big issue. Absolutely. And I think that nobody, I don't know what the 3 ingredients are. I have no idea. I've literally no clue. Yeah, I mean, who has any idea? And search 3D printed metal gun. If you guys want to find a really good video for something like this, I will watch it maybe tomorrow or something. I know there's a lot of other things that I want to get into, so I don't want to spend too much time on this today, though. People are making gunpowder over 1,000 years ago. It's not that hard. Very true. I think the gunpowder was first originally invented in China, actually, with certain types of weapons and artillery that they had. And bomb-making team. Oh, yeah, that'd be great, stream. Yeah, perfect. Manufacturing your own firearms has been legal since founding the country. It can never be outlawed without throwing out the Constitution. Well, all I'm saying is, like, the manufacturing of those firearms definitely goes up in terms of quality whenever you can make it with 3D printer, right? Whenever the 3D printing is that well designed. And so, yeah, it was made for fireworks at first. Let's see. Made for firearms at first. It was. I thought that the first time in like any sort of the Asian countries, the first time that I can think of them using guns was wasn't it like Nobunaga or whoever the fuck he was in like in Japan that first started using guns, and then that's why he like took over half the country? I'm pretty sure he was the first guy, and then after that it became more and more common, but that was like 1800s. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Oda Nobunaga. Yeah. I had to like make sure that I said the name right because I think it's Nobunaga. I fucking can't say it right. 1600? Really? It was 1600s? Bro, I thought it was a lot more recent than that. Yeah, I guess I must have confused the time frame. But yeah, it was a long time. Popularized them, they were used before. Yeah, he was the first person to like really use them in like his armies. So yeah, it was definitely from quite a while ago. Anyway, I can go back. Yeah, they did import a lot of them. That was my understanding. But again, I've only looked at a few things about that, so I can't be sure. Anyway, all I'm really trying to get at, let me just make my closing thoughts. We'll talk about the NFT stuff, okay? NFT stuff's a lot more fucking fun to talk about than fucking guns and school shootings. So I think that people are going to be able to 3D print guns in the future. I don't think that they're going to be able to prevent 3D printers from being able to create guns in the same way that you can jailbreak every single other type of electronic device. I feel like 3D printers will be the exact same. I also think that as the technology evolves, it will become not only more sophisticated, but also cheaper. And there will be a point in time in probably the next 20 years or so where 3D printing things as everyday objects like cups and plates and forks and spoons will become much more common. Now, I don't know about the time frame. Maybe it could be in the next 20 years. Maybe it could be in the next 50 years. But this is something that will happen. So I think that by taking away everybody's guns and doing something like that, this will not fundamentally solve the problem, because I think that people will be able to have access to them even on an individual level with relatively no barriers to entry, and rather than, you know, like having to go to a store or anything like that. I think that this will happen, and because of that, I don't think that just taking away guns is the solution. I think that you have to approach the problem at a multifaceted way. Look at isolation. Ted Cruz is right. Look at drug abuse. Ted Cruz is right. Look at mental health. Ted Cruz didn't even mention that, of course, right? At least I don't think so. That's a big fucking thing. You have to look at everything together, because I don't think that this is a solution. And I think that it's only a matter of time. And I think that time is getting shorter every day. So yeah, that's what I think. 3D printers will push plastic pollution onto the population, leading it to be our fault, the Earth failing to the wayside. There's a good chance that could happen, yeah. Why not focus on reducing the amount of mass shootings? Let's access weapons, let's minimize it. No other country has this problem. All I'm saying is that I'm looking at it from like a longer term perspective. Like, this is what I think is going to happen over time. And I guess some people will kill by rifles 2020. Definitely better regulations, like raising age. I don't know. I think there's a lot of conversation to be had about that. I don't think that you're ever going to get the American people to vote against, like, not having any guns at all. So I'm pretty sure you've got to meet somewhere in the middle. But anyway, let's go back over. We're going to look at this other video here. So this is a pretty funny little situation that happened. I can't even fucking believe this. Here we go. You guys ready? You guys fucking ready? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Let's see what it's gonna be. We'll never do to stop fucking murder, so why bother regulating it? So fucking dumb. That's not what I said. Listen, again, I want you guys to know that there are a lot of people that intellectually in a dishonest way rephrase what I say into something I didn't say. If you do that, I'm probably just going to ban you, and I'm not going to try to like argue against you, because it's clearly not what I said. Any logical person could realize this. You're just wasting your time. Yeah, nobody's going to I'm not going to take you seriously. Here we go.
You can't make this stuff up. I've said before that bad news for NFTs is the best kind of news.
It sure
I'm
is.
just so sick of the NFT landscape, what they've enabled, the scams, the schemes, the crimes, the theft. And this latest story is
love to hear
just, I mean, chef's kiss as far as highlighting the folly of engaging with this wild
Take a look
west
at this, dude. This is
scene.
so good.
This story concerns Seth Green. Yes, the actor. Gamers in particular might know him as the voice of Joker in the Mass Effect series. And he has been pursuing this endeavor of taking Bored Ape Yacht Club and turning that into a show. And that has been hampered by the fact that Seth Green fell for a phishing scam that has led to his NFTs getting stolen, the NFTs that are required to actually have the rights to produce the show. I'm
just like, how is this possible? How could this happen? Oh my fucking god. I love it. Get smoke. It's like, it's so bad. Just get another JPEG. Yeah. I don't understand. It's just, nice pause. It's just perfect, man.
not kidding. This is real. And let's dive right into it.
I actually thought this shit was fake, and I looked it up on Twitter. The tweets are real.
So it all began with this tweet by Seth Green on May 17th, 2022,
well, friends,
which
it
reads,
happened to me.
Well, friends, it happened to me. Got fished and had 4 NFTs stolen. Bored Ape Yacht Club, OpenSea, Doodles, Yuga Labs, please don't buy or trade these while I work to resolve. Darkwing84, looks like you bought my stolen ape. Hit me up so we can fix it. And you can see right here the images of the NFTs.
Why would he
want to
fix it? Why would he possibly want to fix it? Why would he give you your money back? Like, absolutely. And look at the amount of money. Like, this is worth, is that 106? That's $35,000, and this is $24,000, and they're just gone, evaporated, reduced to atoms.
Them being Bored Ape Yacht Club stuff that Seth Green was planning to base the...
You know what is a really untapped market? An insurance company for NFTs. That is an unironically brilliant idea. Yeah, an insurance company for NFTs. Where, like, if you get your shit stolen or something like that, you can get it back, or they can pay you out the value of the NFT stuff. You mean Dropbox? No, I mean right click.
Show on. Scrolling down through the responses, you can see that there's very little sympathy for this man who, should have known what he's gotten into.
Let's
read
some of them,
unregulated scene where scams, schemes, cons, theft, and all that jazz, crimes, all that stuff's just rampant. And promoting this scene and actively partaking in it, it's just morally questionable, and there's a question of what did you expect would happen. And so people have been posting things like, Seth, I have information that will lead to Darkwing 84's capture and conviction. I don't know if this guy was joking, being sarcastic, or being for real, but Seth Green seems to have thought this was for real and seems desperate enough to be like, please.
Not clear they did anything wrong, but if you have any info, please DM me. What are you gonna message him? Hey man, can I have my picture back? He's like, no. He's like, oh, come on. He's like, no. He's like, oh, come on, man. He's like, all right. Okay, Seth Green. We'll give you your pictures back. There you go. Like, what do you think is going to happen? Why would he do this?
I mean, anything that could lead to his capture, to his conviction, whatever he thinks this will all ultimately lead to. People poking fun with memes like Ape's Gone with this face right here. Scrolling further down, some of the most liked tweets include, Seth, if it makes you feel any better, this is very funny and was completely predictable.
It sure does.
And then one more down here that just says, Seth, please take down these pictures. You don't own them anymore. Ownership.
It's so good, man. It's just so fucking good. And it's just amazing. I love this.
Being a big emphasis of NFTs, the fact that they're non-fungible. Oh, they're quite fungible, I'm afraid. This was all then followed up by the following tweet by More Butter TV, who tweeted, Seth Green's Bored Ape NFT, which was set to star in its own animated show, was stolen through a phishing scam. Green no longer owns the commercial rights to the NFT, and thus the show cannot move forward.
I am actually sad about this because I was hoping that the Bored Apes NFT TV show would be like, it'll be like the Halo show, or it'll be like Game of Thrones season 8 or something. Because, like, it's going to be awful, right? So it was going to be so much content that, like, we could watch it and it would be stupid and we'd make fun of it, right? It's whatever. And, like, now we can't. Like, I lost so much content out of this. This is not fair.
And people are loving this. You can see how viral this tweet went. Already almost 83,000 likes. And plenty of cheeky responses pretty much celebrating this or poking fun at this have gone viral as well. Charlie
That's
W.
because people are fucking tired of hearing from some 20-something investor about how he's going to be rich on a yacht while you're working in his third mansion in 20 years because his JPEG is going to be worth $3 billion. People are just fucking tired of hearing this shit. Everybody knows it's ridiculous. It's fucking stupid. So, yeah, they don't want to hear it anymore. They're tired of it. And so, yeah, I stole your content. Exactly. What if it's a publicity stunt? Then it worked. I think it's fucking hilarious. I hope it is. Then we get twice as much content.
For example, tweeted this meme, you're laughing. Peep MILF Hunter 69 lost his $200,000 life savings on his booby butt 420 Farcoin investment, and you're laughing. Honestly, this doesn't sound any less ridiculous than this whole Seth Green situation or any of the myriad thefts and heists that were successfully carried out by hackers and thieves. Here's another tweet that garnered quite a number of likes. Oh, I'm afraid these tokens will be quite fungible.
Oh, the voice. That's good.
Here's one more for good measure. Here we have Spider-Man, the guy who stole Mona Lisa in 1911. Here we have Green Goblin, me stealing Seth Green's ape JPEG. You and I are not so different. Now, Seth...
Yeah, there you go, man. The guy's trying to do what he needs to do. Yeah, voice actor, exactly. You should sue Seth Green for loss of wages due to not having content now. That's a good idea. This is the best yoink ever. It's just... The thing is, like, having things that are deregulated, one of the bad things about having them be deregulated is you don't have an enforcement. You can't enforce things. It's harder to enforce things at all. So, like, yeah, people just steal your shit, and it's like, well, can't you do something about it? It's like, no, not really. That's about it. Yeah. They stole your invincible. There's no accountability. Yeah. It's like these people, like, I feel like none of these people that get into this stuff have ever been in a video game before. I could have told you this shit would have happened in a second in WoW. And even WoW has more oversight. Like, in WoW, like, you know what we did? People tried to sell extra carries. They were trying to sell carries and undercut me for ICC. Jeff joins their raid on his alt, waits for them to clear all the trash, turns off the ICC buff on Marrowgar, and the raid wipes because they can't kill the boss anymore because they suck. And then he's like, oh, man, damn, bro, this group sucks. I'm going to join Asmongold next week. He never has this stuff happen. And then guess what? That guy never ran again. And you know what we did? We just sabotaged him. Jeff was sitting over there right next to me. It was not a big deal. We just do what we need to do. And it's like, yeah, you just scam people all you want, man. That's all there is to it. And so, like, I know what it's like whenever there's an unregulated market. And I can guarantee you a lot of these little pussy boys that are crying about getting their JPEGs saved are not going to be able to exist in an open market. Like, it's just, people are fucking savage, man. They don't even understand it.
Green Goblin, me stealing Seth Green's ape JPEG. Yeah. You and I are not so different. Now, Seth Green is insisting that he hasn't lost the rights to produce this NFT show. He tweeted, not true about me not owning the commercial rights since the art was stolen. A buyer who purchased stolen art with real money and refuses to return it is not legally entitled to exploitation usage of the underlying IP. It'll go to court, but I'd prefer to meet Darkwing84 before that. Seems we'd have lots in common. If by that you mean being suckers, then yeah, you two are practically twins. Here we also have a tweet where Seth Green gives a bit more context for how this phishing scam was carried out. Scam Guttercat's clone site. I'm crazy careful with separate wallets and security, but still got. Luckily, it's art, not crypto, so they can be traced. For anyone that bought them, we can work something out. And he eventually...
What if they don't live in America? What if they live in Russia? What are you going to work out? What collateral do you think that you have? Yeah, what's your what are you thinking going into this? Like what's going on here, right? It's like, yeah, you just pay him money. Yeah, he's gonna extort him for all the money. It's the buyer, not the scammer. Well, why would the buyer give it back to him? Yeah, why would they do that? Hope the guy scams again? Yeah, it's just there's no reason to.
Discovered the name, the user who bought
so
the NFT
funny.
Off of the
phishing
scammers was in fact Darkwing84. And now he's just trying to plead with Darkwing84 to please sell his back to me, give it back to me somehow. Let's work something out. He seems to, on some level, know that this is going to cause trouble for his ability to have commercial rights to produce this show. He wouldn't seem this desperate otherwise. As for how people have responded to Seth Green insisting that, no, I still own the commercial rights.
I saw this is so good.
Stolen. Well, you've got people like Bob here posting this rather famous meme. This is Jeff Steitzer, for those who don't know, the announcer voice of Halo Multiplayer. He can be seen here saying,
"Bored ape stolen,"
which has garnered...
Oh my fucking god, bro. Like let's do one more again. We got to get one more. This is fucking great. I love it.
"Bored ape stolen,"
which has garnered already over
They
11,000
love it,
upvotes.
man.
You've got people just
They love it.
sarcastically pointing out the harsh reality of this situation. Crypto Nerd, unregulated blockchain currency is the best. Give me all the coins and tokens without the burden of government regulation. Also, Crypto Nerd, according to U.S. laws and regulations, the token is mine. I'm the rightful owner, regardless of what the blockchain says.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, is like, these people don't understand what really happens in unregulated markets. And like, I had a friend, he's a drug dealer. And you know what happened? Well, somebody just pulled a gun on him and they pointed at his head. And it's like, well, I thought you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules. Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He's got the gun. It's right there. Yeah, it just happened. There you fucking go. Welcome to dealing. Yeah, there you go. He's lucky enough to get out of there. Right? He's okay. And Wild West, yeah, it's just, that's why you don't fucking sell drugs. That's what's scary about it. Problem with unregulated markets is that it isn't regulated. Yeah, there you fucking go. And let me think of another one of something like this happening. It's the same as like with these people that believe that they're going to be able to make a lot of money in pay-to-earn games. I cannot imagine being so fucking naive that you think that you're the one that's going to make a lot of money in pay-to-earn games. Holy fuck. Do you know what's really going to happen whenever a pay-to-earn game is actually popular? You're going to have people like me, people like, friends of mine, etc., that are going to set up massive fucking botnets and create so many fucking accounts that the currency that you're farming out diligently for 8 hours a day is worth less than what a sweatshop fucking worker makes in Malaysia. And you're going to be sitting there losing all your fucking money. Meanwhile, this guy has fucking an entire server rack of 1070s running out accounts that are spamming this shit way faster than you can ever farm it. And all of your value and all of your worth is going to go into the fucking toilet because they're going to be injecting the economy with so much fucking resources that anything that you earn is going to have no value. And they just don't get it. They just don't understand. Why does nobody understand? It makes me so mad. Same with crypto mining. Yes, exactly. It's just so frustrating, man. Artists and creative types get into NFTs for worse. They're tired of publishers taking a cut. Well, luckily, the publisher doesn't take a cut. It's just Darkwing takes the whole thing. That's what happened with Diablo 3. I know. I was there. That's why I use it as an example. I get you don't want to champion causes. These topics are exactly what people expect you to. Well, all I'm saying is like I can identify what I think is going to happen without being like, oh, this is what I'm going to push for and everything, right? And so, yeah, gamers are smarter than average people. I don't know about that. But what I know is the people that think that they're going to make a living with a pay-to-earn game, they're below the average.
Chief Palpatine once said, ironic. You've got this Business Insider journalist Thomas Maxwell poking fun by saying, my man, the blockchain doesn't lie. If it says Darkwing owns the ape, they own it. And then we got folks just...
That's true. Actually, I wonder about that. So, like, if somebody steals something from you... So, let's think about this. I don't know. So, like, if somebody steals an NFT and the ownership... stealing is not a thing in the blockchain? Like, I don't know. Can they actually sue it or have it be, there's no law in the books to protect you? Yeah, but there's precedent that can protect you as a, it's the same as like, for example, like crypto schemes and like the fake crypto schemes can still be considered wire fraud. Like, it's not like you have to have a specific law in the book for an overarching law to be applied to it. So, it would be phishing. Blockchain doesn't lie. Man, I'm actually really trying to think about this. I don't know. I'd really actually be curious to, I hope like somebody who's like an intellectual property lawyer who has like experience on this talks about this. It's like, what could somebody do? Because like my like gut reaction is they can't do anything. Yeah, like I don't know, man.
offering the harsh truth, like Andres Guadamus here, who tweeted, the art was not stolen because the NFT is not the art. The NFT is some metadata with a link to some art, not the art itself. You didn't buy any IP. At best, you got a license to use someone's art, and the license is dependent on the possession of a token. Here we have another user who speculated, but he didn't steal your art. He stole a receipt that points to a link where the art is. Surely you knew what you were out buying at the time, no? And then he added on top of that, oops, spoke too soon. Bored Yacht Club NFTs come with copyright, so yeah, looks like Green did lose the IP instead of not really having it, which is way funnier. There's actually a section in Bored Yacht Club's official website that details ownership of these NFTs, and here's a section on commercial use.
Here we
Subject to your continued compliance with these terms, Yuga Labs LLC grants you an unlimited worldwide license to use, copy, and display the purchased art for the purpose of creating derivative works based upon the art, commercial use. Their policy is whoever purchased the NFT art has the right to use it commercially however they want. And in the case of Seth Green, sure, he got scammed out of his NFT, but that NFT eventually got bought by Darkwing84, so now he can use it commercially however he wants, as the blockchain shows that he is currently the owner of the NFT art that the show was supposed to be based off of. The NFT...
I think that, like, if you buy something from a pawn shop that's stolen, the police can take that away from you, right? I'm pretty sure they can. Yes, they can. So there's precedent that this can happen. Now, obviously, like, buying an Xbox 360 that got stolen is much different than buying a Bored Ape. But not everyone is an American. That is very true. That is very, very true.
Art that Seth Green no longer, quote unquote, owns, and therefore can't use it commercially, as it's not his blockchain, not his NFT, his receipt anymore. Now here we have news outlet BuzzFeed News reporting on this with a headline that reads, someone stole Seth Green's Bored Ape, which was supposed to star in his new show. The actor has been...
Yeah, there it is. It's right there. It was supposed to be the star. It involves actual money. The government does not recognize crypto as currency. It involves actual money. The government does not recognize crypto as currency. Let me think about this. I think that, like, if both of the people were in the United States, I think that this would actually be a more interesting court case for me than the Johnny Depp one. If you want me to be totally honest, like, I would probably watch that more than I watched the Johnny Depp one. Because I find it to be so interesting. Because in my opinion, I think this is going to be a bigger and bigger thing. Absolutely. They recognize it as securities, not currency. But, like, if somebody is in, let's say, like, Bolivia, right? Or they live in Albania. And, like, this Albanian fiend just steals all of your fucking monkey pictures. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? He's got the monkey pictures. What are you going to do? And it's like nothing. Yeah, you're not going to do a fucking thing about it. Do you think they care? Yeah. I don't think the government would give a shit about that. It's just like whatever. Bring freedom to Albania. I have no idea. The whole thing is just an elaborate advertisement for the show. I don't think so at all. Because I think that NFTs are something that NFTs thrive and they exist because people believe in them. It's almost like, okay, so like this is abstract, right? So, like, you know how, like, in some types of, like, mythology and things like this, that gods are gods because people believe in them? It's like Jesus. Yes, yeah. That's what I was going with, right? Yeah, like, basically, like, the people worship them. It's like often used in, like, Greek mythology, for example. Like, the gods are, you know, this powerful because this many people worship them. Well, if you do something and it says, hey, this god's not actually a god, and then people stop worshiping them, are they a god anymore? No. So I think what happens is that the moment that somebody creates like a crack in like the integrity of something like this, the whole thing falls apart. It's like a glass house. Or it's like, it's better. It's like a windshield, right? A windshield of like tempered glass. The moment that like there's one hole or one break in it, the entire thing shatters instantaneously. Because you start asking this question, well, if it could happen to him, how could it happen to me? A house of cards. Yeah, I think that's even better. Yeah, glass 4. Yeah, it's a house of cards. The moment that like anything shows any degree of, weakness, then it's just immediately valueless.
Pleading on Twitter with Darkwing84, who bought his ape from a scammer to return it. In this article, they actually spoke to some lawyers who have chimed in on this situation. And while the legal boundaries of NFTs are yet to be solidified because this is such an unregulated landscape, it doesn't sound like things are looking particularly.
I do think that you will probably have people using precedent from wire law and wire fraud. That's what CoffeeZilla talked about whenever he was talking about the Ice Poseidon scam. And so that's what I'm kind of expecting. So you do have like an abstract precedent for it, but I don't think that it's like there's nothing specific at all.
Particularly good for Seth Green, it's definitely going to be a complication. On May 8th, an anonymous scammer swiped 4 of Green's NFTs in a phishing scheme. Green mourned his stolen assets on Twitter, where he announced the losses of a bored ape, 2 mutant apes, and a doodle, which were transferred out of Green's wallet after he unknowingly interacted with a phishing site.
Yeah.
One of the mutant apes was flipped for $42,000, Motherboard reported. Transaction ledgers show the bored ape was also sold by the scammer, to a pseudonymous collector known as Darkwing84, who purchased it for more than $200,000. Yeah.
Wow.
With that much money at stake, I don't think he's keen on just like giving it back. Unless Seth Green has quite a bit of money to.
So, all right, Seth. Okay, give me $20. I guess I'll give you the $200,000 ape back. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, I guess I gotta have to give it back, guys. Oh my God, scams have been happening so long. I have no sympathy for Seth. How can anyone take anything seriously? It can simply be stolen via phishing. Good question. Yeah, good question.
His way to buy this from the NFT owner. The article continues, the NFT was then swiftly transferred to a collection called GBE Vault, which is where it currently sits, and there really doesn't seem much in the way of recourse to get this back. Again, this is just such an unregulated landscape that, what are you going to do? And once a scammer manages to sell that NFT, getting that NFT back becomes a much more complicated matter. It's kind of a genie that you cannot really put back in the bottle, from what I understand. And as far as how lawyers have interpreted this situation, here we have a tax and litigation attorney at Alston and Bird LLP, Daniel Dubbin, who said this: if the current owner wanted to cause trouble for Seth Green, they probably could, because that person becomes the holder.
So the owner of it on the blockchain is the holder of also the copyright. So the copyright does not exist independently from the image. Wait, saved? Oh, sorry about that. Let me go back over here. Yeah, is that good? So the copyright exists in tandem with the image. So Darkwing is Seth's boss now. That's about right. Why are you even following this crap? Well, why do you think? Yeah, why do you think? I think it's funny. Yeah, it's interesting and funny. This is like, for me, this is prime content. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I look forward to every day. Like, if I wake up in the morning and I see something like this, this is a good day.
Of the commercial usage rights. Now, if the buyer knew they were buying something that was stolen, then potentially there's some legal recourse, but if that's not the case, then it's going to be a complicated matter. Here's what Eric Goldman, an intellectual property and technology law professor at Santa Clara University, said: bona fide purchasers are legally protected if they buy an item not knowing that it's a hot item. There will be a lot of questions about whether they're buying a stolen NFT and not doing their homework. And then tax and litigation attorney Daniel Dubbin added this: because NFTs aren't physical goods, it's interesting to imagine the different ways that IP rights can be affected and the interesting new IP issues that can arise from the fact. I think we're just scratching the surface. How the law develops over time to actually encompass NFTs will be interesting to see, though my hope
Oh my god, man. This is just... Bro, oh my fucking god. This is so funny. New lawyer jobs? Yeah, this is crazy. So nobody has any idea what's going to happen here. Actual data on the blockchain is a URL. HTTP, the image IP is a separate matter. Well, you have to be right about that. Because am I right about this? That the sports companies that sell the like clips of the sports moments still retain the intellectual property of the original image. But maybe it's different because that existed and that was created off of the blockchain and in like a real place, right? There was an initial IP to exist. So like that could be different too. Holy fuck. Bro, we got to get like somebody on here that knows what they're talking about to talk about this. Like I've got to fucking have somebody on to talk about this. This is so cool. I love it, man. I absolutely love it. They're also blocking NFTs. You can in multiple ways. Holy shit. CoffeeZilla. I'll watch the CoffeeZilla video after this. I think the video about this is only like 5 minutes.
Is that NFTs will crash and burn and vanish from existence so long as the intentions behind them continue to remain greedy, continue to essentially be about these pyramid schemes and Ponzi schemes. It's hard to sympathize with the NFT bros and the people trying to promote this crap when they are actively trying to get people to participate in a landscape that is rife with all of these awful
Well, I think that they have to get people to participate in it because it's kind of like one of those like pyramid scheme type things, right? Where the people that, if these things are to have value, they have to be valued by the entire culture. Because if they only have value to the people that care about them, then they don't really have any value. So that's why they keep pushing it as value. That's why they keep pushing it as if it's important, because that's the only way that they actually have value, right? I mean, that's literally all there is to it. Yeah, it's like religion. Like Pokemon cards? Yeah, it's a lot like Pokemon cards. So money? Well, no, it's not like money at all. Because if you go and you say like, oh, well, my money, my money's worth more, and then you just go and take something, people aren't going to take the money for it. Like, yeah, the whole culture. And also, like, if you steal somebody's money, the police come to your house and they arrest you. That's the difference. Is it like, yeah, if you're printing your own money, you get arrested. Yeah, it's not the same fucking thing, man. It's not like money, okay? Like, I'm sorry to say, guys. And comment, what's this here? Look up the soulbound tokens and compared to what happened to Seth. Soulbound tokens, that was the thing that Ethereum recently created, right? Something like that. I didn't look at it too much. Well, let's see this. And but it's the same with money to the Indian scammer, right? Well, yeah, but people aren't getting their money back with that at all. Absolutely not. So, conceptually, of course, U.S. money is backed by the biggest military in the world. Exactly. Exactly. Because you're right. Fiat currency, it's all fucking fake, right? But whenever you have somebody with a gun that tells you that it's real, then it's real. That's all there is to it.
So far, no beneficial justification has been provided for their existence. It's all about the attempt of trying to get rich quick. That's why game companies are trying to promote this stuff, because they see the financially lucrative nature. They're not looking at it from the perspective of how do we benefit players and customers through NFTs. They're looking at it through a lens of how can we milk the hell out of this new gold rush? How can we monetize players more through this? How can we make more money through this, regardless of whether it's beneficial to players or not, regardless of how harmful NFTs have proven to be, not just for the environment, but also for people who are partaking in this, not knowing what they're really getting into, who only got into it because you've got these celebrities and these big companies saying that.
I think a lot of people get into it because they see how much somebody makes with an NFT, and then after that, they want to make their own NFT. It's that simple. So, like, for example, the reason why I started the virtual exchange thing back in, like, 2012, I was going to do, like, a cryptocurrency, like a video game currency exchange website where you could buy and sell it. The reason why I did that is because I had a guy in my guild that ran a website, and he made, like, millions of dollars doing this. Now, he went to jail because he was scamming people, but, like, I already saw what he told us what he did wrong and like how they got him. So it's like, well, at least I won't do that. I'm going to try to do this a little bit different. And that's it, right? Like, yeah, so it was a little bit different. Yeah, he went to jail. No, the thing is, like, yeah, he went to jail, but, like, it is what it is. But, like, that was the idea, because he told me, he's like, I was making $1 million a month or something like that. I'm like, that's really good. We should probably do that, too. It's a great idea. And I think that's the same thing with people with NFTs. Is they see Cody? No, it was a guy I knew in WoW. I never met him. And, yeah, the guy went on the news and shit. Yeah, the guy was on the news and, like, everything. Yeah, it was a big fucking thing. They even, and the way they caught him, by the way, is he was negotiating the scam parts of what he was doing on World of Warcraft. And so they had to pull the logs from Blizzard. And so that's how it all came together. And, yeah, it was fucking nuts, man. And so, yeah, I think that's what people do, is they see other guys that are doing really well. And then it's like an advertisement, because it's like, oh, if this guy's doing it and he's popping off, I should do it and I'll pop off too.
This is the wave of the future, claiming, oh, look at all of these benefits that NFTs will provide, while setting unrealistic expectations, all to get people hyped for this thing that they can continue milking at the expense of those who are not part of the lucky few elites who will benefit from this crap. So yes, suffice it to say, I feel zero sympathy for Seth Green in this situation. I feel zero sympathy for anyone trying to promote something that is ultimately harmful, to create artificial scarcity where there doesn't need to be, to turn art into investment opportunities. And not to say that big money doesn't circulate around art, but they aren't just trying to goad investors, they're trying to turn the public into investors and creating these markets that they can exploit the public from. It's ultimately about goading and luring the ignorant and then just taking advantage of them. So yeah, what else is there to say?
That's exactly what it is, right? Is that they want to have more people that engage with what they do, because what they're doing is more valuable the more people that engage with it. So it's in their best interest to give these things high value, because then those things will continue to have that value. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. Modern Beanie Babies. NFT is zero use. I think that most of these types of NFTs, like whether something like that has use, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think that most people can agree that like these like collections of NFT pictures, they're not really helping anybody.
Let this situation, among the myriad other thefts and heists in the thousands to hundreds of millions of dollars that I've reported on, serve as a lesson and as a warning that this is what NFTs are all ultimately about. Unless there's some major change to the intentions behind them and their application that actually brings about beneficial elements to, you know, the populace as a whole, I will never accept NFTs as something that should be normalized, and I'll continue to laugh in the face of those who try to exploit NFTs and then got burned for it. Or at the very least, that's one man's take on the latest epic fail surrounding NFTs.
And real.
Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on Seth Green's Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT getting stolen, leading to the commercial rights surrounding his upcoming NFT show being called into question, and it essentially putting his show on hold until something can be done about this. Share your thoughts below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
The demigods are each and...
Okay. I knew you guys were saying it, and I was like, I was going to let it go all the way out. I wanted you guys to hear the end of it. Listen, we've watched this guy's videos before. I think he makes great news videos, especially whenever he goes through all the tweets and shit like that. Go ahead, give him a like, give him a sub. These videos are great. I don't watch all of them, but he's got a bunch of other ones on his channel, just for other types of like little stupid funny news stuff like that. So if you guys want to take a look at it, there's the video right there. And anyway, I'll give it a sub. I'll give it a like too. Okay, how about that? And we'll look at the what do you call it? We'll look at the CoffeeZilla one. It's a quick 5-minute video, okay? And then Preach made a video too. I wanted to watch that too. So we'll go through that as well. Did you already hear about the Bored Ape Yacht Club Nazi references? No, I didn't see any of that stuff at all. What's this here? Watch a Cyberpunk video? I haven't seen that. How's this any different than the U.S. government taking back Bitcoin they paid to ransom holders versus protection, not taking sides? Just make a point. Here's one thing that I've always said, is that if you can't enforce ownership for something, you don't own it. If it can be taken away from you, you don't own it. That's it. Yeah, you can't own something that people can take away from you. And that's just the way it goes. What? Well, what's it? Oh, is this upsetting? Anything be taken from you? Exactly. Personal ownership of anything is a human construct. It's not real. Absolutely not. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Anything can be taken. Yeah, it's important to keep that in mind. Showing on your hair? Yeah. What's this here? The only thing you own is your perspective? And yeah, you could maybe say that. Sure. So you own nothing because pretty much everything can be stolen? Yeah, pretty much. That's how I look at things, is that anything that you have, anything in the world, even children can be taken from you? Yes, they can. They can. And to the extent that something can be taken away from you, then you don't own it. It's the government. Like, for example, you know, a great example of this is eminent domain. Government says, like, listen, we need your house. And you're like, well, you can't have my house. They're like, okay, well, here's your house. We're going to here's some money, and we're taking the house. That's it. It's not your house anymore. That's it. Yep, can't do shit. There's no recourse. You can't stop them. If you try to physically stop them, they'll just arrest you and put you in jail. You're nothing. Keep that in mind. Because if you can't get this stuff enforced, you don't have it. That's why you need guns. What do you think you're going to have happen? You go and shoot a construction worker that comes over there? They're going to bring 20 cops over there and shoot you. Then you're dead. And guess what? They kill you, and then they say they didn't do anything wrong. And you're fucking dead. Like, that's it. It's done. People are just like, they got no idea what's going on, man. No idea. Here we go.
Animated series about NFTs may be canceled after its main character, a Bored Ape, was stolen.
That's the main character?
Came at VCon, which, if you don't know, is where a bunch of influencers gather together to worship Gary V. And one of the speakers, this guy, Seth...
Wait, Gary V? When does Gary V ever stream on Twitch? How are you going to have a Twitch fucking hoodie? I never see this guy on Twitch. When does he ever fucking stream? Yeah, it's not at all. Like, yeah, what the hell, man? Is he scamming? Is he posing, man? Oh my God.
One of the speakers, this guy, Seth Green, came to show off his world premiere trailer of a show about NFTs, whose main character is an NFT.
Wow.
This show features Seth Green's Bored Ape as the hero of the story, a crying monkey named Fred Simeon. And I can't play the whole trailer because they have some copyrighted music that's going to be claimed in a microsecond.
Of course.
But let me describe it to you. It's a bunch of NFTs in a bar with humans. It's kind of awkward.
Didn't they do this in the 90s? Didn't they? So it's like Space Jam? So it's Space Jam. Like, yeah, Roger Rabbit. Oh my God. I love it, man. This is amazing. Cool World, yeah. Holy fuck.
And not in a funny way. I mean, I get they're going for a mix of real life and cartoons, but I can't take your show seriously when one of your characters has Ethereum for eyes. Not to mention their love.
Bro, that guy looks like a
Take your show seriously when one of your characters has Ethereum.
Like, look at that. Just looks like a crackhead. What is this?
For eyes. Not to mention
my
their love
God.
interest is about as believable as the couples in 90 Day Fiancé. But there was one part of it that got a chuckle out of me, and that's when Gary V appeared on screen pretending to be a human.
Hey, Gary. How are you? How you doing? Good. Yeah.
I, too, frequent pubs often, fellow kids. Anyways, as soon as the trailer ends, Seth Green reveals that there's a bit of a problem. A few days before, he'd actually had his main character stolen from his crypto wallet. Or as he says, Fred was kidnapped.
I bought that ape in July of 21 and have spent the last several months developing and exploiting the IP to make it into the star of this show. And then days before, his name is Fred, by the way. Days before he's set to make his world debut, he's literally kidnapped.
Now, I don't understand why...
I kind of want to see what he actually said. Yeah, he thinks it's so funny. It is funny. Yeah, it is funny. This is great.
The crowd is laughing here at Seth losing his main character because this is actually a really big deal. The show is possible because he owns the Bored Ape NFT. See, every Bored Ape NFT comes with a commercial art license. That is, it allows the owner to create sort of anything they want. Shoes, clothing.
Somebody says it could be a publicity stunt. I think that you could be right, but I think that it also, to the extent that this can happen, I think that it's a massive net negative for NFTs as a whole, because it shows that there's no real, like, you can't own or control it. You know, like, yeah, this hurts NFTs a lot. So, like, yes, it could be a marketing scam. Yeah, sure. But, like, this completely hurts the integrity of NFTs because people can see this and be like, well, wow, so this guy just got his thing stolen? I thought this stuff couldn't get stolen.
TV shows with that character. Now, what this means, though, is that when the thief stole this NFT, they also stole those IP rights, meaning Seth Green is no longer the owner of those commercial rights.
Surprise!
Which makes his show kind of illegal. And this whole thing is so ironic because that's the whole pitch of NFTs, isn't it? Like, you truly own something, you possess it. But if a scammer steals it from you, in what sense do you now own it? It isn't clear, especially since that Bored Ape that Seth owned has now been sold on the secondary market to somebody by the name of Darkwing84. Seth Green has tried to reach them on Twitter saying, quote, looks like you bought my stolen ape. Hit me up so we can fix it. Now, Darkwing hasn't responded to this, and technically, until he does, he's the real owner of these commercial use rights, not Seth Green. And all Seth can do is tell people he's going to make those scammers pay.
Can I message this guy on Twitter? Darkwing84, right? Is that what it is? Darkwing84. Okay, here we go. We've got him. Oh shit, he doesn't say anything about it. God damn it, man. Okay, yeah. It looks like he's not active on Twitter. That is just too fucking bad. Invite him to the show. Bro, if I could, I would bring him on right now. I would bring him on at this exact moment to have a conversation about this. But tell him to delete it. Oh, delete the fucking thing. That's great. He's online. No, I can't DM him. I will, I'll follow him. And how does he even know that that's who it is? Like the guy OpenSea account. Oh, it's on his OpenSea. Okay, he's got it linked there. Okay, I get it. I'm Darkwing, DM me? Okay, sure, thanks. Well, I follow them on Twitter, so if he follows me back, I will interview this guy. Oh my God. Yeah, I will. I'll bring him on stream if I can.
Kick down any door he has to recover this NFT.
If there's a door to kick in, I can promise you I'm going to kick the door in for us.
But let's be honest with ourselves. The only thing Seth is going to be kicking is himself. Because I'm going to tell you guys right now, not much of a chance they find this guy. Even though Seth Green says he has the best people on the case.
I'm already into the best authorities that you can get. The means to be able to chase this a little bit. It's the matter of whether where it is a person, is some foreign financial conglomerate, is some massive...
Yeah, like what if he finds out that it's in China? It's like some random guy who lives in China. It's like, give it back. The guy's like, no. Seth's like, please. The guy's like, no. He's like, ah, fuck. All right, show's canceled, guys. That's it. It's done. Yep, it's done. Too bad.
Scam house somewhere. We'll figure it out. I got some.
Now, of course, I don't know who this crack squad of crypto investigators are.
Yeah.
Maybe they hired Liam Neeson to find the hackers. I don't know. But in my experience, the first thing most investigators are going to tell you is that the only way to track down hacks like this is if the scammer kind of makes a mistake. I mean, it's possible to track down the wallet, you know, where the stolen NFT went, of course.
Yeah.
But finding the actual people behind it is nearly impossible in a lot of these cases. So yeah, Seth Green probably isn't getting his NFT back anytime soon unless he pays for it and hopefully isn't extorted. Until then, his crypto NFT show looks like it's probably on hold. which honestly...
Wait, so what if somebody stole the NFT and then after the show was out, sent a DMCA complaint to have the show removed? Like, I'm pretty sure that this could happen, right? And they would have to shut it down. That's like some, dude, that is godlike, man. Oh my God. They could sue, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's nuts. And for the profits as well. Darkwing joined Twitter in 2021. The hacker's account showing off he has it. He's trying to sell it back to Seth. Yeah, I bet.
Maybe for the better. I mean, I'm sorry to Seth Green. I'm sorry that happened to him. But for the world, for humanity, I think it might be overall a good thing. Just me personally, I guess. I don't like shows built around NFTs, kind of for the same reason I don't like the Minions movie. It's a whole piece of art built around only selling you some kind of stupid cartoon figure at higher and higher prices. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I get it. Art has to make money, sure. But when the entire purpose of the thing is to make the price go up, go to the moon, it's just never that interesting. The only real difference I can see between this new show that was going to come out and like those hacky merch movies is just really that when you buy a Minions plushie and it gets stolen, you lose $10. If you're Seth Green and you lose your Bored Ape, you lose hundreds of thousands, and you might lose your TV show.
That's just crazy, man.
Anyways,
oh my
that's basically
God.
all I wanted to talk about. See ya.
Oh
Nice
my
glove,
fucking
mate.
God.
Where'd
dude.
you get that
Give
from?
me a second. Let me go open this one back up. I'll link it to you guys. This guy does all the videos about the NFT shit. Like, I love seeing this. Like, he actually, like, pops off on NFTs. We've watched so many of them. This is just, like, a quick 5-minute video. But, again, I'm sure that we'll probably, that's the scam itself. Darkwing buying it was just to add 200K to the value of the NFT, then sell it back to Seth for profit. So you think that it's all part of an inside job? I think that you could be right about all of that, but I do think that this entire fiasco devalues NFTs in the mind of the public. You guys agree with me on this or what? Yeah, like that's kind of how I see it, right? Is like that's what I would go through, and I would go and say that for sure. Yeah, to me, absolutely. The public doesn't care? Yeah, exactly. Well, it will make them care less, and it will make the value even less than what it is. So we've had something happen, and again, we've had something happen with MMOs recently. And this is a... do you think they're only a JPEG or you're just memeing? I think NFTs have no value. They're valueless garbage. That's it. Yeah, I think that they have no value. Like crypto, maybe some of that has value, sure. And like it has enough people behind it to where like it has a consistent value, but I don't think NFTs. And whenever I say crypto, I'm not talking about MILF coin and Dogecoin. I'm talking about like Ethereum and Bitcoin, and that's basically it. Certainly not Luna. So yeah, MMOs. So we're going to be getting a new contract. We have to sign a new contract with Blizzard, telling Blizzard we will be good boys. We will no longer be racist in the game. That's right. Blizzard is ending racism. It's had a good run. It's gone on for quite a while, but thankfully Blizzard is here to shut it down. Pogs, yeah, can we get some pogs for Blizzard removing racism? Thank God. All right, here we go. Let's see it.
Where did you get that from? The Poor People Shop. Don't invite me to your group. I want to join your group if anything. What's your score? What's your score?
What is wrong with you? Have you seen your adventure plate? Do you think that's good, do you? You look like an Echo player. An Echo player. Do you want to look like a Roger Brown? Do you?
Nobody does.
Absolutely suck, mate. You suck. Get out of my dungeon. And
terms of service, social contract. So what the fuck? Oh.
Guys, wait. Little Sprout's watching the cutscene. I remember my first time.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll wait. It's fine. Hey! Oh, that adventure plate is amazing.
Wow.
No, it doesn't make you look poor at all.
It's another cat girl bending over.
I wish I could make mine look like that. You know what? I just look around and I think, this is what happiness truly is.
Yay. All right, here we go. Let's see it. I'm ready for this shit, bro. I am ready. That's crazy.
Right,
I
so
know.
The social contract is coming to WoW. This is not a WoW bash thing because actually the social contract exists in many games already. But re-emphasizing this is something that is done for all the wrong reasons. Is my take on this?
That is my opinion too. So true, so real. There it is, dude.
Damn thing.
Yep.
What I've noticed, and you guys are well aware, is ever since we stopped actively covering WoW coverage, I have been dipping my toe into as many MMOs as I can get my hands on, like in big ones.
That's
I'm not.
good.
I'm not doing every single MMO that's ever been made. I'm not playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure or anything.
I like Hello Kitty Island Adventure a lot more than this stuff.
Ew.
But we're looking at a lot of the big ones. Destiny 2. We've been playing some EVE Online. We've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy, etc., etc. And one thing has become very clear, and I've tried to make this point in a number of videos, is that it's gameplay design that encourages positive behavior, not a list of stuff that tells you can't be a racist, bigoted arsehole. That's kind of a given societally, at least for most people.
Here's what I think. I think that it's both. I think that really, if you have no moderation, in any place where there is no moderation, what is the most popular word? It's the N-word. That's the word everybody uses. And they use it in every sort of a way. And that's it. Yeah, they say whatever they want to say. They do whatever they want to do. Yep, that's it. And nerd news, yes, exactly. The gamer word, the ultimate end-all be-all gamer word. And so I think that a lot of it, the reason why WoW has a community that they feel like needs a social contract is very simple. It's because not only is the company obviously have a fucked up like workplace situation, right, or at least they did, but on top of that, they don't moderate the game. So, like, you have plenty of cases where people break the TOS, and then nothing happens to them.
And it's usually something that's done in a sort of ambiguous way. They're never very specific. It's like, it's if you are hate speech, whose definition of that is what, right? Who decides what isn't? Now, for most of us,
it's like for a lot of people, like hate speech could be using the N-word. It could be using the F-word. Other people think saying retard is hate speech. Other people saying there's only two genders is hate speech. Other people think saying, like, let me think. Like, I think those are probably just like that's the most, that like transgender people can't compete in like sports against people of the opposite gender that they transition to, right? Or like, like that was like a big thing. Like, so like, where's the line for like what's hate speech and what's not? I mean, I do think that like what he's going to bring up makes sense because everybody does have a different line.
Very obvious. If you call someone an overtly racist name or some really homophobic or gendered term, then yeah, you're being a douchebag and that's clearly obvious. But that line also gets pretty vague.
It does.
Now, this is similar, and I know it's not on the same topic, to FF14's recent sort of discussion about add-ons. Is their purpose is very clear. Like, it's although it's written with some vagary, their intention is very clear. They don't want FF14 to turn into an add-on fiesta like World of Warcraft. They don't want that. So they're very clearly trying to say, look, if you're creating some sort of add-on or plugin that makes the game easier, in their opinion, or simplifies it, that's the kind of thing we don't want. But they paint it with a broad brush, which is like, we're just against all add-ons. Right?
Because they don't want to deal with it.
We talked about that in the last video, is they paint it with that brush so that they can easily toe the line between what they want to get rid of and what they don't. They actually probably don't mind people doing X and Y, and they are just as most video games understand, there's going to be some drama and conflict that occurs in video games where you're playing with multiple people all the time from around the world who are brought up in different cultures and have different ways of thinking, and some people are just complete assholes regardless. Like,
what if they start actually banning people for being racist in WoW and the game dies? Like, I'm just thinking about, like, how fucking funny that would be. Is like, they actually start banning everybody and then like the game just dies because it's like that was the only people that were playing it. Like 40% are unsubbed. Yeah, I know. I see this a lot on on Twitter. Is you have like all of these like people that are these like WoW simps. And they start talking about like how good the social contract is and like how important it is and all this stuff. And like they always talk about how, oh, I know there's so many people that are angry about this and, they're all so wrong. Oh, they're so bad. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, who's saying this? Like 5 people on Twitter? Like, it's like, yeah, it's like they're jousting with windmills here. They're fighting. They're charging into the red flag, the red carpet. There's nobody there. There's like 15 morons. Who cares? It's just, there's no downsides to this. Yeah, it's just like, oh my God, it's so patronizing. I hate it.
That happens all the time as well. So what they don't want to say is like, you can't say X, Y, and Z, and that has tried in the past. You might remember Twitch did something like this a while ago, where they came up with like literally a list of words that you weren't allowed to say.
No, this is actually not. That's actually not true. So Twitch had, like, they said that and then they walked it back. So yeah, blind playthrough, and they actually never got rid of that. They just got rid of that as a tag. Like, if I said I'm doing a blind playthrough, Twitch would not ban me. This is not true.
There's a big controversy is that you couldn't use the word blind. Where one of the most common things in all of video games is blind playthroughs.
Yeah.
You put that in your title, and that tells everybody, because it's part of the nomenclature of the culture, is that this is somebody who's playing a game for the very first time. And now,
and also, I want to keep in mind and like contextualize this, is that whenever this was an issue, there were people from the blind community. One of them messaged me, because a lot of people that play video games that have like that are visually impaired, they're not completely blind. Like, it's not like they can't, it's not like their eyes are closed. It's like it's hard for them to see things at the level that you can see them, right? For example, how? Well, that's how, because I knew you guys were going to say how, and I preemptively started explaining how because I knew that you would say that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, people have like different degrees of like blindness, right? It's not like everybody is like Illidan, they can't see anything and that's it. There's a lot of people who are legally blind who can still have a certain level of functional reading and comprehension of what's going around them. That's what it is. And let me go back and double check this. Legally blind are merely impaired rather than having zero. Yes, they are visually impaired. That's not necessarily what it is. And anyway, so one of those people messaged me, and they said that they were part of the blind community and the visually impaired community on Twitch, and Twitch didn't really listen to them on this at all. Twitch just did it. This is like another, like these people, like, I feel like they thrive on self-aggrandizing themselves through this virtue signaling, and like the longer that they go without getting another praise from Twitter for doing the right thing, it's like they start dying, right? It's like they need this. That's what that feeds them. It keeps them alive. And so it's like, it's been 3 weeks, we haven't gotten a pat on the back from some fucking Twitter mob, so we need to do something else. And so they threw this together. Oh my God.
To be first playthrough and things like that, and people try and push it, along with a lot of other very derogatory terms.
Yeah.
And when you try and do this very specific line, it makes it awkward, because one thing I know from people, not just gamers...
It's very obvious, right? So, like, for example, if you call... It's kind of like, remember, like, the whole conversation about, like, cracker? And, like, is cracker a racist term or not? It's that it's not about, is it a racist term or not? It's... are you using it in a way that is derogatory and meant to be a racist term? Like, for example, if you call a black person a monkey, that's fucking racist. It's fucking racist. Now, there are instances where, like, maybe he didn't mean it that way, but it clearly is. Now, is it against the rules to say monkey? No, it's not. But if you do it in that way, it's a big problem. Do you see what I'm trying to get at here? Last stream? What do you mean? What's wrong with this? No, we're just talking sense here. Yeah, it's not like, you can't compare the two at all. I think that to the extent that you create a word in order to degrade somebody, it doesn't really matter about what the context is behind it. It just matters about what the intent is. Does that make sense? So, like, yes, you're right. It's like the same as like comparing cracker versus the N-word. Obviously, the N-word is worse. That's why it's called the N-word, and it's not the C-word. Of course, it makes sense. I'm not saying that one of these is not worse than the other. What I'm saying is that both of these words are used in this way, but it's contextual. So like if somebody is using it in a negative or a bad way, it's very different than like calling somebody that and saying, well, I had something to eat today and that's what I had to eat. Do you see what my point is? The word in the end is about intent. Yes, exactly. And what's this here? It's not racist, call a white person a monkey, but it is if it's black. I think in a lot of contexts, yeah, I think it would be much more likely to be racist. Yeah, it's the same as like, for example, it depends on like what you're trying to do, right? And so like, for example, if I say that like there's a girl who's overweight, well, let me make an even better example, or another example. I think they're both good, but this is another example. So like, let's say there's a girl who's fat, right? She's fat. Everybody knows she's fat. And I start talking about how much of a big, beautiful woman she is. You know, she's she's really, there's a lot to love there. That's not really something that's bad, fundamentally. Saying any of these things are not bad, but the way that you say it and the intent behind your words is clearly aggressive. It's clearly trying to hurt somebody. It's clearly trying to degrade somebody in a bad way. It's the way you fucking say it. It's the context. Yeah, it's the context. And so that does that make sense, right? Is history of people being racist with the word monkey? All right, let's move on. I don't trust random people to not be racist. Like, listen, like I'm not going to get into this too much. I think that what I'm saying makes perfect fucking sense. Anybody who's not understanding this is being crazy. It's because you associated the statement with stereotypes. There's nothing I said that was wrong. Everything I said was completely accurate. People are intentionally misunderstanding me. If you intentionally misunderstand me, I'll just ban you. What I said is completely clear, and there's no way to misunderstand it unless you're a fucking idiot.
Line, it makes it awkward because one thing I know from people, not just gamers, is everyone's always trying to figure out the line. They're trying to figure out where can I go? Where is it? Where can I push to? And when very strict lines are drawn, that's where it goes. So
that's what the issue is, right? It's because people will use different words to create racist connotations and racist contexts. But it's like if you know that that's what they're doing, then it's kind of obvious that's what they're doing. And that's my point behind it. It's like the context, and I think that there's a big problem online with intellectual dishonesty and people saying things like this, right? And like people will use different words for like different races of people. And like some of these words will be like, oh, well, you don't, like it completely goes under the radar because people don't understand it, right? Like the tryhard thing. Another one, people use the word jogger to refer to black people. This is very common now. I see it all the time in chat. Sometimes we have to ban people for it because they think they're being clever. People use other white power or like, white supremacy things like the 14 words or 1488 or something like that. What? True? What the fuck? Yeah. Yes. What's wrong with jogging? Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not reaching at all. Yeah, I'm not reaching at all. Like, no, it's because you guys see, like, and the fact that everybody's question marking me proves my point. You see how it proves my point, though, right? Is that because I know this stuff and you don't know it, it goes completely under your radar and you don't even notice it. Yeah, you don't even notice this happens. Yeah, I understand why. Yeah, exactly. They live under a rock? No, they don't. Like, it's very hard to even pick up on this stuff. Why would anybody know about that? Yeah, of course not. Normies in chat. Yeah, it's a 4chan thing. Exactly. As I'm on 4chan? Yeah, of course I've been on 4chan before. And never goes under the mods radar. True, my mods are gods. Hearts in chat for the mods. Jibu, good job. They're called dog whistles. Exactly. I know this stuff, and I know this because I've been on the internet for 20 fucking years. Yeah, I've seen this stuff for a long time. So yes, a lot of people try to say stuff like this and go under the radar. My mods know about this, but a lot of you guys don't. I'm not wrong. You can look this up. Or you might be taken out of context and get banned. If I get taken out of context and get banned, good. Because if we are in a world where me having an honest conversation, using examples in a honest way, directly, speaking clearly, gets me banned, good, I'm done. Yeah, then I'm done. Because I'm not saying anything wrong here. I'm saying what a lot of people won't say because they're too fucking afraid to say it, because they're worried about being taken out of context. No, I'm not worried about that at all. Because I know that what I'm saying is true. I know that if people look into it, it'll be true. And there's no way that's going to happen. So I'm not stressed out or worried about this at all. Not even in the slightest. Yeah, why would I even be worried in any way? Make the argument about everything because you want to know, because you know, but your channel, do whatever you want. So do I have to prove that there's a correlation between these two words? Okay, let's see here. So let's see right here. Here's like one Vice article about it. Let's see here. This isn't really that evident at all, but I'm trying to see if I can figure out something that's more accurate than that. No, you don't. Yeah, Urban Dictionary. Is there an Urban Dictionary? Let me try that. Urban. I don't even know if Urban Dictionary is going to have it. I feel like it won't. Yeah. So I literally can't show it because the Urban Dictionary definition says N-word as auto-corrected by Apple. That's what it is. That's literally what it says on Urban Dictionary. I was right. There's literally a wiki page. Yep, I was fucking right. I know what I'm talking about with this stuff. Yes, that's exactly what it is. What the fuck? Yep, it's on Urban Dictionary. So you guys had no fucking idea about this. Everybody question marked me about this, but I was right. And that's what I'm saying, is that all the words that people use, there isn't just a list. What Preach is saying, this actually has something to do with the video. I know this might surprise you guys, but this actually has something to do with the video, is that it's not about the words that you use. It's about the way that you use the words and what the context and intent is behind the words. Didn't question mark you on this? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, words fly under the radar. Yeah, they fly under the radar for you, not for me. Like I see that shit immediately. There's a Twitter post saying you just called black people monkeys. Oh, really? Well, I'm sure they'll get a lot of likes. Hopefully, they can add their Cash App as soon as it goes viral, and they can make at least $14 off of it. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be very successful for them.
The TOS thing and there was some outrage about this, but it seemed unnecessary to me. It's really Blizzard reiterating, it's like, look, we're probably going to take a stronger stance on this, especially after the lawsuits that are going on and all the controversies. Like, we're going to be more actively taking part in this. Far too regularly, and this has happened recently with the influencer program, the experts, the WoW expert council, the WoW council thing is, people releasing screenshots that have some racist terms in them, even though X and Y wasn't really involved, but it occurred in their environment, and Blizzard taking action and doing all this kind of stuff, and people going, well, that's not fair, this is all bullshit and all this kind of stuff. And it's really a case that if Blizzard really wants to encourage a positive gaming behavior, there's a couple of approaches that are just considerably better that happen at the design phase of the game. And
the design of the game encourages toxicity in WoW.
Really, with social contracts, because I'm also seeing a lot of people arguing that, well, this will make things much better now. Now Blizzard has struck down and said, hey, we're not going to allow racism and stuff. It's like, duh. Duh. I mean, I've reported people for racism before, but ironically, there was a video I did during the Shadowlands Alpha where I did report somebody who was being a complete toolbox. And a lot of people in my comments section said I was being a snitch, a grass, a pussy. All those
that's because the truth is most people don't care about any of that stuff, and they just want to be able to play the game and say whatever they want. That's really why. They don't care about hate speech or bad words or anything like that. They just want to play the game, and they don't want to be told what they can and can't say. There's no fine print. There's no nuance. There's no context. They don't care if it hurts your feelings. It doesn't matter to them because your feelings don't matter. That's it. So, like, yes, there's no... By trying to understand it, you're leading yourself into a black hole. There's no way there's nothing to understand. They just want to say whatever they want.
This could be a kid, right? this is going to be a kid who's having to listen to this shit. Like, that's not funny. That's not a joke. And you can call me an old man boomer, whatever, but I look at it from that perspective. It's like, this could be one of my kids who's having to listen to this bellend talking all this shit and saying all this awful stuff, which he's not allowed to hear at home. And yeah, I don't think it's right. Whatever. I don't think it's right, and I'm not going to fucking stand for it. I don't care if you call me a pussy or whatever. And thankfully, Blizzard reached out to me afterwards and like, thanks for that. That was good. Make that example. And I was like, I wasn't trying to make an example. I would do that regardless if I was recording this or not. What I do want to talk about, though, is the ways that we can certainly create a better environment, because ultimately there's a lot of people who consider WoW to be very toxic right now, which sucks, because Dragonflight...
Well, I think that WoW is toxic for two reasons. The design of the game creates toxic... it creates rage moments. Like, for example, whenever somebody dies in Mythic Plus or something like that happens, that creates a rage moment. It makes people mad that, like, this is happening. And, yeah, I absolutely think so. But at the same time, you also have other cases where it's the players that do bad stuff don't get punished. And because they don't get punished, other people do it too because they think that it's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of like what happened. You say it doesn't matter to a lot of people. True. I remember 12-year-old me never playing MMOs, but as soon as my accent was heard, I got five N-words as soon as possible. Yeah, because people just want to be able to say whatever they want. That's literally all there is to it. It's like, for example, like, remember back whenever Speed had, like, that big drama thing happen where, like, he was, like, being, like, super, like, abrasive towards, like, that girl? And, like, a lot of Speed's community didn't care. Like, Speed lost no viewers because of that. Nobody gave a shit in his community. And that was millions of people. They didn't care. And then Aiden Ross said that forward, right? And then guess what? Nobody cared. Nobody in his community cared. And yes, obviously there are communities that do care, right? If it was my community or maybe like Hassan's community or something like that, if one of us did that, yeah, probably they would be more, people would be more upset. Would this cause a viewership loss? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But what I mean is that a lot of people just simply don't care. And that's the full stop to it. There's no, as I said, there's no nuance to it. There's no context to it. They don't care about how it makes you feel because they don't care about you. They only care about themselves and being able to say and do what they want. And you are just getting in the way of that, and they don't like you because of it. That's it. Yeah, don't care.
It was hopefully going to be really good. And we don't want to leave that toxic atmosphere stewing, but it needs to change in different ways. FF14 is considered all sunshine and roses and happiness. Unquestionably, radically different social environment. Radically different. I'm not undermining how massively different the environment is. It is not perfect. There are certain social faux pas that exist in FF14 that people take extremely seriously.
Yeah, like spoilers.
And a simple one would be if you have a new player in your dungeon and they're watching a cutscene for the first time, it is very, very respectful to let them watch it till the end. And
well, it's like you have to, though. Because, like, for example, like, you have to watch the cutscene. Because, like, you can see, like, on the name, like, it says viewing cutscene. And this is, like, for example, like, for the fucking, like, the trials and shit, right? It is, like, you can't leave the circle. That's not true? Yeah, it is. It is true. If you don't watch the cutscene, and everybody in the group skips the cutscene, not for dungeons? No, it's not for dungeons, but it is for trials. You're right. We're both right. Like, you're right for dungeons, I'm right for trials.
What you can do is, if you've already seen that cutscene before, so you've played the story and you're replaying this dungeon for leveling purposes or whatever, is you can go and pull the boss straight away while the cutscene's playing. Some of these cutscenes are 2 or 3 minutes long. And that person is just not going to take part in the boss fight. The boss fights aren't difficult, so it can be 3-manned or whatever.
Yeah.
And that person comes back after maybe watching a very important part of the story. People take the story very seriously in FF14, and the boss is nearly dead. Or it's like, I'm locked out of the room, or whatever it might be. And it's considered a really big social faux pas. Now,
yeah, it's very true.
As well as not commending people at the ends of dungeons. And this is what leads me to the gameplay scenario. There are
it's also against like the social contract really to ask for commendations. Like, a lot of times before we pull the boss, whenever I was trying to get my 300 or 500 commendation mount, I would always start the fight, and before I pull the boss, I would say in raid, I first started saying thank you in advance for the commendations, and then I started pretending to be a girl to try to get more commendations. And I was doing this on my second stream, and it actually, like, there were a few times that it worked, man. Yeah, hey, look. Amount's amount.
Play encouragements.
Shameless, yeah.
That work.
I
Some
did the
games don't bother
yeah.
at all, which is another approach that people can take. So I would consider Destiny 2 to be more in line with that, which is that you can go into a strike or whatever outside of very, very organized raid content, and if there's people there, great. If there's not, there isn't. They're faceless, nameless for the most part.
Yeah.
Very rarely you're going to bump into them again. Is essentially this mission can be soloed, and if other people are also doing it at the same time, then they're there too. And that's about it.
So it's like the islands and like the events in Lost Ark. It's like once you have a few people there, if you have like 7 or 10 people there, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I think that's pretty cool. Playing Destiny right now. I mean, to be fair, like this does look kind of cool. I've never played Destiny before though. Is that game design problem?
Works, but it's kind of a hands-off approach and doesn't really foster a great community feel, which is where I think FF did get things right, and I hope WoW looks at it this way. I think the best example is honestly Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
Mythic Plus is
super fucking toxic, like, in my opinion, and I think that it's toxic. It has head desk and, like, fucking desk slam things, like, programmed into it.
Very, very hard experience for the average player to get a positive experience with.
Yeah.
Years ago, I would have said something similar to what you'd read on many forums when people struggle with Mythic Plus is make your own group. And the more I think about it now I'm detached from that world and looking back on it, it's like, wow, that's actually really shitty advice. That's like terrible advice. Yeah, you can get a group together, but the problem is you're putting your key up on the chopping block.
Yeah.
And this is what then fosters the negative environment of individually scrutinizing every single player that you're going to be dealing with. It encourages that play. And then Blizzard doubles down on it because now we have the rated.io score in-game as well.
Yep.
And the reason it does that is you're putting your key up for chopping. And if this key fails, it's your key that suffers and your loot that suffers and all these kind of things. So, of course...
You shouldn't be able to deplete a key. If they change Mythic Plus to where you can't deplete keys anymore, the game would only get better. There is literally no value that depleting a key adds to the game. It just adds literally zero value to the game.
Of course, you're being encouraged to really heavily scrutinize and take the best of the best of the best possible, as best as you can tell, which then just heavily undermines all the other players who just want to get their dungeon done and are probably really average to good players, if not amazing players. There's always some bad ones in there, but they're heavily pushed out of the scene because of the environment around how the game works.
Someone said, I want to say this, completely ignores all high ELO runners like DJ Rush and such. Yeah, because I don't care about high ELO players. Who gives a fuck about them? They're going to play the game no matter what. Who cares? Like, yeah, nobody cares about them. Like, they're like 1% of the population. Why should we even, why are we even thinking about them? They're irrelevant. Most people don't care about that. Like, it doesn't affect them at all. Like, I don't want Blizzard to make decisions like, oh, well, we have to make it different because, you know, what about the high-end players? They're going to keep restarting the game. They're going to keep restarting the Mythic Plus dungeon. They're going to keep restarting it. But we can't have them restart the dungeon. What if they restart it and then they restart it again? Oh my God, what's going to happen? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? This is the same mindset. Oh, we can't let people just change their conduits. They're going to be changing their conduits all the time. That's all they're going to be doing. Who cares? Yeah, the 1% are a problem. Yeah, they don't matter, man. They have literally, like, they and the best part about it is, do you think these people are ever going to quit? No, they're not going to fucking quit. That's their job. Yeah, good for both. Can't deplete whenever below plus 20. It shouldn't deplete at all. There's no value for it depleting at all.
It's designed to not reward failure too well. It used to do that.
And what happens whenever you're stuck on a 15 key on a dungeon you can't beat and your key is bricked for the week? Well, I guess that's just, well, we can't have a solution for that. I don't know. I mean, I guess I just have to quit the game. I mean, how could anybody ever find a solution for such an elaborate problem? What if there's a key and I can't? I don't know. I guess that's it. It's over.
He used to do that in several ways. I remember even back in Vanilla, when average BG started rewarding high Warlord gear, or there were enough points to buy them, and people were really upset. Now, that was part of an exclusivity situation, but you can now see, if you think about it, is Mythic Plus, if it goes wrong, it's not going to increase your score. Let's say you're farming score. It doesn't increase your score anymore. It's all going wrong. People are leaving. And we've all seen those threads, if you've paid any attention, of people basically calling for the abject murder, hanging, and disembowelment of anybody who leaves a Mythic Plus dungeon and leaves your key.
Yeah, I've never left a Mythic Plus dungeon ever on my own. Like, there was a time where we were wiping a lot. It was in like Legion or BFA, and like everybody collectively agreed like this is not going to happen. It's like, oh my guys, let's just call it. They're like, okay, let's stop. It's over, right? And like that was it. But I have never left a Mythic Plus dungeon ever. Punish the leavers? No. Why would you punish somebody for not wanting to waste their time in a bad run? Like, if you know that the key isn't going to hit the timer, and you know that you're not going to be able to finish the boss, why should you punish somebody for leaving the run? There's no reason. Yeah, like that's stupid. Like, yeah, leaving isn't the answer, though. Yeah, add an incentive to stay. Yeah, I don't want to. I think that this is, again, like, MMO players are like fucking 50 Shades of Grey enjoyers. They have to find a way that they can, please, Daddy Blizzard, please punish me. Punish me for doing something wrong. Punish me for being bad. Make me run back to my corpse again. I don't want to do that. It's so fucking annoying, man. I don't, like, if there's any level of a punishment in the game, I don't want to deal with punishments in games. I don't play video games to be punished. I play them for fun, to relax, to enjoy myself. And if I'm being punished by having my time wasted, or by having some arbitrary restriction being placed on my character because I don't want my time wasted, I am not having fun, and I don't want to play the game. It's that simple. Yeah, don't do hardcore content? Why not both? Why does hardcore content have to be punishing? Lost Ark isn't punishing. Neither is Final Fantasy. So why does WoW have to be punishing? It doesn't. You're making up this necessary nature of it whenever it's not the case. Yeah, that's not it. They're gatekeeping. It's embarrassing.
High and dry, and that's because it's a very negative effect of putting yourself out there and trying to get in a group. Much safer to just keep rolling and rolling for hours and hours until somebody else lets you in, and you get a lesser negative impact. But if the group falls apart, you still get a very negative impact. It's a gameplay situation that's creating this environment, which leads...
Exactly. Like, I'll give you two examples, okay? So let's look at two different examples of a fight, and let's look at the Souls universe, right? Blue Smelter Demon and Ishin. Ishin is a lot harder than the Blue Smelter Demon. I think we can probably all agree on that. But Ishin, all you have to do is you just run up the stairs and then you fight him. There's no trash mobs you have to avoid. But meanwhile, if you want to go to the Blue Smelter Demon, bro, you've got to be Neo. Dodging all these fucking attacks, watching out for the other guy, jumping down the hole, avoiding that guy. Then you try to go through the portal, and then it fucking, you get hit, and then you lose like you're fucking going through the portal, and like that's punishing. But which one's a better fight? Which one is more enjoyable to do? Well, Ishin is more enjoyable, I would say. And I think that most people, like 99% of people, would fucking agree with me on that, right? But the fact is that there are people who think that, like, oh, well, you run back. That's part of the punishment. Why? Why? Sekiro showed that you can have harder boss fights without that punishing element, and it's totally fine. Yeah. I completely disregard any element that this is necessary to a game. Yeah, this is literally never necessary to a game, and it only makes a game worse. Elden Ring is the same way. What do you have to do? Like, oh, you're going to fight Godfrey. Okay, well, you walk over to Godfrey. Oh, you're going to fight Radon. Well, what do? You walk over to Radon. Like, the punishment for losing should be losing.
To gear score, which leads to having Radar.io score and all those things, because the gameplay intuitively gives that. Vice versa, on the other side, like some of the things we've talked about before is their endgame zone Bosnia, which fully encourages audience participation and cheering on people to do well. You get rewarded for that, for taking part in that situation.
Yeah.
In dungeons, if you have a new player, like I talked about before, they will reward you with more stuff. A big message appears as soon as you enter that dungeon saying, hey, there's a guy here who hasn't done this dungeon before. We're going to give you more rewards. Be respectful of their time. Let them watch the cutscenes. This is the kind of thing that's beneficial. You get the commendation system at the end, which is polite, and most people do this, is give a commendation at the end. Who did well there? That then encourages them to build up their personal commendations so maybe they can help others. It encourages people to be helpful. When people are stuck, people are clearly not understanding what's happening in the dungeon, they're failing things, it helps you to go, hey man,
this is how it works.
Mechanic that you failed on, like, say you got Doom. So what you need to do is you need to run on the glowing platform, and that'll get rid of the Doom debuff so you won't die. It's like, oh, okay. And then that person might commend them for that. Now, obviously, there's the mentor situation in FF14, because not every solution is perfect where people are being overly helpful.
Yeah.
That's a problem as well, but I think I would rather...
Yeah, they're trying to be, like, overbearing about that. I think that in general, at any point that you try to make your game punishing to waste the player's time, I think that I think that's always a bad game design decision. Like, I can't think of a single instance where that has made a game better. Every single time it makes the game worse. It doesn't matter whether it's like repair costs in classic WoW, respecking, running back to a boss in Dark Souls 2. These are all negative effects and bad things about the game. Yeah, Elden Ring, Dark Souls. The people that use Elden Ring and Dark Souls as an example for a punishing game are people that have probably never actually played the game. Some people really do like high risk reward style games. Some people like doing that. Yeah, I think so. Like for hardcore and stuff like that in like PoE, yeah. I think so. But I think those people are like a fraction of a percent. They're like people that are like adrenaline junkies that like need to have, you know, extra stress in their life. And so like they play video games for some reason, right? Like, yeah. But like, I think most people that do that, I think there's a lot less of those people than you might think. And the only reason why you see a lot of them is because a lot of streamers do stuff like that. And it's not actually because they enjoy it. I think that in many cases, it's just simply because it generates more viewership. Watching high stakes content is more interesting to watch. And so that's why they do it.
People be overly helpful than actively hating against each other and creating environments that lead to conflict. And I think that's what it ultimately boils down to is if they really want to solve the toxicity stuff over in WoW, which is prevalent, there's no getting away from it. I don't run into it a lot. I don't think it's as widespread as people feel it is. Of the years that I did the TDP, where we were running Mythic Plus day in, day out, very, very rarely did I have a negative experience.
Wait, why? It's on the other side of the room, bro! Why?
Yeah.
What are you achieving? Ah!
He's doing what he wants, man.
Never play this. That's fucking killing me.
What am I pressing?
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
But I can't play properly without a damage meter.
No, you're playing a hunter. You can play just fine.
At the same time, 99% of my dungeons were successful, and everything was fine, because I know I'm carrying my weight for the most part, and usually other people are as well.
Yeah, of course.
So it generally worked out pretty well. But there are obviously groups out there with a lot of average to lower average players joining groups that are struggling, and then they're being excluded from further content. And there's really no incentive, like I just talked about, to try and encourage them in some way to get better. or to learn and get better, without being an offensive intruder into your personal space of going through the talent list like, this is shit, this is shit, this is dog shit, you know, this is bad, what you're doing is bad, your rotation is terrible, just read a guide, lol. All this kind of stuff. The gameplay of the systems in the game don't encourage that positive gameplay, and that's what I would really like to see.
I think that's a really good factor, right? Is like talking about like positivity. Like, I'll actually give me a minute. I'm gonna take a piss, and then I'll come back. I want to talk about like some of the things that that like WoW does that I think encourages this negativity.
Yo, fuck positivity. Toxicity all day, baby! Give me toxicity all fucking day! That's what the fuck I'm talking about! Fuck positivity! Fucking stupid! Bullshit! It's all fake! People are only positive if you reward them for it. But toxicity, now that's natural. That's the natural state. Alright? Fuck this shit. Fucking hate positivity. Most of the time. What a day.
I'm back. Sorry about that, boys. Okay. Give me a sec. Let me get my headphones on. So there's a lot of things that makes WoW, like, it makes it super toxic, right? I think Mythic Plus is a big factor. Also, like, Final Fantasy has things like the Sprout icon. Like, for example, if you had somebody who had, like, you know, the little baby Murloc icon they have for the mentor program in WoW? I think if they gave people that baby Murloc icon and it was visible to everyone, people would be nicer to those players. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I absolutely think so. And then also the commendation system at the end of the dungeon encourages positive reinforcement. And so there's a lot of different ways that you can do this that are not bad.
Is taking a proper stand against the toxicity in the game, and I'm fully encouraging them doing that. What I would really like to see is be respectful of people's time.
Yes.
The biggest one. It's one of the biggest reasons that I don't miss WoW right now, and hoping changes in Dragonflight. Talks about this a lot on Allcraft with Asmon and Rich, is I want to be respectful of my time. If I think about the amount of times that I've run Mythic Plus, and I will use that as the prime example rather than raiding
that's
here,
good.
I'm looking for an item, and, you know, you're doing 30, 40 runs. And I know when I was talking to OK Mage at the recent Race to World First, it's like she ran the same dungeon 200 times over the course of a season and still didn't get the item she wanted. Like,
yeah, if that happened to me, I would just stop doing it. Like, because, for example, like, it's different with, like, a transmog item because transmog lasts forever. Like, if it's a trinket for, like, one season and I'm not getting it, I just give up. I'm like, fuck this. I don't need to do this. It doesn't matter to me. Who gives a fuck?
Ridiculous. Having to do 10 vaults to end up with a pittance of currency at the end because none of the items it gave you. It's like, be respectful of players' time because it creates... If you don't, it naturally creates frustration. It naturally creates frustration. I've wasted all my time. I did 9 hours of dungeons and raids and Mythic Plus or whatever it might be in PvP, and I got nothing for it. I got absolutely nothing for it. It's just not respectful of my time. And there's games out there like PoE's just the season's new season just launched. It's like 400 hours of gameplay for free. It is. Yep. Like, I know people go, oh, you might buy stash tabs and things. It's like, yeah, but you really don't need to. I played for 150 hours without ever doing so.
The PoE, bro, I spent money on PoE for sure. Like, I've spent a lot of money on PoE, but I don't really feel bad about that because it's like, hey, it's whatever. Yeah, it's totally okay.
And the only reason I did is because people were like, you really should. But I was fine. Like, I could continue to play that game for free all the time. And it's those choices are out there. I really hope they do something about the toxicity over there, because right now that's the impression a lot of people have, like League of Legends had and still carries.
Well, WoW is super toxic because, number one, there's no accountability for... He did say doo-doo, didn't he? Doo-doo. Like poop, you know? Oh my god, that's a good one. I'm glad you guys caught on with that one. Yeah. And so that's the thing, right? Is like you have... I think that in many cases, a lot of games create the toxic environment themselves. They are the ones that are generating the environment. They're making the environment toxic. And the players are just simply playing with what they're given.
The game is really toxic. And it's not just the solution to just outright ban people. It's to foster a gameplay environment that doesn't encourage it. So
well, it's both. Like, not only do you have to foster a game environment that encourages it, but you also have to ban bad actors. Because if people keep doing it, and there's nothing wrong with doing it, and those people don't get actioned, well then, why wouldn't other people do it? Why not do it again? Why not do it like, because if you're not getting in trouble, why would you have any reason to stop?
On this, guys, I really would, because honestly, reading through it, it's like, this is good, but it's not going to change the fact that your environment fosters negativity. And if you want a good gameplay experience, because if the MMOs are built on the back, let's face it, of people having a good time in a community.
True.
And if you can encourage that and push it forward, that's the win. That's the win-win for everybody. So let me know what you guys think, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye, guys.
I completely agree with everything you said. I do. I think that the only thing Critical Gracious is kind of fuming because there's an achievement to have 1,000 positive commendations. It physically hurts him to hold back the racism. Yeah, I bet, man. I actually think, I'll read some of the comments here, and I think the reason why this is preached, obviously, like, we watch all of his videos. We watch his videos for years. He's been on my show many times, and so I'm sure you guys know about him. Make sure to give him a sub, give him a like. If you guys haven't seen his videos before, he makes a ton of videos, mainly Final Fantasy related now. And I'm going to watch one more video after this, and then we'll probably get ready with Elden Ring. But first, I want to talk about this and kind of, like, get into it a little bit more and really kind of explain why I think it's a problem. I think that the reason why people don't like the social contract in WoW and why there's been so much pushback for the social contract in WoW is the fact that a lot of people out there, let me think of a way to put it. They see the bad stuff that happens at Blizzard, and then they are like, oh, so you're making me sign a social contract. Me, the person who never fucking abused anybody. Me, the person who never fucking tried to... There was never a breast milk situation at my house. This is not happening. So, like, this is... It's like they're basically projecting their own problems onto the player base as if the player base are the ones who are wrong. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, like, it's like, thinking, like, I'm not groping anybody. Why am I the one that has to sign this fucking contract? And I think it's offensive to people because it's kind of like, it's like if, for example, if you go somewhere for, like, let's say, like, you go somewhere for, like, a pet, and, like, somebody tells you at PetSmart, right? Every single time that, like, the cashier checks you out at PetSmart, they tell you, and remember, don't abuse your animals, don't hit your dog. Would you find that patronizing, and would that bother you? Because, like, for me, it would. Like, I would find that patronizing. I would not like that. Yeah, it would be it would be annoying. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. So it's not that something is bad. It's that being told, by the nature of being told that it's bad by somebody like that, there's the implication that you need to be told that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, being told what to do is that. Yeah, it's a high percentage of people hit their dogs. Well, that's what I mean, right? But, like, whenever you start telling it to everybody, it would be very offensive. I would be offended by that, absolutely. Yeah, it's just like, fuck that. Specific reason, what's this here? They're not moral authority and it's common sense. Well, yeah, and so, like, I think that people view it the same way whenever Blizzard does the social contract. I don't think that there's anything really wrong with the social contract. It's fine. The problem is that the social contract adds no new rules into WoW. There's nothing new and different the social contract puts into the game. And it's like, wait a minute. Oh, wow. Now it's against the rules to say the N-word? Damn. Well, we were doing that for 15 years. No, it's been against the rules forever. It's always been against the fucking rules. So all they're really doing is reiterating all of those things and saying again what it is. And I think that people view it as, once again, another empty gesture by Blizzard to hopefully gain favor with Twitter social justice warriors, basically. And I think that people are fucking tired of that. It's patronizing, putting himself above other people. Yes, exactly. Toxicity comes from frustrating gameplay. Yes, exactly. And I think that the frustrating gameplay that something like Mythic Plus creates is absolutely toxic. It's absolutely bad. And it's against the rules. Punch your grandma in the face too. Yeah, exactly. It isn't like warning labels on packages. 99% of people know that bleach is poison, but they put the label on for the 1%. Yeah, I do think so, but I think it's more like whenever you actually accuse a person of doing something bad, it's a little bit different than accusing somebody of doing something stupid. Like, I don't know, like, what's really the difference? I'd have to really think about it. I think this is more personal. Like, nobody takes those logos or anything like that, or those disclaimers personally, so I think that's what the difference is. And let's see here. They mostly put it so they won't be sued, as far as I can recall. Yeah, exactly. It's so they won't be sued. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, it's a legal disclaimer, and this isn't necessarily a legal disclaimer. That's a good point. I have a question in regards to that. Don't pretty much all rules and laws get put into place because someone was fucked up in that way and it's bad enough they had to add it? Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like if you go to PetSmart and the person there constantly tells you not to hit your dog, I think that a lot of people would be offended because the implication there is that you need to be told not to hit your dog. And I think that's the way that people view this social contract. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's a problem, really. I don't really care, to be honest with you. But I think that the thing with the social contract is that if they don't make changes to the game and how they moderate the game, then it's all for nothing. So really, it's up to Blizzard to determine how much they care about their own social contract. Because people have been getting reports for years. Blizzard's been getting reports for years for this bad stuff, and they've done nothing about it. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. When we go back over, we've got to watch one more thing, okay? Its difference is you signed a social contract. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the difference. I'm not even really sure. I'd have to think about it. Now, this is something I've wanted to see here because we've watched a lot of his videos, and I think it's fair. This is a fair video we're going to see. It's Andrew. I haven't seen this. I don't know what this is. It's whatever. You already agree to the TOS? Yeah, maybe that's not it either. All right, boys, so let's watch this. Yeah, the title of the video is Why He's the Only Honest Man Left in News. I'm excited to see this because I agree in general with what I believe the premise of this video is going to be. All right, let's see it. Here we go.
Major breaking news this hour.
Vladimir Putin has
Ukrainian government leaders say
Ukraine according to a Senate.
Oh my God, that's stressful. News, war in Ukraine.
Every time the siren is here, I just tell her that it's fireworks because she's like 5 years old.
This is Andrew Callahan, and at 25 years old, he's seen more than most people have in their lifetime.
I'm always very impressed with where he's willing to go.
Isn't this a White Lives Matter rally?
He also, at one point, lost all 1.7 million of his subscribers.
Isn't that crazy?
Are you allowed to talk about that? I don't give a f***. I've been talking about it.
Today, we're going to tell you the story of how he got them back and how he's reinventing news on YouTube. So Andrew Callahan is like a one-person news organization. He has a small team.
Yeah, there's only a few people that do this. Basically, like for anybody who doesn't know, Andrew had a channel before Channel 5 called All Gas, No Brakes. And because he was in some weird, channel deal with some big company, they basically took control of the channel away from him. So he had to completely use an entirely new channel. And it was a big drama thing like a year and a half ago. It was a contract. Yeah, it was a contract scam. He got machinima. Yeah, pretty much.
Friends helping him, but all we see on his channel is basically him interviewing all types of people at some of America's craziest events.
He's got a drink out of his shoe.
Yeah.
He's dressed in like this oversized suit, which gives him this funny Anchorman kind of feel.
Yeah, because it's a little bit too big for him.
One of the most interesting things about Andrew is he barely speaks in his videos. And I think that's
I think that's the best part about it, because he lets the people tell the story themselves. Because a lot of times what happens in like media is that they have like the news anchors that are talking about something, and then they play a 10-second clip, and that's the narrative.
The most interesting parts of watching Channel 5.
We're used to being told the news. You can hear the voices in your head of the anchors on CNN, on Fox, because they're speaking all day, 24 hours long. Like, that's how we are used to consuming the news.
Yeah.
He flips it on its head and just holds the mic and says,
"What's on your mind? What's on your mind? What's on your mind tonight, bro? What's on your mind? What's on your mind right now?"
Andrew's biggest X factor is silence. It's the best storytelling tool that he has that we don't see in news.
I don't know why they say crazy shit. I don't say anything. I just stand there with the microphone. I'll be like, I'll look at the camera and they keep going and going.
That was the guy that, that was from the Flat Earth Convention video, and he was the guy that said that he wanted to unlearn everything that he learned about conspiracy theories and go back to watching Britney Spears concerts. Yeah, it's like, well, that's what makes sense, right? And like, to an extent, like, you have to understand this, that why? I mean, it's, Globetards, I know, it's just so fucking stupid. Don't we all? He had a good point. I mean, what I think it is that, like, you can create a narrative just by interviewing people, and I think that you have people like Mark Dice that does this, right? Where, like, he does a petition for, like, hey, here's a petition to make it to where, like, cats can vote. And like he'll interview people all day, and he'll find like 3 people that are just absolutely fucking crazy, or they just want to play along with it for whatever reason, or they're just really stupid and they just fucking talk about how they want to let cats vote and they sign their name there. Sure. And like that does kind of create a narrative. But I think also like the Channel 5 videos are entertaining at the same time. And I think that's a big factor for it too. But of course you can create a narrative without adding in your own personal opinions. All you have to do is emphasize certain things.
First time you came across one of his videos?
I don't particularly remember the first video I watched. I do remember when he lost all of his subscribers and he lost his channel. That's for me
nuts.
Was like, oh wow, that's awful. Like, this guy
can't believe that
years
happened.
of
Still,
building his channel, and now it's all gone.
It was up what they did to you, bro. What are you talking about? Man, they took your show, treated like shit, dude. You created it from ground floor. Boom.
True.
And we're gonna get to that, just not right now.
I remember coming across his content just because they're titled in this way of these like wild environments that you want to learn about, like NASCAR events. And the thumbnails are always like some crazy looking person. And then he curates this experience of being on the ground at these events in a way that's funny. There's comedy.
Show me your butthole! Will marketing majors!
But then there's also this observational feeling where he shows you both sides of it.
It's definitely different than...
Well, I think he 100% does. And I think really the power and the value of the Channel 5 videos is that it humanizes people in a way that the mainstream media and like traditional media doesn't really provide. Like, for example, I think that 2 of the best examples of this is like Crip Mac and the Hoff twins. Is that Crip Mac and the Hoff twins, like, these guys are clowns. They do some bad stuff, but they're also good guys in other ways too. And it takes somebody who, you know, would be probably completely fucking demonized by like media or something like that. And then it turns them into a real person and it makes them less one-dimensional than the words they use or what tattoos are on their face. And I think that's really what the value of the Channel 5 videos is it takes somebody who's like a flat earther or something like that, and it just asks them questions. It has them talk about stuff, and it has a real human element to it. And it's not taking a person and turning them into the worst 10 minutes of their life and then pretending that's all they are.
Talladega Nights,
Channel
how
5
they portray it.
55th
A lot of the
baby.
dudes here are very professional and on
No
their
custard
P's
shit.
and Q's.
There's a person driving every one of these race cars.
By the end of the video, you get to this point where you're like, I laughed, I kind of learned. Like, there's so many emotions that you go through watching his videos, just watching other human beings.
The editing is very intentional. It is edited in a way where it should be entertaining. They're doing crash zooms, sound effects.
Well, you're because this is
Talladega.
And even the placement of the interviews are really intentional. You'll get someone who's very conservative next to someone who's very liberal. And so what you're getting is entertainment,
Yeah, like the
and then you get to
Satanist
come
one.
up with your own opinion. And you see in the comments, that's what people love about his work. Whereas,
yeah, it's about letting people come up with their own opinion. I think that's a really big factor, because like also a lot of times, like, yes, it's very clear that some videos do paint a narrative in a direction. So like, for example, it does paint the narrative, like for the Ukraine video, it did not really paint any of the elements of Ukraine in a bad way. Like, for example, there's conversations about like Nazi relations to Ukraine and stuff like this. That was not really included. That had nothing really to do with it. But I think it's more about talking to real people, because one thing I noticed is that, like, so whenever I was a kid, like this is an example I can use, right? Is that like, so I was, I heard about like, you know, the American medical system, and I understood that, right? And then I met somebody on WoW, and I was like 15 or I was like 16 years old, maybe 17. And he was a guy that lived in Canada. Actually, it was Rob. Rob, he and I, who like ninja the guild banks together. Well, this was like 3 years ago before then, and we were like kids at that point. And I asked him, I'm like, so, you know, like I hear that like socialized medicine and like the way it works over there, like, do you have to wait a long time to get treated? Because he like broke his arm or broke his hand or some shit, right? And he's like, no, I just went in and they took care of my hand. I'm like, it was free? He's like, yeah, pretty much. And I was like, so that was it? There's no like weird thing and it was fine? He's like, yeah, it was fine. Because you hear something and there's a narrative that's painted, but who are the people saying this? Like, who are the people? Like, do you trust the people saying this? So like, that's what I did, is I would just ask them. I'd be like, so yeah, it's the same thing. Like I had people that like lived in like Qatar, for example. And I asked them like, so what is it like? Like how like what happens if like somebody does this or somebody does that? Like how do they really treat gay people there, right? And I actually asked the questions, and this is one of the best things on the internet that you can do, is you can ask, like, do they actually throw people off buildings? And you have like, you can just ask that. And like you ask that to somebody and there's no cameras on really or anything. You just do it. And like, that is so fucking valuable. That is so good. I think that is the best thing that the internet does. One of the best things is that it gives people like from completely two entirely different cultures the ability to just communicate with each other. And there's no stakes to this. There's no, loss to be had. This is just an honest conversation with neither people having any real reason to lie. They're just talking to each other about their life. And that's it. And I think that people spend so much time talking about all the bad things about gaming, but nobody ever brings this up. It's such a disappointing thing. And it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
The news right now is opinion as entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what people have been fed up with. I come for the news and all I'm getting is opinion.
With Andrew, he's showing us real life in a way that I can connect with. And a lot of news anchors are not doing that. They're treating it truly as like show business.
The 24-hour news cycle.
Well, they're treating it, they have an objective. Like, I think the best example of this is, do you remember whenever that Fox News guy, I forgot who it is, interviewed the moderator for the r/anti-work? And he's like constantly talking over him. He's constantly degrading him. He's constantly like pushing a narrative the whole way. And it's like, how much of a fucking asshole, Jesse Waters, yeah, exactly. How much of a fucking asshole do you have to be that you manage to make yourself look like a bigger clown than a 30-year-old balding dog walker Reddit mod? How do you turn that person into looking sympathetic because of how fucking obnoxious you are? And they managed to do it. It was awful. It was a 3-minute video and I made a 50-minute react about it because I was so fucking annoyed.
Since 9/11 is all about being like, gotta keep watching. It's like real.
I don't know if it's since 9/11 or not. I think Andrew's 25, I'm 31. So like we grew up and that's pretty much all we really knew. I wonder what it was like in the 80s or like the 90s. I'm not sure. Because I feel like it was probably like this for years, and we weren't aware of it.
TV, it's like cliffhangers.
Since LA riots.
Now, there's a really big lesson for all creators in how Andrew is creating his content, and that is show, don't tell.
Yeah, exactly. People don't want to be told something. They don't want to be like, oh, this is what it is. You have to listen to me. Like, this is the world, the way that you have to see it. Like, that's why I try to show graphs and shit. You know what I mean? I try to show, like, graphs and, like, actual evidence rather than just like, oh, believe me. Like, I hate saying believe me. I absolutely hate saying that because it's like, why would somebody believe me?
Buy an oversized large suit.
That too.
Like, this looks professional, doesn't it? Check it out. Flash.
Show Don't Tell suggests that rather than him standing in front of the camera and telling you about this event he's at, telling you what happened there, he's just showing you. One video that really stuck out to me from his recently is from the protests in Minneapolis after George Floyd was killed. This like visual of him on the ground with these people. And
see, it's like, look at this, bro. Like, he's actually in the store fucking talking to the people while they're looting and burning down the store. This is real shit. And like, I can always respect somebody who's willing to fucking, to actually have skin in the game, effectively, right? He's willing to put himself on the fucking line. This is actual, and like, where's the other news people? Like, maybe there's like a Fox News van that's like 5 miles out talking about how they're burning down the Capitol, you know, or something like that. Like, you don't really see that. It's just crazy, man. And so like, it's like going to Ukraine is like, it's just insane. And this is like, I mean, somebody could have stabbed him or hit him or attacked him or whatever. Like, he probably didn't have that many people with him. The riots were some of his best work, full stop, yeah.
Visual of him on the ground with these people and the way they're talking to him.
Cart.
We tried peaceful protesting. We tried every different direction, and this was our last resort. Everyone
feel and like, that's the thing, is he's not telling the story. He's letting them tell the story. And he lets the audience, I think also like a big factor too, is that he lets the audience make up their mind. And that's something that news usually doesn't let people do anymore. Is that like, news presents one side of the story and they say this is the right side and that's all there is to it. And there's never like a cut at the end of the video of Andrew talking about how wrong X or Y person was in the video or anything like that, or trying to explain like why this person's wrong. He just shows what happened, and then at the same time he goes and he lets the people make up their mind. Looting is last resort. I've said this many times. I don't support any of the looting or any of the vandalism. I think it was completely unnecessary and it did nothing positive. I think it actually like served to like push things back a lot more. I'm absolutely completely against it. It was disgusting.
feel like that. Everybody feel like that. That's all I gotta say.
And you're getting a real pulse of what's going on the ground.
You
There's
actually
even a
get
moment
people.
in that episode where he's just walking through the store that was just burned and was looted.
Holy
fuck!
It's just on fire.
He's just letting the camera walk
just on
through
fire.
it and experience it. And in that moment, for me, I felt like, whoa, I'm actually getting placed.
Like I'm actually there because, like, it's like you hear about like, oh wow, there are these really bad riots and they're burning things down, but like you don't see that. Like, do I really trust a mainstream media organization or really any sort of large organization of media, either whether it's like, you know, InfoWars or the Young Turks, right? These are not mainstream media, they're online media, but do I trust them? Not necessarily. Like, and you just have a person that's going through with a video camera and saying like, what do you think? And that's it. That's what people want. It's authentic, yeah.
This environment. I'm actually getting a feel for what this is like. And he's not saying if he agrees with it or doesn't agree with it. There's actually a ton of different opinions in that piece about what's going on.
Fuck those other media outlets because they're gonna try to portray us in a bad light by only showing what's going on over here. At that end,
we are heard. This is the only way we are heard.
It doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest.
I think there's a right way to protest, and that's peacefully.
Complete police reform. This is our future we stand up for. We making history right now.
And in his videos, he sometimes will show the traditional news camera and how far they are from the actual people who are being talked about.
Are you guys allowed to interview people?
Yeah, we are.
Person?
Yeah. Sorry, we're about to go on air here, so I gotta.
That video too was really significant for him.
Wow, guys, damn. Like, they're really they're pulling out all the stops there. Holy shit, what a pussy. Well, no, this is a guy, he's, got a mid-level job at the company, and he just doesn't really do a whole lot. That's about it, yeah. It's just they're pussies that don't want to do anything. They don't want to take any risks. They don't want to provide. And the truth is, they don't have to. The mainstream media doesn't have to go down and interview people because they just make up their own narrative in general. Yeah, there's no reason for there to. If it's something big like a protest, sure you trust the media. Why wouldn't you? Give me one example where they lied about something big, except for world wars. Where they lied about something big. I think that oftentimes it's not necessarily a lie. It's an exaggeration or a misrepresentation. Like, for example, they don't say A and not B. They do capital A instead of whenever it's actually lowercase a. Or vice versa.
Because up until that point, he had pretty much just done comedy videos.
Yeah.
Where he is wearing that oversized suit. Which
just goofball
even
shit.
That suit stands for the take that he has on journalism. That he's almost like poking fun at what traditional
That's the biggest thing
journalism
like
looks
World Wars? Yeah, besides
With that protest video, he's wearing his normal clothing.
Yeah.
If you ever see me with no suit on, with like a black sweatshirt like this, it means that I'm not there to make jokes. I want to be able to make actually comedic shit and then actually do real reporting at the same time.
That is his attempt. That was his attempt to start a serious dialogue. And now he's at this point where he can do both.
Well, I think that the best part about it was the fact that, like, the videos, even the ones that he did with the suit on, they were still newsworthy. Even though it's funny, it's still uplifting, and it still adds something to, like, what people know about a person like this, like the Hoff twins or something like that.
And I think that's exemplified through his recent trip to Ukraine.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I really want to go home, but I think it won't be safe for my daughter, so we will stay somewhere here and just wait.
He brings out the human element. It really does feel like the modernization of journalism in a way that we want it,
Well, I think that he's exactly right about this. And I think that this is one of the better things that, like, social media and, like, the internet provides people is, like, now you don't have to rely on, this massive media conglomerate to tell you what to think or how to feel or what's going on. You can just actually look and find the information for yourself. And I think that's why they're trying so hard to discredit independent media. That's why they're trying so hard to do this kind of stuff, because they are losing their stranglehold on the control of the American mind. And like just the mind of the people in general, because they don't have to listen to them anymore.
Let us observe. Let us observe other people.
Mm-hmm.
And then let us formulate our own opinions.
One of my favorite things about the Ukraine trip was that he sourced some of the help that he needed.
It's the first video I've ever watched
his
from
community. So if you're a fan of his, you're starting to be a part of the team. It is like community-made content. And
that's quite risky. I hope nothing bad happens. I know Ice Poseidon had situations with that turned out to be pretty weird. And so I think on YouTube it's a lot different. The reason why it's different on YouTube is because there's a much higher value of doing something like that on a live stream because they can't edit it out. I'm sure Andrew has probably had clowns that come up to him and try to, like, do weird stuff, and they see his posts that he makes, etc. But I think that probably doesn't go anywhere, and you don't have as many of them because you never see them in the video. That's the best thing about YouTube videos is, like, you don't have, like, you can just cut out the bad part. Like the person where somebody stream snipes you or something like that, well, you just cut that part out. It's not there anymore. Yeah, they just got cut out. They got worse for Ice on YouTube. I don't mean YouTube versus Twitch. I mean live stream versus produced video. Because on a produced video, you can edit out those people. And so the reward that those people have, which is getting on camera and being stupid, doesn't exist. So they have less reason to do it.
That's been integral to his story since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The sponsor of today's episode is Mighty Networks. With Mighty Networks, you can build your own website and app for your community, and you can mix and match all of their offerings to build exactly what's right for you.
So you can sell courses, memberships, you can create events, and your community can actually engage with each other all in an app that's branded for you. I think that's one of the coolest things.
Actually,
it's like a truly white labeled experience. Now, a creator that I watch every day is Yoga with Adrian, and she built a community on Mighty Networks.
Bro, she's got 11 million subscribers doing yoga? Holy shit, what am I doing with my life? Bro, fuck this video game shit. We're done. We out. Oh my god, this is yoga. We gotta do yoga streams, guys. This is nuts.
Now, this community has over 211,000 members, and she's building a sustainable business with her Find What Feels Good app.
In a true community, members are speaking with each other. And for Yoga with Adrian on her app, 99% of the content is generated by the community.
This is truly the future of the creator economy, taking your community from environments like YouTube and Instagram and converting them into an environment that you own, allowing them to engage with each other and building a sustainable business for yourself.
The fact that you as a creator on Mighty Networks can have an app on someone's home screen is incredible, because that is so difficult to do. And it's very premium real estate to open up your phone and just go straight to your favorite creators community.
And building an app on Mighty Networks is substantially easier than trying to build an app from scratch. So click the link in our description to sign up and check out Mighty Networks. If you've been thinking about starting a community, you should definitely look into Mighty Networks. They're leading the charge for the future of the creator economy. Now,
I unironically think that's a great idea. Like, that actually seems really good. That you can make an app and then have people download that specific app. Yeah, it's unironically a really good idea.
Channel 5 is not his first go at this.
So if you go back to the beginning,
smart.
He is a journalism student at Loyola University in New Orleans, making like traditional news pieces.
Imagine that.
He decides to hitchhike across America, and he starts a zine.
The first time I went hitchhiking, I was like 19, after my freshman year of college, and spent that entire summer with like a recorder at different bus stations and motels, just like talking to people, I guess on like the fringe of society, like real like road people.
You know, like, I also want to emphasize what he's talking about right here is that, like, a lot of people think that success like this is overnight. Like, oh man, like, he just came out and his videos were really good, and it's like, how did this happen? It's like, that's obviously not true, right? Like, this guy grinded for years and years and years. He went to school for this. He worked his fucking ass off. He was doing this before he was really making any money for that. And I think that, like, every time that you hear a backstory like this, it's important to emphasize that there's, like, a massive, like, fucking... It's like in like the shows, like a fucking anime or like a, you know, an 80s karate movie where like they play the fucking Eye of the Tiger and it's like the training montage, but it's for creators, and the training montage doesn't have the eye of the creator. It has the eye of the of the landlord trying to get you evicted because you can't pay your fucking bills while you're trying to fucking make a living doing this, and it goes on for years. It's not just 3 minutes. It's brutal. So yeah, I think that it's important to keep this in mind, especially with Andrew and with anybody. Is that success like this doesn't happen overnight. It very rarely happens overnight.
This is a story from my first
massive amount of time and effort
hitchhiking that was mistaken for a male sex worker. So that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He pitches the magazine to Vice, and it's like a very ballsy move. He like walks into their office.
I'm in the Big Apple to do big business, and no, I couldn't pitch anything.
It just kind of gives you a sense for who he is and the fact that he is kind of unapologetic.
It's not a bad idea for him to go to Vice, because Vice actually used to do the same thing, and I think that they still do it sometimes, is that they come out, like, they've had a lot of really great documentaries. Vice has done a tremendous job of, like, especially going around the world and, like, interviewing people. Yeah, that Vice really, like, I know that, like, some of their shit falls off, like, absolutely, but they do still have hits. I mean, to be fair, like, they do actually still have hits. We watched some of
just
them.
This guy, and he's willing to go places, and he's willing to put himself in situations that other people wouldn't put him in.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just have to say, like,
Free
if someone
chicken.
told me they were starting a magazine, I'd be like, okay. If someone told me they were starting a zine, I'm like, I'm in.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Zine carries a lot of weight.
Zine is the coolest thing to start coming out of college. A zine.
What's the difference between a magazine and a zine?
Very different.
Well, one's hip, one's not.
A magazine.
But structurally, is there a difference?
Big difference. A magazine is what you find at the doctor's office in the waiting room.
Okay.
That's a magazine.
Women's Health.
A zine.
Magazines. You know who's on the front page of magazines? Dr. Oz. Every single one. Any fucking health thing or anything like that, Dr. fucking Oz. Every time. Yeah. And when it's not, it's Amber Heard. There you go.
Is delivered to you at a coffee shop.
Got it.
Totally different.
And that's it. Yeah.
Totally different.
And a zine is always limited run.
Limited run.
It may be a one of one.
It's less pages, and you don't actually open a zine. You just kind of have it with you and look at it. A zine.
He hitchhikes across the country
I don't know
telling
what
these
that
stories, turns it into a zine, and then ends up striking a deal with Doing Things Media, a company
Ooh.
that has a bunch of popular meme pages, to fund it and turn it into a video series.
Right.
They give him a salary, they fund his production expenses, they buy him an RV, and they agree to a revenue share on Patreon.
I was
There it
young,
is.
dude. I was 21.
Yeah.
Planning to hitchhike and make a documentary about it. And this company was like, I will buy you an RV
These are the guys that finessed them.
and give you 45 grand a year.
Now, this deal feels pretty exciting for a young creator. You get paid a guaranteed amount of money to make the show you want to make, and Doing Things had told him he would have creative freedom. He just had to make a certain amount of content.
And for a period of time, it's great. He turns the show All Gas, No Breaks into a hit show, a hit YouTube channel, over 1 million subscribers. But what ends up happening is that as he starts getting into more political content, Doing Things wants him to scale back and just focus on the comedy stuff, the party stuff. He's not interested in that.
Doing Things is like, hey, we make memes.
Yeah, like we have meme pages just about dogs.
We're not trying to make crazy discourse happen here. We just, just trying to make people laugh.
Just put their basically what he's saying is that they're a bunch of pussies. There are a bunch of pussies who are afraid of backlash. I am so sick of pussies, man. Like, it's so annoying and so exhausting for me. Like, yeah, it's just a good little safe content that never goes over the line or offends anyone. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh.
Yeah, so they want him to scale back. He's not interested in that.
And at this time, he signs on to make a movie with Doing Things as a partner.
As I started shooting for the movie like full time, I wasn't able to make Instagram and YouTube and Patreon videos because I was overloaded. They were like, no, you got to make more. And so basically I was like, all right, how about this? If you guys want me to make more videos while I'm making a movie for you guys, I need more than 20%. They said, no.
Okay.
And then so I said, okay, I'm not going to make any videos. I kind of like went on strike for All Gas, No Breaks.
That's smart. That's what you have to do, is that you have to put your dick on the table. Like, that's what you have to, like, you have to just put your dick on the table and say, listen, bitch, this is how it's going to be. And like, that's how it works. Like, it's because if you don't do that, the thing is, a lot of these places rely on you rolling over. And that's what it is, yeah. And it didn't happen. It didn't work.
Eventually, they lock him out of the accounts, and he doesn't even have access to the All Gas, No Breaks social accounts, the YouTube channel, everything, and it goes dark.
Now, there's one very critical piece of information that Andrew didn't realize when he signed this deal. Doing Things Media owned 100% of the intellectual property of All Gas, No Breaks.
And that's what fucking happens, because they get guys like, this is a guy, he's a journalism major. He probably doesn't know about contracts and shit like that. Now, obviously for me, I would have known about that because I scam people. And so like, I knew like, okay, you have to read the fine print because that's where they're going to scam you. And so that's the first place I'd look. But there's a lot of people that didn't grow up doing this fucking degenerate shit that I did. So yeah, like they just get taken advantage of. The same shit happened to, I think it was Brain Deadly with Machinima back in like 2009. And then it's happened to a bunch of other creators over the course of time where they get locked into these like in perpetuity contracts or non-compete contracts. And you have somebody who's doing incredibly well. Dave Chappelle, there's one of them, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the details to that. is that like a lot of this stuff happens, and what they're expecting is they go with a buckshot method, is they pay a bunch of people $45K a year, right? For example, like with Andrew. And what they do is they hope one of them does really well, and then they make a lot of money off of that person in a way that I think is not really fair, although the person didn't contractually agree to that, and I think that's fair, right? I think that the worst part of this kind of stuff is not only do they own your videos, it's like the intellectual property rights is like the main thing, but the other thing is like your ability to leave the contract. Like that's the bad stuff that really, really is predatory in like some of these contracts. It's awful. Didn't that happen to Tfue? Tfue's contract with FaZe, what happened with that? I'm trying to remember. That had to do with his tournament winnings, and I don't remember exactly what happened.
Get its capital S like stolen. I signed a shitty contract when I was 21, which I didn't realize gave me no IP.
He didn't know. Yep.
And technically, he was an employee. He signed an employment.
And that's what they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose to get people that are young, that have talent, that have ambition, to take advantage of them and farm them out.
Contract.
For all creators, this is a very important thing to recognize. When you get employed by a company like this, you typically sign a work for hire agreement. That means anything you make, any idea you have, is property of your employer. Not too dissimilar to if you're an engineer at a software company like YouTube and you make a feature.
It's automatically owned by YouTube. There are some exceptions to this, but this is generally what the case is.
For YouTube, you don't own that feature. That's property of YouTube. And that's
I've heard that actually only applies if you do that inside of the exact scope that your business is in, and also if you do it on company time and with company resources. I'm not sure exactly if it's just a all-encompassing thing or not, but that's my understanding of it. Yeah, it's during build hours,
really confusing to creators and to our, I think our industry as a whole, because we're dealing in these intangible goods, which are ideas. You have a great idea and you're like, that's my idea.
And in this instance, you may be the face of the idea.
True.
Which makes it even more difficult, right? Sean Evans came up with the idea for Hot Ones, but Complex owned it and they still do.
The key learning for creators here in Andrew's story is get a lawyer or get someone to read your contracts before you sign a contract like this.
Yeah, this is something that because also it's bad for, it can be bad for both parties, especially if there's like a misunderstanding about something. It's very common to have like a lawyer or an agent or somebody like that, to look over everything and figure it out. Get a lawyer at 21. And that's a very good point, is because retaining a lawyer or actually having them review a contract with you like this, like I think like bare minimum, this is like $100 to $200. I would say. And it's like a lot of those people probably don't have that resource, right? That's why they're coming there in the first place. Yeah, probably more like 500. I'm talking about like bare bones, like just, can you review this contract for me? Like usually they get billed per hour. That's usually how it works. And like, I don't know how legal fees are now. I'm not 100% sure, but it's usually like $100 to $400 based off of the amount of time. I think it would probably be like, 100 hours, like probably like 1 hour, 1 to 1.5 hours.
And B, the trade-off of employment is ownership.
450 to 1K.
If you want to be truly independent, be independent.
Luckily for him, because of his format and because of the relationship he built with his audience, he was able to start again.
It has nothing to do with the original content creator company. Like, it has nothing to do with them, so it doesn't matter.
Breaks goes dark.
Yeah.
Andrew relaunches with Channel 5 and supported by Patreon and his community coming over and being like, yeah, we're with you. We're not with All Gas No Breaks. We're with you.
Yeah.
Those people, dude, you still out here doing it?
That's what they try to do, is they try to have people make an IP and then take the IP away from them and then try to hold on to the IP and own that independent of the person. Because that's just what's most beneficial for them financially. Try to hijack them,
Channel 5, fool!
And the fact that he built back to almost the same amount of subscribers within a year is truly one of the most incredible things that's happened in media on YouTube I mean, it's
content is king. That's why. If you give the good content, you will have people that watch your videos. It's actually not that complicated. Everybody thinks like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to go and do this, you have to interact with these people, you have to like network with all these people. Nope. Good content, you're done. That's it. Make good content and you're going to be fine. Now, obviously, sometimes good content is not as financially lucrative as doing other types of content. Absolutely. However, like, for example, I think streaming in general makes more money than YouTube does, unless you're at like a really, really, really high echelon of streaming. Or sorry, YouTube.
Unheard of.
Yeah, you take the L, but at the same time, that arrangement led me to this current situation. So I guess read your contracts, but also, like, I'm not that pissed at the company. I mean, what do you expect a meme company to do?
Yeah.
They literally make a living off of taking people's memes and somehow trademarking them.
And there's a lot of learning lessons.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? It's like a lot of these companies, they are, like, they provide, it's not that they don't provide value, it's that their business model is to eventually have you provide more value than they do and have that become disproportionately more the case and then make money off of you. Like in my opinion, I like doing sales. I like doing everything off of a percentage. Like whether it's paying people or anything, because if you pay people off of a percentage, you get the best people. Like that's my opinion. Yeah, pay them off a percentage.
In that story, but one of the primary ones is that people follow people. That's a really important thing to learn for the whole industry, is that everyone went to follow Andrew. When we talk about the news industry, of course, there's these big networks, but it's actually a lot of the hosts that we're engaging with on those networks. And then you take it a step further when it went to...
I would actually disagree with this with the mainstream media argument, because you can actually use Bill O'Reilly as an example. Whenever Bill O'Reilly was like effectively excommunicated from Fox News, I feel like a large amount of his audience didn't really follow him to his own show. Yeah, I don't really think that that's the case. I think it's the case with some people, and it's not the case with other people. I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee. Like, how many other people broke off and did their own thing? You could say, like, Stephen Colbert, whenever he was... Because Stephen Colbert, and also John Oliver, both of them were contributors to The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and then John Oliver went and he did his show, and then Colbert went and did The Colbert Report, too. Yeah, Megyn Kelly, I don't know how she's doing. I've got no idea. And let's see here. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Yep, there it is. That's him. How about Conan O'Brien? Howard Stern? Howard Stern. Yeah, I guess that's probably true whenever he got acquired by Sirius. This was like maybe, 10, 15 years ago or something like that. Sure. And it really depends on the person and the quality of their content. Yeah, Argue Hassan did that. He left the Young Turks. Yeah, maybe you could say that. Maybe with Hassan. Maybe you're right. It's old audience. That's actually a really good point. Younger audiences are much more likely to follow than older audiences, because older audiences are conditioned into the normal mainstream like way of consuming media. They're not going to go online to follow a podcast. They're not going to do that kind of stuff. But the younger audience will do that.
And social, where right now the way I understand the news is through a mix of Andrew Callahan, Johnny Harris, Cleo Abram. Like, these are individual people that we're learning the news
I haven't
from,
seen the other
not
two.
networks. And that is what YouTube has unlocked.
What's interesting is that when asked about what he wants his legacy to be, he didn't say reinventing journalism.
Yeah.
He actually said he just wanted people to travel the U.S. and learn about all of the different subcultures that are there, that hopefully he inspires people to get in a van and travel like he did.
It's not
I think that's a big factor too, is that you have a lot of people who only get their information about somebody, and this is what I was saying before about like the internet, right? Is like they only get their information about Canada from CNN or Fox News. Well, that's not the same as going to Canada and being there. And this is what I've said before. Like, remember, like, many times people have asked me about, like, what do I think about, X or Y European conflict? And I always say, I don't really know. Like, this is what it seems like to me. But I don't live there. I don't speak their language. I'm not in their culture. I don't know anybody that lives there. How the fuck can you really understand what the problems of another country is if you can't even speak the language that they use there? You can't understand the real nuances. Yeah, of course you can... It makes sense, right? It's like you've got the massive bad things, right? It's like, you know, that like Joseph Kony's child army is bad regardless. But I think that in general, it matters more kind of like how in tune you are with the culture.
Much that people come out the jump like hating different people, but it's hard to break out of unless you travel and talk to people that you might not be used to talking to, as long as you're
Spend 10 years.
safe and
Kony
able to do it.
2012.
Obviously, with what I'm,
We're gonna
the
get
body
him,
I've
guys.
been given, it's easier for me to talk to people than maybe other people and most people.
And
But
that's
I would
another
just-
thing. Is like there is a certain level of survivorship with this, is because for every person who's Andrew, there's plenty of other people who move away from like their mainstream company and or their like holding company or whatever you want to call it, and they kind of fall off because they can't fund it, they can't do what they want to do, and it just doesn't work out. So yeah, you do have a certain level of survivorship bias, but I do say that a lot of people that like anybody who's successful works hard. Not everybody who's successful, not everybody that works hard is successful, but everybody who's successful works hard, pretty much. So it's like, it's not like, oh, it's a guarantee it's going to go well if you work really hard and you have a good idea. Sometimes people don't get lucky. But at the same time, you have to try as hard as you can, because if you don't, that's not it. Cap? No? Lamau inherited wealth? Oh, I'm talking about like on the internet, right? Yeah, of course, right? Somebody inherits $1 billion, right? If your dad's Sam Walton, I think that you've got a pretty big advantage in life. Absolutely. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like making content online, etc. If people, I think a lot of people want to say that it's luck or something like that. And I think that obviously like there are things that are lucky. For example, like somebody can be like more attractive, which can help them, or they can be better with speaking, which can help them. And, that has to do with socioeconomic factors. Like, yeah, sure. Like you have things like that. That's with anything. But at the same time, you also have a lot of actual work and hard work. And I think that was the emphasis that I was putting on earlier with like him having that magazine and everything. Is that like this guy was grinding before it was paying out a paycheck. It wasn't like doing anything like that. He was grinding at the very beginning. And people don't see that.
I appreciate your careful language.
Which is true.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not telling everyone, plunge into the heart of Alabama. F it. I'm just saying, even if you are very politically minded, get to know your enemy a little bit. And just travel the country before you go internationally.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
All right, so that's the story of Andrew Callahan and why we think he's such a profound creator here on YouTube.
Make sure to check out Mighty Networks. The link is in the description. Community is one of the most important things that a creator can have. We want to be building the show with you, so drop someone in the comments, a creator that you think we should profile.
All right, see ya.
Welcome.
Give me 1 second. Let me go back and watch this.
Welcome.
Jesus Christ. Train, come on. Give me a second. I'll just open it up again. It's not that big of a deal. Oh my God, I'm messing my thing up. Okay, where is it here? There it is. Okay, all right, we got it. So yeah, this video was really good. I actually was impressed by this. I thought it was really well put together, and generally, I agree with pretty much everything they said in the video. I've never watched their stuff before, Colin and Samir. But honestly, if they have like more videos like this about different content creators and like more of an analysis of them, especially like their background, I think that's really useful. So yeah, I mean, if you guys want to watch the video and follow their channel, there you guys go. I think it's great. I do. I think it's really, really good. But yeah, I do think that luck obviously plays a factor, and this is like a very common conversation that people make. Luck is where hard work meets opportunity. Yeah, I think so. And like the more that you take risks, and the more that you try to work hard and do something, the better your chances of getting lucky. Obviously, there are some people that just simply don't do well, and there's a lot of reasons. And like, there's obviously the odds are stacked up against you. Pretty much no matter who you are in one way or another, but they have to, like, you have to at least try to do something. And I think that the idea that like, oh, well, because some people get lucky, or, you feel like, oh, this person had an unfair advantage, that doesn't really mean that like it's the right thing for you to do to not even try. Like work harder also means work smarter too. I think that's another big factor, is there's a lot of people out there that try really, really hard to They try really, really hard to do something, but they don't actually know how to go about it in the smartest way. It's like you have some people that like they stream 14 hours a day and they have 3 viewers. It's like, well, maybe you should do something different because this clearly isn't working. It's almost like if you're trying to like hammer in a piece of wood, if you use your head instead of a hammer to hammer in the nail, does that make you smarter because you worked harder? No, it doesn't. Probably the opposite. So I don't think that working harder is always a good thing. It's always about outcome and the effect that you have. So it doesn't matter if you work really hard or you don't work hard. It doesn't make a difference. As long as you are generating an outcome that's positive, that's what matters. It doesn't matter if you spend an hour to do that or, 10 hours to do that. Setting expectations, yeah. Make sure you're ready for opportunity. Get lucky. Is McConnell around? Where the fuck is McConnell? Yo, are we going to do this thing or are we going to watch another video? Here, where the hell's McConnell? Yeah, I'm trying to see what this is, and I don't know exactly where he is or what's going on or what this is. I have no idea. Let me message him and see if he's around, okay? I'm going to message him right now. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second.
Where the fuck is Mario Judah?
Who the fuck is Mario Judah?
Ooh, you don't want to say that, big guy.
What am I missing out on? What the fuck is this? Mario Judah? Is that like whenever Mario kicks Yoshi into the pit of death so he can get another jump in Super Mario World?
No.
Because it's kind of like Judah, right?
No. Listen, man, I don't know if I can play today. I got I'm working on Lore Master of the Shadowlands, and it requires all the quests to be completed, and so it's rough.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Well, you know why I'm doing it.
Why?
For that achievement, man.
Here, well, let's do some Elden Ring for a couple hours, because like we got to get ready. But we're gonna do the fucking Castle Nathria shit. I don't know. I think that we might try to do that on Tuesday. Wait, you don't want to do that? You don't want to?
You're not going to.
Why would I not want to do it?
I don't know. You're gonna stall for fucking 6 hours, and then something's gonna come up. You're gonna want to do something else, and then talk about it for an hour and a half, and you're gonna be like, boys, I'm fucking starving. I'm getting something to eat. I'm gonna end the stream. I gotta go.
So just
boys, we had a good stream today, boys. We had a
look. That's not what's gonna happen, guys. It's not what's gonna happen. Like he's making shit up to fucking get you guys to go against me. All right, that's not what's happening at all. He's lying. Okay. We will try to do Castle Nathria. We also need to do Sanctum. Like, why do you want to do Castle Nathria so much and not Sanctum? Is it because of that one transmog set?
I mean, they both look badass, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. All right. That makes sense. Absolutely.
Also, I never